It's chugging.
We are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to a long time. We here at OSP are going to be spending the day, this wonderful New Year's Eve, streaming a beautiful video game called The Pathless to raise money for UNICEF and supporting worldwide inoculation efforts against all kinds of diseases in addition to COVID. So we've got the YouTube giving portal. We're working on setting that up right now, but we're just gonna play a game, hang out for the next like 8 hours. Shit.
Something like.
But let's take a second for everyone who is here to introduce themselves at the moment.
Hello, I'm Red. As per the usual, I am here to hang out and disrupt the general status quo and schmooze with our cool guests who will be on later.
Beautiful.
Hey, I'm Indigo. I do the podcast, and I don't know what else to say in this scenario. I'll be monitoring chat, so don't spam. Go team.
Hi, I'm Cyan. I am the other female voice that you're hearing here. My name's on the thing, and we have bubbles. We have bubbles, so you can tell who's talking.
So you can see who's talking.
Wow.
It's new.
It's a new fun fancy thing we got.
We did the new thing for all of you to see, and it is exciting.
So I'm here. As is Cleo. Cleo, say hi.
Cleo, say hi. Say meow.
Meow. She's here. She's not gonna say hi.
She's quiet.
She's pretty quiet unless she wants treats. So, which she always wants, but.
She almost stole a salami earlier this morning as we were setting up our snack station.
So
I was rooting for her. That's okay.
I'm just here to provide snacks and help keep things running as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, so we will be joined by a wonderful assortment of guests today, so stick around. You don't know who might pop in. But with that said, we're going to jump into this game and get going. Are we ready, team?
Woo!
He
Yes.
said rhetorically.
Yeah. Are you all ready to hang out with me while I do all the work? Yeah, baby.
I've never done a stream this long before, and then I woke up at home.
You're already at home. We don't go out. In this economy?
Yes.
Could we,
right, so
as we
those
jump
of you...
in, talk... Yep. No,
Oh
Red,
my
please.
god. Well, first of all, someone just donated $1,000.
Wow,
Thank
all
you,
right.
Jake Wilson. Holy cannoli. Okay.
The ball begins rolling.
Yeah, we were gonna say we are planning on matching donations up to our initial $10,000 goal. So, drop it in and know that whatever you're donating will be matched once over. So, yeah.
Make us bleed.
Thanks. Well, you guys are already at $1,000. $1,000.1.
Excellent. We love
You're
to
all
see it.
fantastic.
Yeah, we
Thank
love you.
you.
Alright, so, okay, so Blue, you've played through this game once.
Yes.
The rest of us, I don't think know anything about this.
Cleo, stop knocking things
no.
over.
I usually try to play the games you guys are going to stream ahead of time, but this is one I didn't get to, so I'm interested to see how the actual gameplay works.
Yeah. First, tell me if the volume is okay, because this game has some pretty banging music, and I don't want it to get drowned out, nor for it to drown us out. Cleo, you gotta get out of the trash bags.
Anyone waiting for the Cleo cameo? You've gotten 2 already.
So essentially, this is a game called The Pathless, and it is a indie open world exploratory game where we find ourselves, and we'll get a little bit of story given to us in a second, we find ourselves in a land surrounded by cats running into paper bags, apparently.
She's got
a land surrounded by shadow where something is wrong, and we will find out what that something is soon. But there's that weird big floating island in the sky. I wonder what that's about. We'll see later. But for now, we
love
are
a
just
good
a
big floating island.
lone little hunter in a
Skyland.
big, scary world. And we will see what happens beyond that. So I played this last week. It is really hard to concentrate with Cleo knocking all that stuff over. But I played this last week. Our friend Yellow, Ludo History, is also streaming it, and it was funny. I was watching his stream as I was like finishing the game, so I was like popping back and forth. But he'll be on a little later. It's the core mechanic of this game is what you're seeing right here. This kind of running and archery gameplay. So the way it works is that there are these little like talismans. Oh, never mind. We're gonna have the bird cutscene real quick, but it's a game about maintaining speed and getting into a flow of movement, which is very, very fun. Cleo.
We are getting a little feedback that the game audio is perhaps
just turned it up a bit.
Perfect.
Okay.
Never mind then.
Awesome.
I see in the chat. I got it.
Yeah.
That's
So,
that's a big bird. Is the bird?
that is in fact a
okay.
large bird.
Yeah, that's a chunky bird.
The bird's not doing so hot right now.
Oh, I'm
Yes,
loving
does seem
the
glowing.
color scheme of this game of what is evil versus what is good.
Yeah.
But it is kind of cool, actually. Like, you know, this is a part of the studio that created Journey, which is a very monochromatic game.
Yeah.
For the most part, your character tends to blend into their surroundings. But this game, it looks like what they did is every single environment is kind of shades of dark blue and green, but the main character's running around in red and black, which makes them kind of stand out, even among the more complicated backgrounds
Yeah.
compared to, you know, a setting like Journey that's all desert.
To a point, there are some parts where that's not the case.
Yeah, we'll see as we go on, but for
But
right
yes.
now, when we enter into a new environment, it's very dark and foreboding, and we definitely do see bits of color, but the environment will communicate itself to us, and one of the ways it does that is through these little diamond-shaped doohickeys right here. These are talismans that the way they work is we hold down the trigger to shoot them, and then we get a little bonus, and we can use that to run. So the way it works is that you run, you shoot, you get a burst of speed, you run, you shoot, you get a burst of speed, and this is how you chain momentum together. So it's a game about going fast. Eat your heart out, Sonic.
Yeah.
Gotta go fast.
And the whole mechanic
That's
of
no
this game is
good.
about maintaining movement. So one of the other cool things you can do is you can jump like that. So you can shoot it in the air and it'll kind of bounce you up. So there's a lot of really neat mechanical considerations. You can hold on. I'm trying to do a trick. But you can shoot it at the halfway point for a bigger burst of speed, but then there's a greater chance you miss. So it's very neat how they constructed it.
Yeah.
First we see this guy right here.
These guys are really good at like picking one movement gimmick and then constructing a whole game around it. Because with Journey it was the scarf, and now it's hello. Isn't this a cheerful little fella?
Oh, skeleton.
Yeah, just pick up the skeleton's mask and let's put it on your head.
love
man.
Nice
Okay,
shades,
Rob.
bro. Mine now.
Yeah.
Actually, that's quite
Loot
cool.
the body. That's a good idea.
Yeah. So
In the greatest traditions of the heroes of D&D,
Yeah.
you always loot the corpse.
one of the cool things about the way that this game works is that there is no map.
Read the
So you
song.
have to find where you're going on your own. And that is extremely cool for the kind of world that they create here. The Spirit Mask grants the wearer the ability to see the cracks in the worlds, to find paths where there would be none, but he'd caution those who wear the mask may never see the world the same way again. So first off, we can go through some walls like this.
Maybe you should have read that before you picked up the mask.
I was gonna say, put the disclaimer at the beginning of the cursed mask thingy.
It's like those like medical disclaimers where it's like, this is a medicine that does this very simple thing. Side effects include spontaneous combustion.
They're like advertising the mask like a pharmaceutical,
Yeah.
like a lot of it, pretty people in fields, like,
She's a pretty person
creepy
in a
eye
field, see?
Yeah.
hey,
There you
it is.
go.
Creepy
Find
eye
your
mask,
own way.
My life back. Side effect may include falling out of this dimension.
Yeah. So the way that the game kind of presents its objectives is giant, imposing towers off in the distance with this kind of red, like, icky, evil vibe. So there's no map, there's no markers, there's no little dotted line dragging us to where we need to go. It's just see a thing out in the distance and get after it.
See a thing? Destroy the thing.
Yes. Oh gosh.
Oh man, I mean it's already very visually pleasing. I'm guessing it's not all going to be as shady as the starting area.
There's a little what?
In the little cave on your right, there's a little
Oh yeah.
secret
So if I see
boy.
this, yeah, sometimes there are little secrets that I can find. And then I get a little
lantern.
light. That'll help us later.
Secret boy.
and we can also see the last thoughts of the dead with this mask.
Oh!
Cheerful.
Yay!
The battle between the Eagle Mother and the God Slayer was the worst thing my eyes have ever witnessed. If she has fallen, the worst has happened. Now who will stand against the God Slayer?
Austin's in the chat.
Oh, heck yeah! We'll see more of him later.
Howdy,
So
Nipperino.
we start with this little thing here. We've got our one little light stone that was given to us by the Eagle Mother, presumably, because that was an
Sad
eagle.
bird, man.
Sad bird. And then we just throw that in
I'm
there.
sure there's probably lots of giant birds.
There we go.
Also, I'm just realizing I put out a lot of snacks. Anyone who follows my Instagram will have seen all the snacks. But I'm realizing a lot of them were crumpshy snacks. So
Yes,
That's okay.
I'm continuing the
As
proud
the person who
Cyan
has to
tradition
usually-
of eating crumpshy snacks on stream.
You usually
Sorry,
have to
Nika.
cut these super cuts afterwards. It's like, how many crunches will get through? And the answer is all of them.
I know,
Yeah, of
I eat
course.
so many crumpy snacks on stream.
I
Sorry.
am hoping
It's
to
much
having
funnier
perhaps
that way.
some gummy snacks, or maybe like a pudding or something next time.
I can't eat gummy snacks. Pudding I'm supposed to be eating. So
Also, this is great because
Maybe
it gives
just
me an
some
excuse
fruit.
to animate Cyan with like a big bag of chips in every animated I do.
Just like a giant backpack of
Big
like
bag of
infinite
chips
snacks.
is like Cyan's resting state. It's just Cyan with like a bag of popcorn.
Hey, we all need an
Meanwhile, I'm
idle
over here
animation
my
in our
apartment.
lives.
I rolled back home 10 minutes before the stream started with like a third of a Dunkin' iced coffee left, and I'm just we're powering through. Oh.
I've got a PB and J and a donut and some hot chocolate I made from scratch.
And a
I
dream.
feel like all of our snacks and a dream. I feel like all of our snacks are really indicative of who we are as people at this point.
My snack is tea.
Yes. Lawful
Yeah, that
tired.
tracks.
So you can do fun things like cross gaps by shooting the talismans and jumping up. So if I run up to
love
this evil-looking tower, I can't do anything because I don't have a light stone. I need thing. So I run and I jump and I shoot and I jump and I shoot and I jump and then I get the thing. And it's great.
I run, I jump. It is all I've known.
get
Sometimes
that.
I shoot.
Sometimes I run things.
And then I
sometimes
just get
jump
magical
things.
eagle powers.
Eagle powers!
The unfortunate thing about watching this game is that it is nowhere near as fun as playing this game. There are a lot of games where it's like, okay, yeah, I get the point, or like I can enjoy Dark Souls more by watching it than playing it. With this one, the tactile joy of shooting these talismans and running and getting into that flow state is so immensely satisfying. If you are even the slightest bit intrigued by what's going on stream right now, please do yourself a favor and get this game.
You're already at 1.4.
Already 1.4. All right.
Dang.
Because as we will see, this is a real treasure of a game. It got a lot of good PR when it came out in 2019, end of last year. I don't even remember. But I think this
Thought it was
game
more
deserves
recent
the
than that.
world. So I will do what I can.
Blue has been so excited to get this game ever since it was announced it came out.
Ever since it was announced, one of our guests,
Yep.
one of the Greens, who will be joining us later, and I were roommates at the time when this game was announced, and we're like, oh wait, heck, this is so cool, and we've been waiting for it dedicatedly, and I wanted to get it on PS5, and of course it took forever, so naturally it took me a year to actually get this game.
Yes, because
No,
we had to
that,
get
yeah.
a PS5 first.
Yeah.
But we did.
You may or may not have heard,
Dreaming
that
it.
was a bit of a chore.
Yes. But we got the PS5 eventually.
Didn't pay a scalper.
Yeah.
We did
Very,
not.
very satisfied.
Yeah,
We paid
Good.
market price for it. Just took a while.
perfect. Oh man, it's
Oh
such
my
a pretty
gosh.
game.
It is.
Yes,
So
very
what do we got
sweet.
here? The God Slayer is no longer a man if he ever was. He is something more and something less. Spooky.
Oh.
The thing that's interesting about this game is that they
He's mid.
they ditch the old paradigm of this game is made by a company called Giant Squid, who made Abzu, and that is a team composed of about half of the team that made Journey from that game company. That game company also went on to make Sky Children of Light, and those games are all very much, environmental exploration, movement, fun ways to traverse,
Yeah.
and those games are all pretty solidly committed to the no text, no speaking experience. Journey is famously a no dialogue game, but this one has a lot of like spoken world building, but the game is so well done that a lot of the story would be understandable even without it, because the way the world is constructed is so diligent and so vivid that you really get a sense of everything that has happened in this world, even just from the context clues. So even though this game has a lot of like explicit storytelling, it still works very well even if you don't read any of them.
Yeah, I played a bunch of Children of Light. It's kind of one of those games that I go back to sometimes just because I like the movement, but it is one of those games where once you play it through once, the story doesn't really account for the fact that you've already beaten it. So like you get progressively better movement abilities as you keep coming back, but like, you know, you go through the game and you awaken all these spirits and you give flames to these great ancestor spirits, but every single time you go to the ancestor spirit, the same cutscene plays, and it sort of stops feeling like you're making real progress. But the movement in that game is quite fluid. It's one of the only games I've ever seen with a flight mechanic that I actually really like.
It is a really good flight mechanic.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, both these studios are so good at finding one really good fluid movement technique, refining it down to a knife's edge, and then building a game around it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, getting some purrs from the little miss. She is full of bees.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna pick up on the stream mic, unfortunately.
You'll just have to take our word for it.
You'll just have to take our word for it that she is full of bees.
Here.
Oh, can I not shoot this thing? Dang it, I gotta go back up.
My voice sounds
No, do not
auto-tuned?
steal the salami!
No salami! No salami!
Go! You beautiful creature!
Bees to try to steal the salami!
He lulled you into a false sense of security.
How dare you!
You're choosing to eat the conscious snacks.
How dare you!
Cleo's lying on her belly or lying on her back, like I did nothing wrong. I take what is mine.
All things in this world and the next belong to me.
Oh my god. Yeah.
It's what you deserve.
So a lesser game would have had all of that on a mini-map, but this game is like, no, the player is smart. They can figure out where they're going. We use the mask to let people see where they're going, and they can find it. The theming of the game is very transparent. The Pathless. Figure it out yourself, and it's great. Also, one of the things I was going to say is that the game, when we will get more of this when our friend Yellow is on the stream, but the game does a very good job of creating sacred spaces based on amalgamations of real world imagery that is not really like, you know, token or cheap or just like kind of ripping it, but using things in creative ways. So using what is pretty transparently an Aksumite stela from ancient Ethiopia as like a monument for reading, for like text inscriptions. It's a really cool incorporation of a real world piece of iconography that very neatly fits within the world of the game, and we'll see as we go on that different factions, so to speak, within the world have different architectural styles attached to them. That is really, really cool. Most of the architecture in Journey and Abzu and Children of Light is pretty solidly one consistent style for like the one lost civilization you're running around in, but the Pathless shows a real process of historical transformation going on that you can actually see in the architecture of the game as we go through the different areas. It's extraordinarily well done. I will not stop gushing about this game for the next 8 hours. So let's fix our bird
content,
friend.
babes.
That's content, baby.
Oh yeah, so much content all the time, just non-stop content. I am very out of it. We gotta refresh because it's New Year's Eve. It's the one day of the year you're supposed to stay up late when my sleep schedule actually makes sense.
I tried to go to bed early. I would be refreshed for this stream, and I ended up getting 5 hours total of sleep. So.
Yo, same.
Yay! Yay!
I wildly stayed up super late. I'm in a bit of an insomnia flare right now. It's fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going into something that looks kind of like the Tower of Babel. That's fine.
This
That
is
can't be
probably
ominous at all.
Surely nothing wrong has ever happened in the Tower of Babel.
I genuinely wonder sometimes how much of an impact an entire an entire generation raised on Ghibli movies had on the general field of art. Don't sass me, man. 5 hours of sleep.
The entire Ghibliation.
The jubilation of the world.
Yeah, that's the real millennial Gen Z split. No, that's the what's
Oh,
the
no.
generation?
Who
before
this?
millennials?
Not the millennial Gen Z
Who
split.
dis?
It's Troy Baker.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody's voiced.
And who plays the woman?
The hunter is Laura Bailey.
What?
Now you're
Under his
uncovered.
voice?
Yeah.
The
she
Laura
does have a
Bailey,
voice.
Travis Willingham combo of, well, if you don't know who it is, it's probably one of those two.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're both very distinctive. Once you can hear their voice, it's like, oh my god, they're everywhere. It's
I
funny
know,
because
I
they
keep
both
getting
play a
surprised
lot of
Travis Willingham.
they both play a lot of background characters in other games. So you'll be like, huh, Mook number 3 sounds a lot like, yeah, it's Travis Willingham.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh
Travis.
no, all our hard work fixing the bird.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
what a jerk
no.
that guy is. Boy, what a hero journey this will set me on.
Take note of the Godslayer's like weird tail thing. We'll see that show up again later. It has interesting implications for the for how he got his powers. But also one thing that people started doing that I've seen on YouTube is people taking lines from characters in one game played by a voice actor and putting them into another game. So for instance, Yuri Lowenthal voices Mook number 5 in The Last of Us 2, and he says the line, "You motherfucker." So they dubbed that into the final fight of Spider-Man PS4, voiced by Yuri Lowenthal, where he tells the big
Yay!
bad guy, "You motherfucker."
The voice actress for Amethyst from Steven Universe played a bunch of background extras in one of the TA games, which of course cursed constantly. I
Sorry.
think she also did a voice of like a Gushers commercial. Sorry, go ahead.
Someone in the chat just said, "Please don't die, bird. You have to live your large." Just in case people don't think we read the chat, we do.
Gives a whole new meaning to Too Big to Fail, economics and birds. Anyway, we got a lot of lore dump in that a second ago, but there are gods.
Something corrupted gods.
They are called the Tall Ones.
something.
They are in the thrall of the God Slayer. All of them except the Burb. And then we find this little guy here, inside the big spirit Burb.
Oh,
We
you're
see-
at 2.1.
Yo, we were at 1.7
Dang!
literally 10 seconds ago. Someone dropped a fat stack. Thank you, my good friend.
Yes, an anonymous
Thank
donated
you.
$300. Bird. Oh wait, your bird friend is the
Inside-
big bird friend.
Inside the big bird was another smugger, smaller bird.
It was too big to fail, so it made itself small so it can
Oh.
hide.
It was a Russian nesting
Aw.
bird the
And
whole
yes,
time.
you do pet the eagle to make
You can
it
pet
stronger.
the eagle. When I was waiting for this game to come out, I was watching like on Twitter, and they were having like dev updates. They had an entire blog post about the saga of this animation of petting the bird and getting it to work.
the
They
bird.
put a lot of effort into the bird petting animation. The best part
Oh,
is you can literally. Oh, hold on, I'll wait for this little cutscene to drop.
Chat
The
loves
best part
this
is that
bird.
you can pet the bird literally at any time.
I love the bird. The
Get back
bird
here.
is
Oh,
like
thank
my
you.
favorite character.
Get back here, you
And yes,
little-
Indigo, it's because there's no horse.
There is no horse in this game.
I just assume like Cyan's favorite character in any given game is going to be the bird and or animal character. Like horse, great. Horse supersedes other animals, but like any other given animal is probably
Well,
going to top
it
whoever
depends.
the human main character is.
Well, yes, an animal character will always supersede a human main
Yeah.
character.
I just want to say that I
Cerberus
love
and
that,
Hades.
that not only
No.
do you get a full stamina bar for petting the bird, but there is a mechanic where you try to find, like, you pet the bird, and there's, like, one spot where the bird's like, oh, yeah, that's the spot. So it was, like, it was on, where is it?
It was just on a
It
chest,
was on
wasn't it?
his wing.
Come on.
Oh man.
Hi.
Oh man.
Yeah, up there.
on
That's
my
the
wing.
spot.
Perception
There it
wise.
is.
Yeah, yeah.
It's got an itch in your right
Oh,
wing that you
man.
can't scratch yourself. God, it's so cute. They didn't have to
That
do
is
that,
adorable.
but they did, and it's great. Also,
I feel
we'll see
like-
a quick preview of all the people we're going to be running into
Yes,
in these statues.
Folks in
Perfect.
chat would like us to name the bird. Does anyone have any bird names that they are particular? We're getting a lot of Borb.
Bubby.
Yeah.
Well, one
Bubby?
nod for
Bubby.
Rivali.
Rivali.
No,
No!
Rivali's a bitch.
We cannot do Rivali.
Revellini, because it's small.
Ravioli.
Ravioli. Our bird is actually named Ravioli. Because it was just like a ravioli, it's a big bird inside a smaller bird. It's like a ravioli.
Oh,
That is
brain
not
is
what a
so big
ravioli.
right now.
There is not a second smaller ravioli inside of the first
No,
ravioli.
but
There's
there is
just
the
a filling
stuffing inside of the
ravioli.
pasta. Ravioli is the stuffing inside of the eagle
We
mother.
can name it. We can name him Remy, like the rat in Ratatouille.
No, ravioli.
Ravioli is 100%.
well, you know what?
the
I
name.
think okay, it's a charismatic silent protagonist. We gotta call it Link.
No.
I still like Bubby. I think we should call him Bubby.
I am fully on board ravioli, even though I was
Okay.
critiquing it moments ago.
We can. Okay.
Jet proposed turducken.
No,
No.
that is morbid.
Okay. Ravioli.
No, it's on the nose.
We'll call him Ravioli.
I say ravioli.
Cleo.
Ravioli and I take on Godslayer.
Ravioli.
Ravioli.
Okay, the bird's name is
Ravioli.
Ravioli.
Oops.
Woo!
Ah, magnificent.
Excellent, excellent.
Such a cute little bird.
The bird's name is Ravioli.
Yes. Such a cute little ravioli.
Now,
Bird can
the
carry
problem
things
is
for
now
you.
I'm gonna like call it everything but ravioli. I'm gonna be like little raviolini, little raviolini.
Well, that's the whole But everybody knows that you only name a pet so you can nickname the pet later.
I know. I literally.
True.
So. Hey, Blue. What is Cleo's legal name?
Cleocatra.
and who named Cleocatra? Cleocatra.
Me.
Was there ever any doubt? I just put an application in on a cat at a shelter, and I'm very hopeful that we're gonna get it.
Oh,
but
yes.
hopefully we can have more fun pet nicknames soon.
Cleo, I
'Cause I
need
really
you
want
not
to name my
stepping on
cat
the keyboard
Ziggy, because then you call it Ziggs for short.
Nice.
I just think it'd be
Aw.
cute.
I also love that ravioli sometimes just perches on dead bodies.
Yes.
Oh, thanks, ravioli.
So,
Oh,
but I
no.
almost never call Cleo Cleocatra, and I almost never call Cleo Cleo. Normally I call her, oh little minx, little bitch,
Yep.
boo 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 boo.
Little Bio.
Little Pio,
Yeah, it's mostly Little Miss, yeah.
little cat, tiny fecal pet pet pet. Like,
Yeah. I think, like, Cleo might think that her name, according to me, is Hi Cleo, because that's usually what I say.
Yeah.
Oh, I can go.
I spent enough time with a friend's pet corgi, that she started responding to Scooshy more than she responded to her actual name.
Cleo, I need you to not step on my laptop.
dude, come here.
Yes, I would request that you keep Cleo away from all components of the technological setup as much as possible.
She just wants ravioli access.
Yeah, she
Who
almost
really
sent a
denied
message
her
in our
simple
Discord
pleasure?
chat earlier. Alright, so
Let her speak.
the bird does not like the statue of the God Slayer. This little Borby God Slayer with its evil red lights. So once I turn it off, bird's like, yeah, no, we're chill.
Wait, why
How
are there
long
two
has the
salami
God
on the
Slayer
floor?
doing his thing?
That's Cleo. That would be Cleo.
How long has the God Slayer been at his thing that there are statues of him?
Good question. We will find that out.
Oh!
Okay, so here we see the map, which is the only time that you'll see a map of the game, and this is honestly absolutely brilliant. We
Oh, I
see the
love
structure
it.
of the world that we're going to be going through. First we have down here is the landing. I am here. I'm a pilgrim. And then there is here, which is the forest plateau, the domain of Ceranos. And then next is the Redwood Steppe, the domain of Sorrow. Up on top of that, we have the Great Plains, the domain of Nimue. And finally, we have the Mountain Tundra, domain of Kumo. Kumo's a bastard. And then at the top, we have the Floating Isle, the nest of the Eagle Mother.
Oh.
Commit this map to memory because we're not going to see it again.
I like how at the beginning they're like, look, here's a little map. Okay, bye. Good luck, bitch.
Found the map, found the map.
Would you like a little goat cheese on a piece of
I
pita?
would love some. Yeah, I'll have a little snack up. Oh, the light rays. Oh my gosh, it's amazing.
Gorgeous.
So what's you guys' like, you know the phrase like it from Phineas and Ferb, where if I had a nickel for every time something happened, I would have 2 nickels. But it's weird that it's happened twice. What is like your go-to thing for that? Like, what's something that in your mind you're like, that is a weird thing that's happened twice?
I keep falling asleep in the middle of like classic movies that people say are really good. It happened when I watched The Godfather, and it happened when I watched Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I'm
It's not a
surprised
lot.
that it was possible in Rocky Horror. The Godfather, I love it by default, but it is a slower movie, so I can see how someone could fall asleep in it. Rocky Horror, it's got a lot of music going on. I'm surprised that didn't keep you up.
You gotta understand, I'm like colorblind when it comes to horny, so most of that movie was really boring for me to watch. Like, wow, those sure are a lot of, I don't know, people. You good there, Cyan?
The Rocky Horror Picture Show is actually a very foundational moment in my aceness. That and the podcast episode with Daniel Green.
I made you watch Rocky Horror Picture Show because I knew that Indigo would eventually want you to watch Rocky Horror Picture Show, and you'd be very confused, so I made you watch it first.
Yeah, it was
I
funny,
like Rocky Horror Picture
but like
Show
I had a real hard time like
You had
considering
fun with the music.
I had fun with the music. I had a really hard time considering like just the raw uber sexuality as literally anything other than a joke.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I have immense respect for Tim Curry as a performer in general, and I think that whole movie is made by just the whole, I didn't make him for you. And it's like, yeah, live your dream. But, I mean, most of that movie is just people being real horny with no real point. And it's like, all right, cool, whatever. I don't know. I think it
really
also
like
didn't help
Rocky
that I was
Horror.
watching it.
No, please.
Oh, I was watching it in a room full of people who were, like, really into it. They were doing all the call and response stuff.
yeah.
And,
How you
and I was
gotta
just
watch
sitting there
Fun.
like,
That's the fun part about
That's
it.
yeah. I think
I'm
about
only getting like the flashcards, so I didn't know why everyone was yelling whore when that lady was on screen. I was just like, wow, everyone's gotten so judgmental.
I think that's kind of part of the charm of it, though, because I would never like choose to just watch Rocky Horror at home for fun, but it's like a performance. You know, the theatricality of it all and leaning into the whole like campness of it is, I think, what really
Chat wants
Sells
colorblind
it.
to horny merch, and I agree.
I don't know if Redbubble will let us print that.
Yeah, Redbubble didn't even let my Pride merch, so don't get on. It was the every month is Pride Month if you allow yourself to be consumed by hubris, and they couldn't decide if it was homophobic or not, so they took it down, and then they wouldn't let me put it back up. So
Which, like, granted, inconvenient for us, objectively hilarious.
yeah, very funny.
What if
some
what
like
if you
poor
do-
intern is sitting there just trying to figure out like, oh, can I let this through?
What if you
He's like,
do?
is this a joke? Bye.
What
Oh,
if
go
you
ahead.
do colorblind too, and then you put a goat on it?
I don't understand what that
I
means.
don't. Yes.
Oh, like
You've
like goat
lost
horns.
me.
I get
Yeah.
it.
Oh,
Um,
that might be an. We don't need to figure out our merch on stream. It'll either show up later or it won't.
yeah.
So I can flap.
You're at 2.2 now.
Ah. Oh my god!
Yeehaw.
Holy crap, you guys! This is amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ooh, someone's asking our thoughts on the musical Les Mis. I guess
lot
because
of
we talked about
bread.
rock horror.
Or I guess a distinct lack of bread, actually.
Yeah, the whole point of Les Mis is no bread. There's only one
Um,
important loaf of bread in that, and we never see it on screen. Typical
The
of
best
Hollywood.
thing, in my opinion, to come out of the show New Girl is the douche journals from the character Schmidt. One of the entries is, I would be able to sympathize and understand Les Mis a lot better if I knew what kind of bread he stole. Because, like, if it's pumpernickel, I get it, but if it's rye, it's like, make it at home, yo.
Oh, God.
Which belies a complete lack of understanding of the problems with revolutionary France.
Yeah, let
But
them
it's
eat
objectively
rye.
hilarious.
I really like Les Mis. It's oddly, like, fun and easy to sing, considering it's such an intense musical.
Yeah.
But, I don't know, I guess it's a lot of, like, stepwise motion and just not too complicated.
Yeah, it's over dramatic, but it's not complex, and that kind of makes it really
Yeah.
fun. Because the theater space is a place for over dramatic, but sometimes complex can really bog it down, so it works really well.
Yeah. But if they're asking you about the movie version,
No
Stop
comment, didn't see
letting
it.
Tom Hooper direct movie musicals.
the
Ugh.
thing is, I haven't seen the Les musical, but I have watched a lot of the songs from it, and it's like, some of these are good. Eponine is a straight up banger in that. She's really good. Apparently because that actress like played her in the stage
Okay,
version a couple
hold on.
times.
Here we see the source of our endless problems.
Oh.
Yeah.
I can certainly let none pass.
They can hear the noise.
They can?
They can hear the game audio.
Yeah.
Yeah, he speaks.
Oh, yeah, fair.
Ah.
He speaks in, like, gibberish language, but... Yeah. So,
Fair
that
Okay.
red ball of evil will relentlessly chase after us until it catches us
Yay!
and kills us.
Or until you
Okay,
kill
so I'm
it.
thinking. I feel like a lot of the names of these characters are derived from folkloric sources. Like Nemu is straight up the name of the woman who imprisoned Merlin in the tree.
Any snake association?
Not that I know of,
Okay.
but Arthurian folklore is a huge mess, so
Yeah.
possibly. Cernos makes me feel like this is based on Cernunnos, that possibly not real Celtic god of the hunt that's usually portrayed as a humanoid figure with antlers, even though it's probably not real and it seems to be based on a scratched up cave painting that probably never had antlers in the first place.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, this is derived from folklore, not like confirmed to be real mythology.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, this is a deer, and a very angry deer, so.
Yeah, the horns, the antlers made me think that it was a purposeful reference.
Cleo, stop it.
Cleo, do you need to go to jail? We'll do it.
She got put in jail during one of the podcasts the other week because she kept stealing a bow off of a Christmas gift. And the thing is, what she'll do sometimes when she wants to be bad is when Blue's recording a podcast with Cyan, or with the Red and Indigo. I am Cyan.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, you are.
Or are you?
Am I? With Red and Indigo. What she'll do
Yes.
is she'll run in there.
Cleo, go take a nap. Quit stepping on my keys. Cleo, you're gonna kill the stream.
I
It
am
is way
begging
too
you guys
easy
to
for your
keep
tiny
Cleo
paws
off
to
the
control
keyboard.
Q.
Please.
Send Cleo to jail, and then we can repurpose the donation as her bail fund.
Oh my god.
For 5K, we will let Cleo out of.
We will give Cleo one phone call.
At 7, we give her salam.
Cyan is the imposter. I am the imposter. Anyway,
Be Freaky Friday, you know? We decided that we wanted to change lives for just one day, and then we spun around, the light switch went all crazy like they do in that Community scene. I've been rewatching Community. I don't know if anyone has seen
It's
it
good.
recently.
I like Community.
Yeah, those slaps.
I missed it.
Yeah. Someone in chat's asking for who Indigo and Cyan is. I'm
My
Indigo.
wife,
I
sorry.
produced the podcast.
Bro.
And Cyan is Blue's wife.
Wife?
As of
Big-
recently.
Big W.
That's
Yeah.
that's a new innovation.
Yeah.
that me.
It was great. We had a wonderful time. Red and Indigo
Yes.
were part of my groomsmaid gang. We had a blast.
Yep. It was so fun. I got to wear a suit. It was amazing. We spent the whole day making penguins of Madagascar jokes.
Everyone
yeah.
wore a
Yes,
suit except for me in this chat.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, we were rocking the James Bond fit. I introduced several other 20-something dudes to the Princess Diaries 2 Royal Engagement fountain scene, which I think is an important part of cinematic history.
Yeah,
but
well,
have not
when
gotten
we were
to
getting
watch
ready,
the
we
rest
were
of the
just
movie.
like watching that scene and making jokes about how the greatest movie of all time is the Princess Diaries 2 Royal
Princess
Engagement.
Diaries 2 Royal Engagement.
Yeah.
Full title, always.
As we understood it, the bridesmaids' room was having like klaxons going off. Like,
No,
people
no,
are
it
here
was
too
fine,
early
it was
and
fine.
too late. And meanwhile, the
So,
the
I
groom's
have
room
been-
No,
just
we
has
were
like
just
the
chill,
channel
except
music
for
going.
apparently like people on my side
Leo,
were
get
not
off the
communicating
keyboard!
stuff well. They were like,
Oh,
they
I'm
were
gonna
like
die.
telling they were
Cleo.
like telling
Both
you
they bribed-
guys like, oh, Cyan's not in her dress yet, which like
Yeah.
is the last thing you do. And my dress was like not one of the ones that takes like forever to put on. Stop it.
Yeah.
Right.
It took like 10
don't wanna
seconds
get
to
anything
put
on
on.
the dress.
So like it was like time for us to leave, and apparently one of them just texted the groomsmate chat like, "Oh, Cyan's not in her dress yet." Like with no
Yeah, we got
other
that.
context.
That was all we had for a while while we were waiting. It was like, well, we won't be here for a while.
Yeah.
And
I've
to be fair, we did also have to do an emergency bus-down drive to pick up all the bouquets. But in
Yes.
terms of like last-minute disasters, that one's pretty tame.
Yeah,
Yeah, and we also figured that out pretty early in the morning.
Yeah,
so,
that was like
Yeah.
that was like a
the
9
advantage.
o'clock
I've been-
development.
yeah. It was
Yeah,
all good.
Yeah.
I've been both a groomsman and a bridesmaid in my time,
It was
and
like
I gotta
pretty
say,
chill. We also
groomsmaid is the way to go.
yeah.
100%. It was so much more relaxing.
Honestly,
than
we
being a
were pretty
bridesmaid.
chill though.
Yeah, definitely. I'm never a bridesmaid, but I did upgrade from flower girl straight to groomsmaid, which I feel like is a serious improvement.
I mean, I upgraded
Oh, run.
from flower girl to bride, so.
Yeah. I think that's the real glow. The Pokemon evolution.
Yes.
Oh.
I was supposed to be a bridesmaid, but that wedding's now in March, so.
Oh, it moved. Okay, there we go.
Yep.
Probably the right move.
This is my
alright.
first friend wedding, which was fun. I've only ever been in family weddings before. I got a
Yeah,
big
same.
Greek and Italian family, so those weddings are always a whole
Yep.
event.
You know, I think it occurs to me we didn't actually mention what we're raising money for with this charity.
I
stream.
mentioned the very beginning, but we can mention it again.
Oh, yes.
Let's do
UNICEF.
it again.
Yeah, UNICEF is in charge of, I think a lot of the COVAX vaccine distribution to other countries, which is of course a huge part of ending the pandemic, is actually making sure that vaccines are freely available to everybody, not just people in like, you know, nice cozy first world nations with the patents in a stranglehold. It's you know, a pandemic doesn't end until everyone can get over it. So we're trying to raise money for vaccine distribution in other countries that don't have as much access to it. You know, this is one of those things where any amount helps, but we are aiming to reach the 10K goal. As mentioned previously, we're going to be matching the first 10,000 in donations. So, you know, everything you donate will be doubled up until that limit. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Charity streams are very difficult to predict. But it's a good cause. I think we're all thoroughly sick of La Covid at this point.
Yeah.
So like, let's just, I mean, you know, I think we're all at this point jabbed and boosted. So like, all right, we got plenty of vaccines.
Did we lose a
Oh,
person?
we lost
Indigo
Indigo.
dropped,
Oh,
that's okay.
no. Indigo hopped into mic chat because it looks like the first of our
Ah.
guests might be on his way in.
Oh, we're getting it
But yes, so, yes, all of us have gotten at this point like 2 or 3 doses each. So it's like, all right, we're good. Let's give everyone else a turn, please.
Yep.
Yeah.
But still stay safe.
Yes.
Stay safe, my friends.
All right, we
Stay
have
safe.
freed the first tower,
Stay in.
and the giant evil ball of red is now far enough over there. So one of the cool mechanics in this game is that you can see where you've been to help you figure out where you need to go. So in lieu of a
Ooh.
map, you can just see, oh, I haven't been over there yet. There's a red blinking thing. Let's go after it. And it's great.
Yep. Yeah, the detective vision, color highlighting, the stuff you still need to unfuck is pretty solid.
Yeah. And just like, look at this. Look at this. This is a painting. Holy crap.
Look at that! Ah! It's definitely a much busier background than I think they've ever done before. Like, Journey
Yeah.
was very purposefully
There's
monochrome.
a lot of visual complexity.
I think it works. And it also helps that they don't have icon clutter, you know?
Yeah,
It's
oh my
not like a
God.
Skyrim situation.
Yeah, there's nothing like just hanging out in your regular field of view.
Friends?
I believe we have
Greetings.
a guest.
I
Yes!
think I am a new guest. Hello.
Yes, you
Hello.
are. Hello. I'm gonna adjust your volume ever so slightly on my end.
Yes.
There
Would
we
you
go.
care to introduce yourself?
Yes.
Yes, hello. I'm Austin. I'm one of the famous Greens. That's probably all you might know about me.
Well,
know what you,
you're the
you
DM
might-
for our upcoming
Yes.
D&D
yes.
podcast, Rolling with
That is
Difficulty.
true.
Please
I am
tell
the DM
us about
for
that.
the upcoming D&D. Oh my
Are we
goodness.
plugging it? We're
What's to
plugging it.
tell?
Plugging it.
Oh, well.
We're here. We got
Okay, so
Austin
nice.
here. We gotta
We're,
go.
We're plugging right off the bat. We're for those of you who don't know, Indigo and Red are 2 of the 4 players in an upcoming actual play, D&D 5th edition. The title of the podcast is Rolling with Difficulty. I'm the DM. This season, if you can call it, we'll see how it all pans out. But this season is all about the adventures of the crew aboard a spell-jamming ship called the Paraspora. Which, so it's all planes hoppy nonsense, high magic, high nonsense language. It's super awesome. I love this.
Yeah, it's very fun.
Yeah.
I've actually never played 5th edition before. I was always a 3.5 bitch, so this is very new to me,
Yeah.
and correspondingly, I am playing the token character who has no idea what's happening at any given time. It's great.
Oh, it's
Enforcement is
fantastic.
acting.
kind of a genius way to
So-
bridge that gap.
Thank you,
Oh,
thank
I'm
you. It was
so
also the
happy.
easiest option.
I'm so happy someone chose like an audience surrogate character because the Planescape is weird, man.
Yeah.
Oh, so weird, yeah.
And I like
Like
the
lots-
correlate that the 3 more experienced 5e players are the denizens of the Planescape, because it sort of like makes a very organic way for us to just like integrate the gameplay and the story. It works out quite nicely.
And it means I didn't need to do my homework of reading up on all the different planes and stuff. In fact, it's good for me to not do that. And also, it would have been really boring, so, win-win.
Cyan pointed out that someone in the chat, Austin, has clocked you from the very first time that you were on one of the streams when we were roommates, and you jumped into an AC Odyssey stream, and we established the canonicity of greens.
So
Wow.
was like,
Oh my
wait,
God.
I remember his voice from when we played AC Odyssey.
Like, that was like
Holy
3 years
crap.
ago, my dudes.
Now that is a person who never confuses me, Cyan, and Indigo's voices.
Hey.
I'm curious to see now, because I think my brother OSP Orange appeared in his stream too. I'd be curious to see if he could tell us apart, because
That would be
notoriously we're always
When we play
voice.
D&D, Austin, I can't tell you two apart. Okay, where
I
the
tried to
hell
do a
is
little
this?
voice, but
Yes.
still goes.
Character voices are so important in D&D to me, but but I also chose to
They're
do a
hugely
character voice
important,
that is
and you don't have to be
impossible.
good at it. And I hope this podcast is an example that you don't have to be good at voices to do one.
You don't.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, there it
well,
is.
there's two different schools of, well, it's not really schools of thought, it's, I guess, it's just like, sometimes if you're listening to someone's vocal performance, you can tell, like, this is a person who does voices, and sometimes you're like, this is a person who, like, acts, and that maybe came off more judgmental than what I mean is, like, someone who does
There was a
voices
third
is, like,
category, Red. There was a third category.
well, what I mean is
Neither.
that someone who does voices is somebody who, like, focuses on changing the fundamental pitch and tone and timbre of their voice to get into different roles, whereas who acts often doesn't change that much about the fundamental sound of their voice, but will still portray different characters through actual emotions that they're, getting across. We were talking about Troy Baker. Troy Baker kind of always sounds kind of the same, but he acts his heart out in every role, so you can always tell the difference between his characters. Travis Wellingham, on the other hand, it depends. Sometimes he does voices, and sometimes he just kind of always sounds a little Travisy. But two different schools of thought, and the same thing applies for D&D, because of course it's ultimately the same skill set. It's like sometimes you do a voice and you act, and sometimes you just sound like you, but you're portraying the character. Anyway.
I think it's fun too. I personally like doing the D&D voices for characters because it helps me differentiate like when I'm just riffing at the table versus when my character is riffing, but also and like getting into character in a way. I feel like it helps. Me and Austin are in a fairly long-running D&D campaign where I don't do a character voice, and I have a lot of trouble playing that character sometimes because I can't differentiate how Indigo would act versus how this is confusing because the character's name is Red. How Red
Yeah. Thanks for
Scarlet
that.
Red, to be precise.
Scarlet Red, Bard extraordinaire.
Oh,
But
yeah.
for rolling with
Endlessly
difficulty, I was like, gotta do a voice because it's audio only. Gotta go all in on it.
To be fair,
Oh, man.
because Blue and I used to be in that campaign as well, although we had to take a back seat due to COVID.
Wedding
because,
and COVID.
yeah,
'cause-
wedding and COVID.
Yeah. We are of the breed who just cannot play like D&D over voice chat. It's just like if I can't see the person's face, I can't like understand the words they're saying. Audio processing issues. Wow. That campaign was
But
extremely fun.
I was gonna say we started that campaign when we were BBs,
Yes,
when we were all
very
still in
seriously.
college. So
Hey.
we've all learned a lot since starting that campaign.
Yeah. Oh my god, so much.
Oh, totally.
We're getting some
two
questions in
things.
chat. Oh, yes.
One, I want to say someone called out the Dabus already. Respect for knowledge of the deep lore. Dabus have come up in the campaign, so if you're looking forward to
Yes.
that. Two, would someone please explain to me what is going on in this game?
Okay. So yes.
The murder deer is self-explanatory.
We'll circle back to D&D, I hope. But
Yeah. So what has happened so far is that the gods of this world have been corrupted, and something on this mystical set of islands and plateaus is deeply wrong, and we, a hunter, are trying to fix it. We have this magical eagle friend who has Cleo, get off of my keyboard. Who has magical
Did
powers.
someone just cuddle already? She clearly just wants attention.
No,
she
she
loves
wants to
turkey.
eat our food.
Cuddle her
Really
upstairs.
respect
Maybe
that
she'll.
we move
So
food.
we are in this magical world. We are trying to basically bring back the light. So we are collecting these light stones. The one that I just got, the little yellow, little deer-shaped token thingy, and then I have to go put it into a tower to activate the tower and cleanse the tower so that the plateau will be free, and then I can free the deer god Ceranos, who is currently in that big red ball, from his curse. Cleo, you're going to jail.
Cleo's going to jail.
Cleo's going to
for
jail.
100 years.
Jail for Cleo.
And but what happened was that big evil ball of red icky badness contains the cursed god, and it's chasing after us because we're a trespasser, and the cursed god's like, no, get out of here. And it can sometimes catch us because it can like bop around the map. In addition to just moving laterally, it can just like teleport and reappear in other places. And
horrifying.
And it caught us as I was spending way too long trying to get that puzzle to work because I forgot how it solved. And our bird gets separated from us because of the storm that it creates. So we have to run around and get back to our bird without getting caught, and we can't move in the light, which is one of the things that we can't do. So we have to like sneak around and get back to our bird, and then we can like clear the storm, and then it's good. And we have to go continue collecting these little light stones. You see one little mark at the bottom. The way we get around the world is mapless, but we see these little red things off in the distance. Those towers we have to put the light stones into. And there are other little red marks that have like secrets and stuff. And we go find the light stones, we put them in the tower, we don't get attacked by the deer god, and we try to have a good time.
Oh, and the corrupted gods were corrupted by a bad guy played by Troy Baker.
Yeah, called the God Slayer.
I did hear, I came in, I was listening, I came about 10 minutes after you started, I think. So I did hear Troy Baker's nonsense, and I did hear Laura Bailey.
Nonsense.
So you just missed all of the plot relevant details that we dropped at the very beginning.
Exactly, yes. I was listening, and then I saw like 6 people mention Hades Towns, and I was like, oh, I gotta get in there.
Oh, we're talking about back to musicals?
Oh,
you know, actually,
Hades
before we circle
Town.
back to musicals, I saw a few
Circle back
questions
to
related to
D&D,
D&D
yeah.
in the chat that I feel like we should drop while we have Austin here.
Okay, dokes.
One question I saw come up a couple times. Austin, is there any fun and funky homebrew rules we're using in Rolling with Difficulty that people might want to know about before they jump into the first episode?
Oh, totally. There's some mainstays. For example, potions are a bonus action. I think that's pretty typical in a lot of people's D&D games now. Just tell us. We have a very fun rule that I love. I would love it more if my bad guys crit more often, and you guys crit less. But we have a fun rule where crits deal, instead of rolling the dice and doubling it, or rolling twice, you roll the damage dice once, and then you add the maximum. So this means that you're always going to get a big hit off of a crit. So far, that has worked out very well for the party, I would say. Especially Vigo's character is quite the blaster.
Yes.
We also have...
yeah.
Go on, Indigo.
You keep
I never play damage dealers, and then this campaign I was like, what if I was a tank? Except I ended up being more of a glass cannon, so it all balanced out.
You keep putting us up against these, like, enemies that have attacks with absolutely horrifying effects if they hit even once, and then you're like, oh, I just can't hit anybody with this. Like, oh no, I'm so sorry.
If anyone can recommend any new dice for me. I roll dramatically in front of the party. That's something I'll get to that, because I'm sure people Also, a slight spoiler, but Red is playing a monk, and I have very, very specific opinions on the monk class, and as a result, her monk does not need to use key points to Step of the Winds, which allows her to take the dash, disengage, or dodge options as a bonus action. She can do that for free, the same way a rogue can do cunning action as a bonus action for free, which is basically the same thing. I've never understood that design choice. You blow through key points so quickly as a monk. It's crazy to me that you have to use it to do that other stuff, but...
Yeah, I run out so fast, and it's like... part of the problem with monks, of course, is that a lot of their really busted abilities are like, you have to roll for them. You know, you can't just automatically do a stunning strike, which means you burn a key point on something that might or might not work. And like, I only have like 5 key points.
Yeah. That's I have thoughts on the stunning strike as well, because whenever I bring up that I think monks are underpowered, people bring up stunning strike, which they're right to. Stunning strike
well,
is very
stunning
good,
strike is
but
stunning strike is a broken ability. It's like way too good when it works. So they tried to balance it by making it not work all the time, but that
way
just
too
means
good
it's like
when it works.
yeah. So do you want to risk using it when you have more reliable options like wear away at the enemy? I don't know. It's only worked for me like once. So
Yeah, it's
On top of that.
it's tough to get off, and you have a great wisdom, by the way.
Can't fly
I
out.
do. Yeah. We've
Which,
all got, I think, at
even
least
so-
one really good stat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, no one has any. We don't have any max 14s, which I've definitely seen. I've been that player where it's like my max stat is a 14. Tough, very tough.
Oh
One
god.
one of my favorite homebrews from the campaign that we played with Noir, one of the greens, is a rule with certain levels of damage where if you do over half of a character's health in a certain hit, you roll a d20 for what kind of injury they'll get. And it can be anything from like, nothing to, you take a point of exhaustion, to things as extreme as one thing that happens almost to me, which was lose an eye.
Oh, God.
I missed it by that much. But yeah, that's an extremely fun. God, I
Horrifying.
cannot get high enough for this. It's an extremely fun set of bonuses, because you can really like knock out a bad guy easily if you can do a big hit on him. But then it turns around and it messes you up too.
Hey, the
Oh,
best
man.
things like that cut both ways, you know. The
Yeah,
best of
exactly.
both ways. I'm reminded by our third player in our group, Noir, that we also have an inspiration rule, which is I award inspirations, which is not a reroll, but instead is the dice whatever the dice size of bard at that level would contribute. So at this level, I think it's a d6. You can earn inspirations either by like having a great idea that I think is cool and in genre. I like to reward people playing in genre and character. Or if you say something really funny.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
they can stack. Is basically the benefit of it being a d6 instead of a reroll. Is you can accumulate them.
I love it when DMs or players being funny. It's how I get most of my XP.
We just
Yeah.
got
Also,
a
hello, Tirzu.
Oh, hello!
Howdy, friends. I didn't want to miss the D&D discussion, so
Oh.
I figured now's the time
Hell
to pop
yes.
in.
Patch, welcome. Please introduce yourself for the folks at home. Oh, this is great. Everybody's pouring in.
All right, yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Patch. I run a channel called Tirzu. It is a wildlife ecology and evolutionary biology channel. And I'm also love D&D and friends with you guys. So yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, we were
Thanks so
just
much. Thanks for having
discussing
me.
homebrew rules, I believe, and the use thereof, and game balance too. So you know.
Excellent. Love that. Have you guys ever had any really broken characters or anything that you had to make a
I
rule
played
to
3.5, so yes.
Okay.
I've had characters that
Yeah.
are broken in the
Wrong way.
like glass cannon broken, where it's like I can do damage, but if you sneeze at me, I die. That's why my character died twice.
Yeah.
Your
Yeah, that's
paladin
kind of
is so funny.
So fragile.
I had to.
Impossible to hit, does intense damage, goes down with one strike.
I stopped
Your
playing.
paladin and my bard had the same hit points for
Yes.
the entirety of the run.
I had
we
the
were
second
playing.
lowest
Wow,
HP of the
that's
party.
embarrassing.
I had a ranger who I similarly stopped playing, but she didn't always hit, but she almost always hit. And when she did hit, she dealt a lot of damage because I could only do one thing, which was shoot things. But when I shot things,
Oh my
I
God.
hit a lot.
Cyan was so dangerous
But
in
the
that
problem
game.
is, our
Oh, truly.
DM introduced a mimic, and I got stuck to a bookshelf, and then I was useless for the entire
Oh.
fight. 'Cause I had weapons that weren't my bow. Like, I had a dagger that I could use with one hand, but I was, like, useless.
Yeah,
Man,
my
just a
first
few weeks
ever
ago, my character almost got his arm ripped off by a mimic. Those
Oh,
things are
no.
the
Oh
worst.
no! Mimics
Mimics.
truly are party killers at any
They do
level.
be like
They
that
just,
sometimes,
They just
yeah.
get you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My
Oh,
first ever
man.
character was a ranger, but I didn't know I was my first time ever playing D&D, and so in my mind I'm like, oh, ranger, monster. I think I would think of as a hunter. I took a lot of things geared towards playing large creatures. And and I fought exclusively with a longsword and did not use a bow. I was not doing max ranger damage. But you know what? I stand by the flavor of that, even if the function was maybe not optimized.
Yeah. No, I think that's cool.
Oh, you can be totally valid that way.
I played 3.5 for years, and 3.5 is the least balanced game in existence. It has templates, and the templates can stack. The only penalty is they give you an effective level of some number higher than your actual level. So for instance, if you play a half celestial, which has racial paladin abilities and a flight speed because of the wings, you're an effective level 4 levels higher than your actual level. And also, it had prestige classes. 5e has sort of tried to get the fun of prestige classes by making classes sort of specialize at like level 3 and onward. So that, you know, you're like a ranger, but then you pick a specific kind of ranger. You're a monk, you pick a specific kind of monk, and they each have different tracks. In 3.5, those were prestige classes, and they had the prerequisite of being level 10 in one of these classes. So I at one point played a rogue, a were-panther rogue, and the were creatures were super busted in 3.5 too, so I already had stupid stats. I hit level 10, and I got a prestige class called Shadow Dancer, which lets you teleport through shadow, and I turned into Nightcrawler. I was impossible to hit, and I got sneak attack damage every time I poured it out of shadow. And rogues, the only thing that balances them is that sneak attack damage is not on every hit, because otherwise it's like an extra 6d6. It was insane and truly hilarious. 5e is a lot more manageable.
For the record, that's the story that I was like, oh, I gotta play with Red. You told me that years ago, and then Indigo pitched this campaign to me as like, I gotta play with Red. I don't know when else I'm gonna get to play with Red. We gotta invite Red.
Aww. Well, thank you.
My favorite thing is playing D&D with new people.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe ever. It's my favorite thing.
Yeah,
So.
it's so fun.
Yeah, table dynamics are fascinating. Like, really, even just changing one player at a table can totally flip how the party interacts with the world and each other. It's so fun to just see how that all comes together.
I'm surprised to hear that you like playing with strangers, or new people, I guess. I don't know if you mean strangers, but like, I don't know, for me it's like such a, I don't know, a vulnerable experience, to, especially if you're doing like any sort of accent that you're not the best at. Like, that's a pretty...
Completely right.
Yeah. It's acting, and that requires a vulnerability.
It's not just acting, it's improv. The scariest kind of acting.
No, you're completely right. Yeah, I don't really play with strangers, and I've been very lucky that I don't think I've ever had any sort of like toxic. That's a very lucky experience.
Yeah.
But yes, usually when I play with new people, it's people that I've met and I've never played with before, or someone I'm very close to knows someone, and so they bring them into the table.
That makes total sense. Yeah.
Yeah. D&D and any kind of just collective improv situation is tricky because, like, there's a level of just sort of base human embarrassment that I think is very common in any situation where you're acting quote-unquote weird. And D&D, like, you know, objectively speaking, it is a goofy thing to do. And there's this base level of like, oh, this feels a little weird. Well, you need a group of people that you at least feel comfortable enough around to, act in their presence. The one acting class I ever took, the first thing they did was like, we are going to break down all those embarrassment barriers. We are going to act as weird as possible around each other for the next 3 hours, and you're all going to be so overloaded you're going to forget what normal is. And I was like, honestly, that's the way to go. It's just an exposure therapy thing. You gotta break through that feeling of like, oh, they're judging me. It's like, it's an acting class. Nobody's gotta like to stand on judging you here.
Exactly. Yeah. That's super necessary. I have seen a few times where like I've had a new friend join a D&D session, and they're just like, actually, I don't think I can do this. This is genuinely too weird for me. And I'm like, oh, okay.
It happens.
Yeah.
It's an adjustment.
It's not for everyone, but
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I will say you guys are already at 3.2 thousand.
Damn.
Congrats.
Which is pretty
Work,
awesome.
everybody.
Nice.
Where did
Yeah.
go?
A reminder,
1 hour
OSP
in.
is matching up to 10,000.
Up to 10,000.
Yep.
So
Yep.
get your donations in, guys. They'll be doubled.
Yeah.
Make us bleed.
Give an impressive whistle.
Make
Those sound terrible.
Red, you mentioned you took one acting class once. I also took one acting class once. When
yeah?
did you take yours? Because mine was like
It
freshman
was
year
a-
of high school.
Oh, it was a summer class in college.
Oh.
I was just kind of, it popped up as an option, and I was like, hey, why the heck not? It was quite fun. I learned a lot. I mean, technically what we do for a living is kind of acting, so I
Yeah.
had,
You guys, I would
experience.
categorize
But
you guys as talent.
yeah, well, thank you. I think it was
You're above the line.
it was the kind of thing where I thought it would be a good idea to have at least a little bit of like formal education on like how does this work, what's going on. It was an odd experience. I don't think there's a way to have an acting class that isn't a sort of odd experience.
Yeah,
I had
that
taken a
sounds
few.
about
I'd done
right.
when I was in like high school. I'd done some improv things, some like sketch comedy things. So I have a little bit of experience in different fields, but only like as much as a high school kid doing an improv camp would have. But it's just different kinds of practice. And do I use improv skills for my everyday work as a historian? No. But
No.
has it been like a step in me becoming more comfortable in being in a performing mode, being on camera? Like, yeah, absolutely. So
I thought you were gonna say also no.
Also no. Yeah, no, skills can stack,
Yes,
but they can also work laterally.
Just
which is
like in
important.
3.5.
Yeah, just in 3.5.
Yeah.
It all circles back.
Synergy.
What? So when I was in the acting class, we just did like a variety of short scenes, but the first one we did was the witches double toil and trouble from the beginning of the Scottish play. What kind of like scenes did they have you guys doing?
It kind of depended. We had a couple that were like, I think there were a couple that the teacher like printed out and handed off, like partner up, and one of you's gonna do this and the other one's gonna do that. But a lot of the time it was like just come in with a monologue from like anywhere, like a movie you like or something like that, and perform it like this. Or there were sometimes where it's like, okay, now you're gonna act you're on a phone call with somebody in front of the whole class. It's just it was cool. Very odd experience. Exposed me to a lot of play I would otherwise have zero interest in watching and still have no interest in watching, but I guess it was educational, so hey, whatever. Weird avant-garde experimental stuff about sad Russian people isn't exactly my idea of entertainment, but that's like 90% of all the stuff they make you watch in a theater class.
Yeah.
Let's see. So I've just done the monastery. Where should I go next? I've got to drop these light stones into those towers. So let's go that way.
Your chat is asking me to give the stats of your bird.
Oh.
And I have to
ravioli.
say,
Fantastic.
yes, ravioli seems like their strength is through the roof if they can carry a
Yeah, if
person.
they can carry a whole human. Yeah.
Maybe you're just very light, we don't know. Ravioli did also come out of the body of a dead god, so who knows how strong he is.
Oh, well, there you go. That tracks.
Yeah.
Constitution
Oh
probably
my!
pretty
Someone
high.
in chat immediately identified what depressing Russian play I watched. I didn't even remember it was Uncle Vanya.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Are you guys ranking the bird?
Tirzi was giving stats.
Bird stats.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out if it's a falcon or a hawk. I think it's a hawk.
Here,
but-
let's get a
Eagle.
closer look.
It's an eagle. It's the
Eagle.
eagle.
Eagle?
mother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, eagle.
Okay, fair.
Yeah,
That's right, I
At
forgot.
least it came
No,
out
I mean,
bad,
it's
yeah.
okay.
I don't know if you saw this patch, but there's a mechanic where you pet your bird to clear off like evil corruption. But there's also a
okay.
mechanic
Oh, yeah.
where you
Totally an
get
eagle.
like the right spot, and it's like, all right, where's the one spot that itches? Gotta find the spot.
There
is,
you
is it
go.
over here? Is it
Oh, it's right over there
yeah,
on the left,
yeah.
right?
Nice.
Is it glowed more, right?
Okay.
Yeah, now that I see it close up, I'm like, oh yeah, this is basically a golden eagle here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you weren't here for the beginning, but
There we go.
yeah, it said the eagle mother earlier.
Yep,
So
makes
there
sense.
you go. Yeah.
I love any character that cannot talk but must still be extremely charismatic and expressive.
Like the eagle.
Which, yeah, like the eagle also explains my perennial crush on Link, but like,
Yep.
This was a whole conversation. This was a conversation on Twitter yesterday.
it was, yeah.
This is also a conversation in the OSP group chat that Cyan and I walked away from.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a classic red and indigo ping pong off each other nonsense, and then blue and cyan like walk out of the room slowly, backing away
Not
with
even
Cleo in their
slowly.
arms.
We tried to participate, and then we're like, nah, they're gone. We're gonna just leave.
We just walk away, and before you even notice, we've been out for 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's not even like backing away slowly. You guys just aren't paying attention.
The conversation did start by discussing speculation for Breath of the Wild 2,
Yes.
where I theorized that Link is going to find Ganon's discarded smartphone and go through his flashbacks that way.
Yeah. Where we also determined that
Love
Breath of
that.
the Wild Zelda has absolutely no meme game because memes are forbidden and TikTok was banned as Gerudo spyware.
Yeah.
But that Zelda's gotten so good at Red. How did you describe it? She's gotten so good at reading Link's facial expressions.
Facial expression, yeah.
That whenever.
And you were like,
Sorry, go ahead.
It was.
oh, well, you like, Link knows that Zelda not getting super ground is like based on him like keeping his composure and still fails.
Yeah, because like Zelda has to try to not chuckle when Rome is giving one of his ridiculous like shouty speeches
goddess
because
magic.
like Link would crack like one eyebrow and Zelda would just lose it. So Link
Yeah.
knows that his duty as the knight who steals the darkness also has to be keeping a straight face. Despite the fact it doesn't talk, that is still impossible.
He quirks a single eyebrow, but Zelda's so in tune with his vibe that she loses
Yeah.
it, and it's just like, oh, Zelda's back in the spring, I guess. Anyway, welcome to the chat. Welcome back, Indigo, and welcome to the chat, Jellopocalypse.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
I just rolled out of bed, so I'm real
Oh
tired.
my god.
You can take a minute.
Yeah.
Dude. It's
Yeah, we'll be here for like another 7 hours.
No,
Like
it's,
3 of
it's
us have only been
okay.
5 hours of sleep.
I thought that I had a thing that would be like a little after now-ish, and I'd be gone for a couple hours, but it got moved till later, so this might be the time I can be
So
here.
we've got you now. Perfect.
Gotcha.
Well, for those of you
Well,
who are not
welcome to the
familiar,
party.
could you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Jello. I have a YouTube channel called Jello Apocalypse. I do the popular thing I do is called So This Is Basically, where I make fun of things in a voice that sounds a little bit wrong. And I also make a show called Epithet Erased, and right now I'm making a book called Epithet Erased.
Nice.
We just finished recording the audiobook for that literally yesterday.
Oh, dang.
And
Nice.
I also do some professional voice acting.
yeah.
My human name is Brendan Blaber, so you might recognize that from an anime.
Nice.
Epithet Erased slaps so hard. I'm really excited for more of it.
Thank you. Yeah,
I-
no, this is the this book is a very good example of my favorite tone, which is, oh, it looks really nice, and then it gets like very emotionally mean in the back half. It's like, oh, gotcha. So-
We're
I
gonna.
feel bad because when the first season came out, I was like, oh my god, this is so good. Actually, I know how much work and time and money this must have taken, but I really want season 2 now. So I was this urge to say it anywhere, but I was definitely internally one of those assholes.
I've been when I was doing stretch goals, because our Kickstarter did like very, very well, unreasonably well for a book.
Ooh.
And I kept adding stretch goals, and I was like tactically making it so most of the stretch goals I wanted were 10K apart from each other, and then like at the end they became exponentially harder, and I was like,
Oh,
I
no.
don't want to animate anything ever again. So
It's like the Crit Roll Kickstarter. They're like, okay, guys, we're out of ideas now. We're done.
Yeah. We're not making actual theme parks, so we don't know what to do with the rest of the money.
Real quick, as we jump into the Eye of the Storm here, we are now we have activated the obelisk, so we can go fight the corrupted soul of Ceranos, the deer adjacent god. So we're doing that right now.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Also, just a quick recap for anyone who's jumped in the past hour. We're raising money for UNICEF.
UNICEF.
Yeah.
And OSP is matching up to the first 10K raised, and we're already at 3.6K. So
Yeah, dang.
Make us
dang,
spend
guys,
money.
Diggity,
make them
guys.
spend money.
Donate.
Please donate.
Hit us where it hurts. The bank account.
We're excited to donate money to help get vaccines where they need to be.
Yep,
So
all kinds of vaccines, because UNICEF is of course working on
COVID
They're
vaccines,
part of the COVAX distribution pipeline. They also do a lot of work with polio, measles, rubella, all kinds of crazy stuff that
MMR.
that a lot of countries haven't had to worry about since the 50s, but a lot of other countries are still dealing with. There are all kinds of pandemics going on around the world in different places. So
Just because we're dealing with COVID doesn't mean other illnesses go away.
exactly.
It's the funny thing about pandemics is that they don't go away just because one place gets okay. That's what makes it a pandemic.
So
So.
please donate it if you can. We'd really appreciate it. And now back to fighting the deer monster.
Back to fighting Cernos.
Yay!
Gotta chase it,
Like
and I gotta shoot it in his weird leg eyes.
the dinosaur
Yes.
deer thing.
Oh. Also,
Dinosaur.
for the guests who have joined, our eagle has a name. Its name is Ravioli.
Yeah.
Very
We were gonna
important.
call it Revellini, but I was overruled.
No, I wanted to
Because
call
he's
it
like a
Bubby.
little Revali. Oh yeah. Just lots of disagreement.
Yes.
It was a contentious
really
eagle
have-
naming process.
Yeah.
I have big old man adjusting his glasses, falling out of bed energy right now. But like, what video game is this?
This is a game called. What is this?
Pathless.
Is this one of the Tic Tacs that these kids are on? No.
Is that the Nintendo?
This is a game called.
Imposter!
This is a game called the Pathless from a studio called Giant Squid. It is part of the team that made the video game Journey. It is the team whose first game was Abzu. And this is basically a game where you are a hunter in a mysterious land where something's gone wrong. It's cloaked in shadow for some reason, and the gods have been corrupted by an evil thing called the God Slayer. Wonder what's up with that. So we gotta fix
No,
it.
there's some right there.
It is an open world exploration game where we run around trying to collect these little light stones to put them in obelisks and fight these corrupted gods and free them from their curses. And here we get first we had the chase, now we have the boss fight. And it's fun.
Yay!
Yeah, I was like
Right.
looking at this. I don't know how much delay is on the YouTube end, just looking at it, but I was like, oh, is this like a Monster Hunter rail shooter? That's really interesting.
For these sections, yeah, it's got like weird. It's not a Shadow of the Colossus
You probably have
thing.
like a 30-second delay, maybe not even.
It's
Yeah,
it-
less than.
It's got some Shadow of the Colossus vibes in places, but it is extremely fun.
Yeah.
Someone
this is-
said
yeah, this
Bubby
is
means
cool.
grandma in Czech. I know that.
Aw.
Yes. Sorry, yes, it does have Shadow of the Colossus or like Monster Hunter something vibes. But
Exquisite vibes.
most of it is kind of like open world.
Yeah, exploration. It's a lot of the game is focused on movement. So as we saw with the chase, you're shooting these little talismans to get speed boosts and run faster. And a lot of the open world traversal is based around trying to run fast through this big open world and chain together momentum and stuff like that. It's an extremely fun method of movement that is, unfortunately, it's so much more fun to play than it is to watch. You have to experience it for yourself because the tactile sensation of like shooting those talismans and the timing of it, it's extremely satisfying to play.
Not sponsored, but Giant Squid.
Not sponsored, but like
Call us.
Just like
the game's like a year old, so I don't think they're still doing press. But like,
But like
hey,
for your next game, call us.
Yeah, I love that you're like, oh, I mean, I'm sure this looks boring, but let me tell you, you guys gotta play this game. When you're done giving money to our lovely charity, you should give money to this game and play it.
Also, it looks very interesting. So like, I'm sure it's more fun to play, but it's also fun to watch.
That's
The
good.
monster design is cool.
The monster designs are extremely
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, I really like this boss fight monster
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, this
Someone
is
said
awesome.
big bionicle energy, which
Oh my god.
Oh no, they're right! Dang it!
Oh,
It's the
no.
feet. It's the feet and the face, because the face is mostly featureless, and the feet are those big Lego claw feet. Oh,
Yep, I can
Bionicle.
see it.
I missed the boat on Bionicle, I think, but I for a bad movie night, Bionicle Mask of Light won the poll somehow. I had to watch that, and I felt like I was being assigned homework.
There's so much
I've heard
lore.
that Bionicle has like 2 really good movies and 1 bad one. I say really good. I mean, unexpectedly good, not like surprise masterpiece. But I've got a friend who's like really into Bionicle. Untitled.
Now, having watched all of them, I have no idea which one is supposedly the good one or not.
Wait,
I didn't
I
even know
think
there
it's
were
probably
movies.
not
I just
Mask
had
of
the
Light.
toy.
guys, no,
Yeah.
this is the dramatic part.
We free
Ooh.
Ceranos from the curse, and then
Yeah,
he
get
turns
him.
into an orange ball, which turns into a blue ball, which turns into
Oh.
water.
Stop spoiling it.
Aw.
Oh yeah, you guys are
We're
slightly
like
still in
better
the
as
explodey
beer.
part.
Yeah.
Ben, yes, absolutely. I'm homebrewing this into a monster in the elemental plane of fire.
Oh no. We spent so much time there.
It's a deer.
It's a fun place.
It's a deer with a tail that looks like a thing you'd put on the end of the stick and swing around your head. Knife.
Yeah,
Spoiler
kinda.
alert.
Yeah, it's the same kind of
Yeah.
tail
You
that.
You should be caught up by now.
I see it now, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's big Princess Mononoke Forest God energy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what we're doing. We're trying to
Alright,
cleanse the
keep it
land
going.
and bring back the light.
Someone said
That's
throw a
what
Pokeball at it.
throw a Pokeball at it. You need to use a Master Ball for these guys. They're big.
I really like the main
Roll.
character.
Someone said quick
design.
use your master.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
She's got a really sleek design.
It's really cool because there's a lot of like fun texture and stuff that like moves and bounces around, and the huntress's hair like kind of goes floopy when she's running. It's a cool design because it's simple. It's 2 colors, but there's a lot of nice depth in there. It's good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Ooh, and the whole environment looks nicer. I was wondering why it was all shadowy and
Yeah.
sad. It was for contrast.
Yeah, one of the cool things that
I
they do is
get
that
it.
the music is entirely gone from this part of the map now because we've cleared it out. So now all we get are the nature sounds, which is kind of fun. Even though I like the music a lot in this game, it's composed by Austin Wintory, composer of Journey, Abzu, Assassin's Creed Syndicate, a whole bunch
Bass
of other ones.
harmonicist extraordinaire.
The bass kazoo. He's the
Kazooist.
bass kazooist credited in this game, which is hilarious.
Oh god.
Yeah.
It's very funny.
Can't believe Giant Squid took a leap on their up-and-coming bass kazooist, Austin
4K.
Wintory. 4K,
4K.
yo! We got
Yeah.
good resolution
Yo.
now.
I think
else?
I think the Journey soundtrack he did, which is fucking incredible,
It's great.
Oh, it's so
is
good.
I think it was like the first video game soundtrack ever nominated for a Grammy award.
Correct. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah. So
It's so good.
it's such a good soundtrack. It's really cool. One of the interesting things is Austin had a very long process of trying to figure out how to compose a soundtrack for an open world game because you can't really time the cues to different parts of the story progression because the player can be anywhere. Like we did the first plateau first, but I can go up to, where is it? You can't really see it from in here. I can go up to the 3rd plateau and do all the boss fights way out of order. So he has to like build the music such that it can adapt to wherever the player chooses to go. He has a video on his channel. It's really cool. One of the things I also want to say, and then I'll let everyone else talk, but the game does a really good job of creating believably sacred spaces. And one of the things that they're doing right here is they're using the interior of the Pantheon in Rome, which is a dome with a hole in the top and these little square kind of coffers cut out. It's just completely, not necessarily copy pasting, but it's emulating that exact look for the sake of creating a place that's clearly like a space that is sacred to the god Ceranos. So it's just ripping out some really cool Greco-Roman architecture and employing it to great effect here, and it looks cool as hell. It's a good dome.
Hell yeah.
That is really cool.
They rewarded your victory dome.
All right, now I'll be silent for the next 5 minutes.
Play
I
your
mean,
silly
you've sold me
game.
on this game.
Perfect.
Yeah. I mean, it's so pretty. This studio is really good at making like games that are really self-contained, cathartic stories where you just kind of like you end up in a weird world and you go through it or you clean it up and then at the end you're like, I mean, it's they just weaponized the hero's journey. They turned it into just like the perfect formula for games. And then they add one really good traversal mechanic and it's like every couple of years we print money.
Woot.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm eating a snack. That's why the camera's not moving. But the scenery is good, so y'all can deal.
I can move us
Yeah.
forward towards the lighty boy.
No, we're good.
Okay.
Nah.
Again,
Oh, also-
apologies to Indigo for the crumpshy noise.
Look, at this point, it's just part of the stream. It's like when Red messes up the end of the podcast outro. Now it's a bit, you know?
Oh,
Now it's
yeah,
become
thanks.
a thing that we just do.
Sorry, you were
Oh, yeah.
saying?
Sorry,
This has nothing to do with anything. I was just gonna say I've bumped elbows with the at least some of the OSP crew before, but I've never actually spoken to Tirzu. Your videos are really great. I just wanted to say that.
Oh, thanks so much. I've seen some
Seconded.
of your So This
Yeah.
Is Basically series as well, and I really like it.
Yeah.
So the
Actually,
appreciation is
oh, man.
mutual.
I know, Blue, you had probably seen Tirzu's videos before.
Oh yeah,
but-
yeah. I wasn't gonna jump out and say it, but like Austin and I used to watch
Yeah, I
your
was gonna
videos
say,
all the time
Austin was
when
the
we
one
were
who
roommates.
introduced me to Tirzu.
Yeah.
So.
Yes.
Because like Austin, this is like kind of your bread and butter. Not to put you two on the spot.
I studied ecology and conservation, and I'm now an environmental educator. So
Whoa, that's super cool. Awesome.
I was in a diner. This would have been years ago. I was in a diner talking to my friends. I was like, "There's this great YouTube channel, very ecology bit, but it's like the whole gimmick is it's like this video game spin on it. Talks in like game terms, super cool." And the person I'm talking to and two other people at the table who I'm not talking to, lost in their own conversation, all simultaneously look at me and say, "Tirzu?"
Whoa. That's awesome,
I'm
man.
not alone.
You've really got the market cornered on ecology and video game terms.
Apparently. Well, there's a few other YouTubers that are kind of coming up and doing something similar.
That's
I don't know if any of you have seen Casual Geographic. He was a
I'm
big
not.
TikToker who finally made the jump to YouTube. And he does it quite well as well.
The big leagues.
That is very cool. It's fun to see other people like jump in to the space that we've been in for like so long and put a new spin on it, because like, you know, we've been doing our thing, like our you know, all of our formats are pretty much like refined to the point of like, it's like, here it is, this is like you know, these are the kind of things that we do.
Yep.
And Ravioli was just standing on nothing.
Yay!
I think they didn't put the
body.
yeah, they didn't put the body object in the game.
Found a glitch.
Oop.
Yeah.
But it's cool to see other people like, you know, jump into a field that has had, you know, a certain cast in it for so long, and, you know, shake it up and do something cool and different. There are a lot of new like history and literature channels coming in that have just been doing some really great work, and it's exciting to see how everyone puts their unique little spin on it.
Yeah. The YouTube meta continues to evolve too.
Good.
Just as animals do.
Yeah.
Oy.
Oh man.
When a couple weeks ago, I did a handful of different like name that theme tune streams where I gathered like collectively over like 900 different songs and edited them down to like, here's 20 seconds or whatever. And there were a couple different categories, so obviously like cartoon and anime or whatever, because most of the people doing it were voice actors, so that was their space.
Oh, yeah.
But I had a like other and live action category, which included internet shit and like random shit. And I did the I literally always forget the name of this, but it's to me it's the epitome of teacher wheeling out the big bulky TV.
Are you talking about the eyewitness theme?
The
gotta
eyewitness
talk about
theme,
that.
and
The eyewitness.
I did that one, and everyone recognizes it, and they're like, "What is this called?" And someone got it. I was like, "Yes, eyewitness. That's correct." Would have also accepted Tirzu.
Yeah, I've heard that. It's apparently it's like a sound that's kind of starting to show up on TikTok as just like
Yes,
a sound people are
yes.
putting to their videos, and I keep getting tagged in these saying like, "Isn't this your theme?" And I'm like, "No, I did kind of steal it from this old documentary series." It's composed
Oh,
by Guy
God.
Michael Moore, for anyone who is interested. Shout out to him.
Old
There's, like-
documentary series. Really. I feel like
There are a couple TikTok
Indigo's
audios that
gonna
I
die.
occasionally. I don't really get TikTok. I thought it was a generation gap thing, but I'm starting to learn that it has nothing to do with age. It's clearly just like some people get it, some people
Yeah,
don't.
I also
But-
don't get it.
Yeah,
It's just
but
like
there's a
short
couple
videos.
snippets of
I
like
get it.
audio
Blue
from
does not
our
for some reason.
stuff. Yeah. I gotta say, I think there's a lot of cool stuff on it. I
there
really like
is.
that sort of. I like the fact that there's a lot of people who just like go in full cosplay and then like make videos. I mean, it's such a cool concept. There's no reason that can't exist on other video platforms. It's a thing on TikTok now, and I think it's really cool. All the sort of, duetting to make songs more complicated thing, that's cool. But there's a couple audios on TikTok that got taken from our videos that people lip sync to. I don't understand the appeal of that.
The one that I
It's
know
not
is
even like songs.
it's Atalanta is the one that I remember seeing.
Yeah!
Yeah.
They just use the intro, like my intro to Atalanta, and they just lip sync to me talking, and I'm like, I don't understand what's happening.
My favorite
Yeah,
part
that
is
side of
that
TikTok I don't
it's
really
like
understand
TikTok
either. It
audio.
is interesting.
Occasionally, I try to
TikTok?
explain a TikTok to Blue, and like, we are not far apart in age. We are about.
We were born in the same year.
We're about like 8 months apart in age, and like he'll be like, I don't get it. I'm like, it's just this. And he'll be like, I don't get it. I'm like,
It's like it's a tiny dog. What's the
yeah,
joke?
I'm like, no, see, get it? She's talking about like a tiny dog, and he's like,
No.
he's like, is it like a person? Like, is this a lot? No, I'm like, no, it's like a skit. And he's like, why? And I'm like, it's
your
just
friends?
a skit.
Are they actually harassing a store employee? No, they're talking to themselves. Oh, they're goleming. Okay.
I'm like, never mind,
Yeah.
it's fine.
I feel like what keeps me coming back to TikTok as the token young person here is
I mean,
that,
you and I are also not that far apart in age. I
Wait,
think
how
you and
young
I are
are
actually
people?
closer in age. No, you're not.
I'm just as curious to the answer to that question, Brennan.
Good.
'Cause I'm
I-
27. Where do I sit in the age range here?
Indigo, I think you're
like-
23, right?
I'm
getting
23, which makes me the youngest.
I
think
just
of
Right.
turned
current.
25 this month.
Yeah, the rest of us are
I was
25.
24
25
until
as well.
this month.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't like that I've had 2 birthdays in quarantine. I
Yeah,
don't
dude.
like
Me
that I
either,
was
yeah.
23 when this started.
Not great.
No.
Brendan, we're the same age.
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say
Ah.
it's been a long time since I've been the oldest person in like a call for any reason. So I have never I feel old. I've never understood the like Instagram, Snapchat things because I've worked from home since I got out of college, and there's like nothing in my life to like film and be like, here's my video tweet equivalent. So like those websites, I'm just like, this I don't get at all. But TikTok, I'm like, these are funny. This is literally just Vine again with an additional duet feature. I'm okay with this. This is the only, TikTok is the only social media where I'm like, I don't feel like I'm getting older looking at this. I
Listen,
mostly understand it.
Instagram is just easier than Facebook for me to post pictures of baked goods and food that I make.
I like Instagram because people are nicer than on Twitter. I just post cat pictures and it's great. I have a fun time.
I can't imagine a place on Earth where people are meaner than Twitter.
You guys
That's
get
very
so
true.
reticent to get an Instagram too, and then I'm like, but you can post cats.
Yeah, that's what did it.
And then
Yeah.
and now
I
like
like
Red posts
Twitter.
the moon and you post cats, and it's great.
Yes, your
I like pictures of
Instagram
space.
is incredibly consistent.
Yeah. I like Twitter only
Twitter is
because
perfect
every
for
once in a
you.
while yeah, it's great because I will get a thought in my head that demands to be put into the world, and it'll just itch at the inside of my skull until I put it somewhere. But I can just put it on Twitter and then forget about it. It's perfect for me.
Yeah, the
But,
thing is,
Forget about it
Instagram,
until
like-
someone drags it up like
Yeah.
3 years later, and it's like, oops,
Yeah.
it's problematic.
Yeah, that's the reason I don't use Twitter,
Yeah.
is because my thoughts are just like not useful to be put into the world. It's like I'll be
Yeah,
like,
it's like risk reward is like
Well, neither are
heavily,
mine, but,
heavily
you know.
skewed.
yeah, no, but like your thoughts at least make sense.
Oh,
My
well,
thoughts
thank
are
you.
just like at 2 a.m. beet juice, and I'm like, that's very important. And it's like, yeah, but like I don't need to tweet that.
Yeah, I see the general energy of
People
like
must know.
People
I
must
see the
know
general
about
energy
beet
of
juice.
people responding to like anything on the OSP Twitter. I'm like, what a nice it like there's a couple and it's always like education based content
Yeah.
creators who have like really lovely followings where it's like you guys and if you ever scroll down in the comments on any like extra history video, it's just like, what an
Oh,
interesting
yeah.
thing. Here's what I know about this topic too. This is really interesting. I hope we cover this character, this person a little more. And It's just like, God, I wish that were me.
Yeah, honestly,
I-
our comment section is so nice. I have no idea how it happened. It's just like we've occasionally gotten like incursions from other fan bases, and the tone is so different. I'm like, wow, we are so lucky.
I literally, oh God, it must have been like 5 years ago now. On Thanksgiving break, this is gonna get a little crass by the end, but
Oh, boy.
on Thanksgiving break, I at some point in college, I was like, I'll make a video because like I want to have more people like do voices with me, especially like other creators who aren't even necessarily voice like this is the type of thing that I would like reach out to you guys if I was gonna do it again, but I would never do this again if you put a gun to my head.
Oh God,
No.
Well, I was like,
Okay.
I'm gonna read through
Can't
the
wait for
comments.
this story.
Mm.
I'm gonna read through the comments on
Oh.
YouTube videos,
No.
and I'll pick out like the weirdest, most awful ones and have people read them, and it will be funny. And I've got 3 videos of that, and they're not like they're pretty funny, but you think the problem would be so I basically spent a week straight sitting and reading YouTube comments, and you think the problem would be just like people being mean to me, but like no, it's just the raw mediocrity of humanity laid bare at your feet. And I was like, man, if there is something that can turn you into a JRPG villain, it is reading 150,000 YouTube comments. And someone, when I got back to college, someone was like, "How was your break?" And I was like, "I spent 7 days straight curating and reading YouTube comments, and I think it would have been significantly healthier for my soul if I had lied on the floor in a basement
Yeah,
masturbating
probably.
for 7 days straight."
Yeah, that's a straight up cognitive hazard.
Let's bring it back.
So anyway, someone said,
I agree
that
though
was
that
the-
like
I wanted to quote my past self, and that is
Yeah.
what I said. So that's the
Yeah.
crass ending.
you
someone
certainly
did,
got there.
Someone did point out that Xbox Live chat is probably worse than
Oh,
Twitter.
oh my God, Xbox Live is so
Yeah.
bad. Like those, I only got secondhand Xbox Live, and then we should probably get off this train. But I only ever got secondhand Xbox Live, and I mostly see it through like when I watch Video Game Donkey playing games, and he just has
Exactly.
like he lets people have their mic on and just like records the awful things they say. Oh my God, how did
Yeah.
humanity
I
ever get
played
this
League.
far?
I played League of Legends for 1 week, so I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Would not recommend. Do Arcane though.
Yes,
I don't know
the
how
best,
this is
the best
for
review for Arcane
you
is
guys.
it's a great show. Don't watch don't play League of
Don't
Legends
play-
because
Yeah, I
it's
had to make that choice this month
Yeah.
as well to
Ugh.
not delve into League of Legends after loving Arcane. But I'm curious
Yeah.
how you guys think about this, because for me it's with YouTube comments, it's not the ones that are like deliberately rude or just like overtly negative that affect me. It's the ones where someone thinks they're being nice but are
Oh.
actually being like really disrespectful and
The
not
presumptive
self-aware.
ones.
Yeah, it's like
Ah.
some of the ones that really get me are like, "Are you okay? You sound really off this week." Like those kinds of
Whoa.
ones. Like, so like I had someone DM me a while ago, like saying, like, "Hey, you sound like super depressed. Like, just so you know, I'm here for you." And I like thought it was totally
Oh,
fine. And I was like, "What's like? This is very thoughtful, I suppose, but it's also like, how? I don't know how to feel about this because like I don't know. I didn't realize I was giving you the impression that I was horribly like depressed or
That's
something."
soul hurting,
We've
yeah.
definitely gotten some of those. I can't like conjure any to mind, but no,
Yeah.
we've certainly
Yeah.
been there.
We've gotten some that are like, this is less of a problem with the videos and more something that pops up on my comics sometimes. I will get constructive criticism, and it's like,
Oh, yeah.
oh no. It's like, I get it. I am of the opinion that, you know, every form of media should be able to be criticized and analyzed, and, you know, I think that unpacking that stuff is a really good idea. But I don't DM the creators of the shows I talk about to be like, I think that Leverage is pretty good, but I think it'd been better if you did this for season 5. Like, what? Who do I think I am doing something like that? No, I analyze it and I put the analysis out in the world for people to look at. But like, I got one person who like copy, and Blue will know this because they kept coming through like official channels for the channel to try and get me to read this monolith comment that was like 8 paragraphs. Several of them were critiques of things that had already happened in the comic that they hadn't read, and several of them were suggestions for future things. And like, they messaged it to us, they posted it on our Patreon, they tried to comment it like 8 times, they sent it to me in a Tumblr ask, and I was like, stop spamming me. And they were like, how rude, I even paid your Patreon. And I'm like, to spam me?
Yeah, like it doesn't make it okay.
People who are like, I supported you. How dare you not listen to me in this thing? It's like, I appreciate that you like my stuff, but like that's not like a free ticket to knock on the door to my house.
I do think while we're here, it's important to remember that the vast majority, over 99% of our audiences, are wonderful. It is just those ones that have a disproportionate effect of sticking out. I don't want anyone to get the impression that we're like, our audience is dumb and rude. No, certainly not.
No, we love you guys.
Sometimes it's important to just say it, though. Yeah. Like, we do love all of you, but like, hey, like, sometimes manners. Real quick.
Our comments section. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
This is I don't know if anyone was watching the text, but this is the prison where someone named the Pathfinder was being held, and a bunch of people died actually, that was the last building. Okay, the last building was the prison where the Pathfinder was being held, and this is a different place. But then a bunch of people died to break him out. Okay, continue.
Nice.
All right, so now
we're on
we
the
have
subject of
2 important named characters. Go ahead.
Yes. Sorry, while we're on the subject of chat, I feel like I owe our fan base an apology for the last detailed diatribe movie showdown, because I mispronounced the name of an English town, and I saw quite a few comments about that.
Oh, come on.
No, it was completely correct. I said Norwich instead of Norwich. That's on me. I will mispronounce everything all the time. But this one was not a Discord name, and therefore I feel a little bit bad about it.
If you're ever feeling down, I would recommend going onto Google Maps and looking at random town names in like the English countryside. Extremely funny.
I saw a TikTok about where a guy was just reading names of places in Pennsylvania as though they were fantasy locations. Yes. So I don't know how much I don't know how much leverage my home state has versus like English town names.
Your home state has Conshohocken.
Conshohocken.
It's got an IKEA. There's an IKEA in Conshohocken.
There's an IKEA in Conshohocken. There's also a butcher in Conshohocken that was a front for the mob that got shut down a while ago. But he did great work.
It was a good butcher.
You know how it goes. Yeah,
all the mob fronts are good. Otherwise, they get busted. I get genuinely mad when there are real places in the world that have really cool names but are actually boring. It's like the Black Forest, Death Valley, the Netherlands. Like those are just places.
Yeah, I was gonna say Death Valley is solid.
Swerve with that
like the best place on Earth for like astronomy.
Yeah, seriously, the Netherlands was a bit of a swerve.
But think of the name, the Netherlands. If you put that in a fantasy novel, it's like, oh, I bet a lot of fucked up shit goes in down there. It's just a place where polite people live.
In the Netherlands.
The fucked up shit is bicycling, apparently.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Also, here we go. This is a statue of the Godslayer. Wonder how that got there. Wild.
No, be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Someone asked if people know how to pronounce Schuylkill.
Schuylkill? Like the river or the road? Because they're both.
Yeah.
It's both.
Schuylkill. Yeah.
That is not how I would guess.
The answer is no, I don't know how to pronounce it.
I would have pronounced it better, but there's food in my mouth. Schuylkill.
Yeah, is that how you pronounce it? Is it Schuylkill?
Yeah.
It's Schuylkill. Yeah.
God, that's
you can either you drive next to the Schuylkill River on the Schuylkill Expressway.
There's also a Schuylkill Mountain, but it's not really a mountain. It's more of a hill.
Yeah.
I just had to do the thing at the end of the audiobook where it's like, here's the name of all the cast people, blah blah blah. Thank you for listening to my audiobook. And I was like, yep, I've directed everyone here, and I've met most of them, but then I realized like half of them I've never heard their name pronounced out loud, and I was like, because I am people will say like, oh, sorry, I'm bad with names. Like, no, something is mentally wrong with me level bad at names. And if you give me a visual, I can remember something forever. But like, you literally might as well, like, I had 2 art history courses in college, and one of them was this excellent African and Islamic art history course that I actually took an extra follow-up on because it was awesome. But that one, the teacher was like, you don't need to remember the names of anything. You don't need to remember the dates. I don't care. Remember the impact of art movements and what the representation of the different forms means. I'm like, oh, you're a good teacher. Hooray. And then the other one I took, because I was a graphic design major, was just history of graphic design. And it was literally all memorize every person who made everything and every year of each piece. I'm like, oh, you're terrible at this.
I took an animal behavior class when I was in college, and the tests were rote memorization, much in that respect, where you had to, there were like 12 papers you had to know, and 4 of them would be on the test, and you had to completely recreate the graphs and figures from those papers, including like the numbers and the placement of data points and stuff like that.
I think that falls under the category
If
of like
you've
cruel
ever
and
seen a
unusual
scientific
punishment.
paper.
Yeah.
Oh, it was truly insane. It left not a great review.
Yeah.
That's a bummer because
Oh,
it sounds
man.
like the title of the class sounded really interesting. So
Oh, there was tons of interesting stuff in it. The testing was just not.
yeah.
I had a couple bad classes, but most of those teachers really didn't want to like have bad tests. They were just bad at teaching for various reasons. I had one where the teacher seemed like a totally sweet guy. It was like a climate science class. I was very interested because it was about the weather. I think the weather is interesting, but it turned out to be one of those physics for poets classes where like everyone has to take a science class. This is the class to take if you're not at all a science major. So it was very much designed, and I was kind of disappointed because, you know, I was like, oh, I wanted to learn something interesting, but this is basically just here's a textbook, have fun. Because the teacher seemed sweet, but he never faced away from the chalkboard when talking in a massive atrium hall. So he was just talking into the board in this huge echoey room, and he had an extremely thick accent. So I just couldn't understand a single goddamn thing he said that entire quarter. The first test he tested, the average score was apparently a 60. And his solution to this for the final was he added a 20-point extra credit question, told us what it was in advance, and told us the page of the textbook to find the answer. Which successfully brought the average score up to 80 for the second one.
Nice.
Oh.
I will
Modern
say,
problems require modern solutions.
my worst
Yeah,
test,
yeah.
and Red, I think you might have heard this because I think I said it on Tim's stream recently.
Maybe.
But the worst one that I have taken was a class that was Intro to Medical Imaging, because, fun fact, I studied biomedical engineering, even though I no longer work as a biomedical engineer, although I still work in similar-ish field.
Woohoo.
But, so, Intro to Medical Imaging, the teacher, for his midterm and final, took PowerPoints that he gave during the class and removed words from the PowerPoints, and you had to fill in the words. This is a graduate-level medical imaging course.
No.
Yeah.
Graduate level. And if you got the word slightly wrong, he didn't give you credit. It didn't matter if you got, like, the, like, spirit of the word right. It had to be the correct word from his PowerPoint.
That's
That
just a great way
really
to
feels like
discourage
that-
students.
Yeah.
Yeah, that feels like that's a teacher who doesn't want to actually be like they're just there for like the grant money and the being able to write papers, and then they're
Yeah.
like, you have to teach a class once a year. It's like, all right, I'm gonna make you wish you hadn't told me to do that.
It's like you can be in high school, you can be our football coach, but you need to teach math or something too.
Yes, except for-
Fine.
This was graduate school. This was for a
Fine.
master's degree.
There was this in my I tried to take this class and I never got to, but there was this class that was honest to God. The course listing was and I believe it was a meteorology class, but it was called Killer Skies Astro Disasters, and the professor's name was Professor Martin Looney. So it was Professor Astro Disasters taught by Professor Looney.
Please tell me the syllabus shortened it to ass disasters.
No, it was Astro Dis.
Unfortunate.
Aw.
Unfortunate.
Wow.
This This is a little unrelated, but this seems like the right crew of people and also the right audience to pitch this to. Have any of you guys ever watched the channel Crime Pays but Botany
Yes,
Doesn't?
Botany doesn't. Yes,
Yeah.
legendary channel.
Yeah, I was gonna say if anyone's seen it, it's probably Tears.
Yep, you know it.
What's the deal with it? It sounds very
It's
funny.
this dude. It's this like dude, and I'm from Chicago, by the way. And Chicago's. I was about to say Chicago's great. It's not. I hate Chicago, but Chicago accent-wise is great because you can be like one block down and grow up in the exact same place and like have the accent I have, which is just barely Midwest general American. And then next door you can be living to someone who you grew up with that just sounds like this because they're from Chicago. And this dude and he's super like I believe he's self-taught, which is crazy impressive. He's super well versed in botany and just goes around and films himself like going like here's a place, let's look at this, and it like I don't want to quote him because he gets really crass in like a lovely way. Like he'll look at a plant and just go like, oh, look at this beautiful bastard, look at these stamens. And
I just love how he does like the way that he pronounces the taxonomic scientific names of these plants in like the thickest Chicago accent. Oh, this hydrangea. This like amazing.
Hydrangea.
He has the accent of like a dude that you would cast as like a hey, I'm walking here kind of extra in a movie.
Exactly.
And he'll talk like that and then be like, oh, like he'll be talking about just whatever's on his mind and they'll be like, oh, check this out. This is and then bang off like perfect scientific information about this plant, and it's excellent. It's just
man.
Even if you're like not interested in plants, absolutely recommend watching at least one video just to listen to this man. He is a delight, just phonetically to hear.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
man.
like imagine if Joey Wheeler from Yu-Gi-Oh had like the most impressive botany PhD you've ever heard.
I sent one of the videos timestamped to my illustrator, who is like really short, and I'm 6'5", I'm a giant, so we make tall and short. Like anytime we have like, there's a picture of a tall thing and a small thing, we just post it to each other. It's like, it's us. And I timestamped one of his videos that I was watching yesterday, edited him with it. I was like, this is me when I see you. And the guy's out in the southern Texas looking at flora, and he finds some like very tiny peyote just like popping up from gravel, and he's just like, oh, look at this little guy here, look at this, it's a tiny guy, it's dime sized.
Oh no. I gotta say, the internet has given me unparalleled access to absolutely bizarre people who are really good at what they do, and
Right?
there's nothing I like more than watching those people thrive. Oh god, I want to make sure I get the channel right, so I'm gonna look up who they are real quick.
While she does that, I just want to clarify because I saw someone confused in the chat. I don't mean that I would spell the name wrong and he would dock points for that, my teacher with the fill-in test. I mean, if you wanted the word contrast in a blank and you were to write iodine contrast, which is technically more correct, he would dock points because he wanted contrast, not the specific type of contrast. Even if iodine contrast is the correct type of contrast.
And that's some bullshit.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, that's stupid. The channel is Ali Spagnola. She does she like takes songs and then she breaks them down and she redoes them in the style of different musical artists. And she is the most musically hyper competent person I've ever seen. There was one of the ones, I think she did like Billie Eilish's Bad Guy in the style of like Meg Trainor.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she's just listening to it and she'll just rattle off like, oh yeah, it's in this key, but we're gonna want to put it in this key. And then she's like, you know what I really need for this is baritone sax. And she'll just pull out this sax. She's like, yeah, it's the wrong kind of sax, but it's okay, we'll make it work. And I'm just like, she plays every single instrument. It's nuts. It's like the more I watched, the more I was like, oh my god. Just so
Isn't
good
stuff
at
like
this.
that so
I don't know.
impressive?
There's just a
Yeah.
What's everyone's favorite like thing, like channel to watch to just chill?
Yeah, let's get some recommendations going here.
Matt
always.
Colville, baby.
Matt Colville's great.
Great advice. Just listen to it over and over again until it's burned into your head.
I like listening to if I'm the kind of person who always just like whenever I'm tired, instead of like seeking out new stuff, it's just like time to watch a thing I've seen 1,000 times and
Big
not pay
mood,
attention to it.
Totally.
And for that, I really like I fall asleep to summoning salt videos, just the
That's a great pick.
speed running videos.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, he's excellent.
I watch a lot of.
Yeah.
Lately, we've been watching a lot of speedrunning stuff.
Yeah. Point Crow is fantastic. I think I mentioned him on a couple other streams. Really, really funny videos.
But to fall asleep, probably more Little Curbs.
Little Curbs is great. We were telling Red about this before the stream. Little Curbs does a lot of Mario Maker stuff. Just like scarily good at that game, but is like completely deadpan with his comedy. It's very entertaining to watch.
I've been for just kind of chill videos, I watch a lot of royalty soaps. I have no interest in ever making soaps. She's just I love her charisma. I found her because I got recommended one of those like professional soap maker reacts to those like TikTok hacks or whatever, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. And I was like, oh my god, this woman's energy, adore it. So I've just been watching a lot of her stuff. It's like sort of chipper ASMR. And recently, like last 2 days recently, I've been binging every single Zeltic video I can get my hands on.
Oh, it's so good. It's so
and
good.
I'm blaming Blue for that.
Oh yeah, you should. I'm amazed it took so long since we did the Breath of the Wild detailed diatribe. There was like a 3-month delay, but oh man, Zeltic's videos are so good. The man is so poetic when he talks about Zelda games. It's very satisfying.
It's so fun, and I like some of them. I'm like, I don't know, this might be a stretch, but some of them, like he gets to Evan point 3, and I'm like, why are we still discussing this? You're obviously 100% correct about this theory. Oh man.
Yeah.
Sorry.
On like the like Zelda thing and like how poetic he gets reminded me. I'm also a big fan of God, he just uses his real name and I'm so bad at those. I think it's Noah Cadwell Gervais. He specifically, like, all of his videos are good, but there's this one called a thorough examination of Resident Evil, and it is 7 hours long.
Oh god.
Yes, and
Drop that link.
I will. I have watched that video in full like 5 or 6 or 20 times.
That actually reminds me, Quentin Reviews. He did that 5-hour Victorious video recently that people were talking about. And he's got a lot of other stuff like that. And it's just, I do a lot of work in very long chunks, like late at night. I need stuff playing in the background so that I can stay focused. 5-hour video essays about shows I've never watched are perfect for this. So it's like once I got through all the H-Bomber Guy videos, I was like, well, now I'm doomed. But no, Quentin Reviews came in clutch.
Yeah, there you go.
I watched that Pathologic video of his so many
That
times.
one's really good.
Oh, it's so good.
A little more short form, but if anyone else likes like DIY maker stuff, there's Evan and Caitlin who are a little more mainstream.
They're fun.
But also Peter Brown is really fun
he's
to
great.
watch. He's like super chill vibes. I love watching his stuff. He does a lot of wood turning things, which I just really love. He does a lot of like lathe work. Really cool.
Oh, that's really
I also love his honesty because he's like, we're gonna do some bullshit today and just see what happens, and he's weirdly very scientific about it.
But
which
he's
is very
also
fun.
like, he's got a good amount of chaos energy.
Yeah.
Just love him. Love his stuff. I'm looking through my subscriptions on like my personal channel now, just like going through the list. ABD
illustrates.
ABD illustrates.
illustrates
Sideways. Sideways, who does the like the soundtrack analysis and stuff like that. Speaking of people who are really good at musical stuff, it's funny, you know, when you study music after a while, clearly you just develop an ear for stuff because everyone I know who studied music professionally, they're like, yeah, obviously you can hear that this is the DSE right upside down. And I'm like, obviously. I like to think I've developed a pretty sharp ear over the years, but at this, like, anytime someone starts talking about complex musical stuff, I'm like, I know major from minor.
I used to freelance in college. I would go shoot music videos and studio sessions for like Berklee College of Music students. And the stuff that they would get up to at like 2 in the morning in the studio was incomprehensible to me, but they would just create these amazing sounds. They just mutter off a bunch of musical terms that I did not know because I'm not a music person.
Right.
And then an amazing track would come out of it, or there'd be like a subtle change. And anytime someone is incredibly good at their niche thing, to the point where it basically becomes like magic to anyone who doesn't have that sort of information, is so cool.
Nerdforge.
Yeah.
Nerdforge is
Yeah,
great.
Nerdforge.
Hansi and Martina.
You have to check out Nerdforge if you like DIY stuff. Again.
They made a shell for their new computer that's literally just a medieval house.
Yeah,
It's
they
like,
make,
what?
if you like cosplay, but you're kind of like, what if it could be like functional stuff you could use in your everyday life? You need to check out Nerdforge.
Yeah, they're great.
They're like, they make like cosplay stuff, but they also make like, I don't know, they paint murals, they make like mini stuff that goes in bookshelves. They're just like super cool.
Yeah.
Classic one, but you also got to give a shout out to Jenny Nicholson.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
couldn't listen to anyone else talk about Vampire Diaries.
Gotta respect the
Yeah.
classics.
A show I've never once watched, but
I did these videos, like, I've done like 3,
Oh my god.
actually.
Sorry, someone just dropped $1,000.
Oh
my God.
Gregory
Whoa,
Day.
Wow.
Thank you.
Taking us over the
Surprise.
5,000 mark by a
Wow.
long shot.
Wow, 5.7
Yeah, wow.
thousand. Again, they're matching up to the first 10K,
yeah.
so that's only another 4.3
4.3.
4.3K.
Yeah.
Wow,
got
that's
there.
still a lot. But wow.
Hot diggity.
Nice.
Well, dang.
Wait.
I don't remember what we were saying.
Other
Favorite
YouTube
YouTube channels?
other
Shouting out
channels.
channels.
Yeah.
I have a few.
Yeah, go.
If you like chemistry or would like to watch fun chemical reactions, Nile Red does
Oh,
really
yep.
nice, chill,
Yeah,
long
yeah.
form videos. He's good. I saw a few people in the chat shouting out Joseph Anderson. He also does very long form video game
Joseph
reviews.
Anderson is great.
Yeah, those are excellent.
Guys, Cleo's not actually in jail, by the way. Like,
She's just napping somewhere else.
yeah, no, like
Oh, okay.
I
She's right behind me.
I just
Yeah.
held her for a bunch to keep her off of the food, and now she's just napping on the couch. Like, we didn't actually
Perfect.
let her into jail.
Not on the keyboard.
She wasn't
while
actually
we're-
put in jail, but she's been released. Don't worry.
While we're hyping up channels,
Sorry.
Let's Game It Out. I mean, he
Oh.
doesn't need our hype. He's like 3 times bigger
No,
than
he's-
us now,
yeah.
but Let's Game It Out is so fun. And oh god, what else? Oh right. So I haven't watched most of their stuff. But New
Red.
Frame Plus is 2
Sorry.
hour. What?
Sorry, did you have any other ones? Sorry, before you go on, but did you have any other ones?
Patch?
Any other?
Sorry.
Oh, I mean, I got
Oh!
pages of them. You go ahead.
Sorry. Sorry, I had just interrupted because
The rest
chat
of the
was going
stream will
crazy
just be
about
us plugging other
Cleo
people.
needing to be let go, so I just wanted to know if Patch had any other before I
I
interrupted
see.
him. Sorry.
It depends what people are into. If I'm trying to like, I don't know, learn like history or politics or something, I like JJ McCullough is pretty good. If I want to learn about, or if I want to just be like super chill and watch this guy play like video games, there's this guy who does an Iron Man RuneScape challenge, which is kind of like, if you know what like a Nuzlocke is for Pokemon,
Yeah.
similar
Ah,
to
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
His channel is called Settled, and he does a series called Swampletics. It's super interesting. If I'm like really trying to fall asleep, I like went over productions and Polymatter do like logistics videos, and
Oh, they're
Defunct
great.
Land too. They're all
Oh,
they're
Defunct
great videos.
Land.
Like I'm not saying I
Oh
don't
my
like
goodness.
take anything away either, but they're also
Yeah.
like super chill.
Funkland's
Defunct
Fast
Land
Pass
might be
video.
my favorite YouTube channel.
The Funk
Just
Land
that's-
is
the,
ideal.
Do we have theme park lovers here? Because I'm a huge theme park lover.
Austin has been
not so
unleashed.
much.
I love everything about Defunct Land. Namely, my 2 favorite things are it's wild that guy who his like area of expertise is he's like a research guy, like literally he's like got his master's in researching, like he's just like an archive specialist, which makes a lot of sense. And he but like he does all his own music, and all the graphic design in his videos is him, which is insane because it's
God.
full on professional level and it looks
Yeah.
amazing.
It's a Herculean amount of effort.
And also,
Oh,
I'm like, if anyone follows me on Twitter, I'm like hardcore hates capitalism in all caps is part of my brand. So anytime
caps?
it's great because he's such a good documentary, like a documentarian or whatever the word is, that like I get really invested, but by the nature of the show, everything he talks about is defunct to some degree. So it's like, here's this amazing park or whatever, and I'm like, oh, the artist did such a good job, and it's like, this also cost Disney $100 billion. And I go, yeah.
Yeah.
Every time he's like, this was a really good setup. Enter the liar. And I'm like, ah, it's the guys again. Get out of here. It makes me very invested in things I don't care about under any other circumstances. I have never been to a theme in my life, and I get motion sick easily, and I probably never will. So I'm just like, yeah, tell me the ways they fail.
I would pay like $3,000 for the right to like walk around an empty theme park after close, just to like look at stuff. Like I'd literally just like, because I don't like rides and I hate crowds, so I just want to look at the artistry and the layout design.
You could probably get that experience for cheaper than $3,000, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think they do that.
Urban
like,
Explorers
yeah.
do it for free.
I had a
There's
friend-
that, but
Yeah,
also I
it's the
think
little
it's just a thing
asterisk
they'll
on the end
lease
there.
to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had some
If you're
friends who
interested in
worked.
the placemaking of theme parks, definitely follow Joe Rohde on Instagram or Twitter. He does great he was a former Disney Imagineer, and he has great posts about the history of like placemaking and how it led to theme parks and all of that.
Ooh, from the chat, a few other ones I really like. Vati Vidya, super awesome lore explanation videos about like the Dark Souls FromSoft universe. Amazing stuff. Let's see, Oversimplified is another really good one.
That's good. Oh, I got a shout out. Speaking of games, Game Maker's Toolkit, Mark Brown.
Oh yeah,
excellent content
yeah.
creator who makes like every thing that I've said about game design that sounds halfway smart is one way or another an idea that was spoon-fed to me by Mark Brown.
Yep. Yep.
Oh man, I mentioned the Frame Plus 2-hour video about the animation in Sonic. It is actually the only one of his videos I've watched, but I really liked it, so like I'll just recommend that.
The rest of them are all very good too.
Awesome. I think the guy who makes New Frame Plus is the person who used to make extra credits.
Yes,
That is
that's
correct.
correct.
It's
He, like,
the
has it.
it's the
Dan.
founder
Oh.
of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The and we've mentioned it, but I will explicitly shout out extra credits and extra history.
Yeah, you
specifically
mentioned
is the
extra
one I
history
really like.
earlier. That's a really good channel.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot now, which is great. The two I'd recommend if you want like a very baseline, like this is what these are like, and it's good. The Admiral Yi one is a very good one that's got like just enough of a like turning history into like a story with an arc without actually editing the history. That it's a very interesting watch, and it's like pretty basic. That's a good introduction. Probably my favorite is the South Sea Bubble one, which is just about like 3 dudes making up a fake East India company and lying to all of Great Britain to fake stock market invest in Ponzi scheme Britain out of debt, and then somehow nobody gets arrested.
It's amazing.
That's
My favorite
how
is
that's
one
how Newton
called-
lost all of his savings, was in the South Sea Bubble.
God.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he said, I can predict the motions of the heavens and I cannot do stocks. That's a slight paraphrase,
Understandable.
but that's basically the quote.
I
That's
believe
really
it.
funny.
My favorite extra history is it's one called the Broad Street Pump. It's about
Yeah, that one's great too.
basically the history of epidemiology and when it was first
Ooh.
created as a
They
science.
they have a lot of epidemiology ones that are shockingly good, and they're like,
And
a lot of
shockingly
ones that-
relevant right now too, unfortunately.
I watched all of them like half a year before COVID came out, and I felt so bad because everyone's like, "This will be over in a couple years," and I'm like looking at all those videos. I'm like, not like I'm an expert. This is gonna be 4 years long.
Yeah.
And the
Which,
answer is yes.
Speaking of, if you think that diseases are bad and shouldn't exist, you should donate money to UNICEF, because we're raising money to help fund vaccine drives all around the world with COVID and lots of other stuff. Because COVID is not the only disease. There are actually several of them, in fact.
Yeah.
Just
Who
because
knew?
there's one disease doesn't mean they all other ones go away. So donate.
So
Yeah.
please consider donating.
Oh.
Yeah, it'll help kids all around the world get access to very, very life-saving vaccines.
Yep. I also wanted to shout out Sarah Zed's videos are just always a party, just in terms of like
yes.
long video essays about stuff. Also,
really
just
liked
on
her
that
video about the
note-
chipping controversies.
yeah.
Yes. One
Honestly,
cess, that was a roller coaster to learn about.
Oh my god.
Was not
In the
on the
same
internet
vein-
for those years.
Yeah, no. In the same vein, there's a smaller channel, Izzy's. They do a lot of just kind of like shorter form videos about specific bits of fandom drama and like conventions that went catastrophically off the rails. They've got a really fun bit. Also, they are the second YouTuber I follow who has a lot of good plushes in the back of every shot for some reason, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice.
Twice.
Speaking of, I don't know how I didn't think about this. One of our guests who will be on later, Mr. Max Miller, Tasting History. Wonderful, wonderful channel. If you are interested in food or history, there is so much stuff that he does that is just fascinating to dig into. The history of how very common dishes that we know today came to be the way they are, and digging into the very distant past to see what the Romans ate, the Parthians ate, what people ate in medieval Korea. Like, it's so cool, the scope.
What was that channel name?
Tasting History with Max Miller. The scope of cuisines that he talks about and the histories therein is so fun.
Yeah.
It's very like adorable to hear your interest spike when you're talking about something that's like, listen to this history adjacent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Where are we going? Sarnos, move.
Yeah.
We are currently since
I-
Hold on.
What's up?
Sorry,
Uh,
the donation
go
just
for it.
like spiked significantly. I want to figure out who did that. Someone just donated $200, but we're also at 6.7K already. So like,
Wow.
it was
Wow.
just that person.
Yikes.
Donated
God dang it.
500.
The chat moved so fast.
Oh my gosh.
Oh boy.
But I was going to say real quick, what we're doing right now is that since I went through the effort to get all of the light stones, which we will not do for
Oh,
the
yeah,
whole game because
sure.
that takes time. We did all the bonus
I mean,
stuff.
it's only 1 o'clock.
Well, yeah, but like there's 4 more of these.
Yeah.
If we do all of the bonus things, we get a little thing where we bring back the spirit of Ceranos, and we get to chase him around and then see where he's gonna lead us. But I'm being slow right now. I need to. Go
Yes,
fast.
thank you, Jello, for the $500 donation. Sorry, it took me a hot second to find it, but I was like, oh wait, there it is. There he is. Okay.
I think I'm gonna pop off in a sec, make room for some other guests. So it's been a lot of fun.
Bye.
Thank you so much
Sounds
for
good,
joining.
Overstay my welcome.
And
Thank you.
Patch, where can people find your channel if they'd like to hear more from you?
Oh, there you go. YouTube.com/Tearzoo should get you everything you need, I think.
Fantastic.
Hell
Thank you so much
yeah.
for jumping on and hanging out with us today. It was
Yeah.
utterly
It was a
wonderful.
lot of fun.
Yeah,
Likewise.
thanks for joining in.
Cool. Catch you next time. See ya.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Yep, bye.
Bye.
And Indigo will be back bearing gifts shortly, it would appear.
Also, if it's getting too crowded, I've been on here a long time. I can pop out as well.
Face the superior YouTuber.
Ah!
Yes!
He arrives! Joe Cat,
A
welcome,
challenger has
welcome!
appeared!
I have appeared and I challenged Tearzoo for his seat. Looks like I win by default.
The best way to win.
There's
Yeah.
actually a story of 2 armies who were supposed to meet on the field of battle, and one showed up in the morning and was like, "Ha! They did not dare to face us," and left. And the other army showed up in the afternoon and said, "Ha! They did not dare to face us," and left. So both armies went back home claiming
God.
they won.
All wars
That's
should
basically
resolve
what
this way.
happened here.
Oh, good. Luckily, I hope nothing was waged.
No chips down, thankfully.
No.
Okay,
we
they
are
just
all
wanted. So
here.
they just wanted to fight.
Yeah, I don't remember the actual like where in the world that story was from, but yeah, it was pretty fucking hilarious.
Okay, nothing was wagered. They just both believed they won.
Yeah,
And they just went about their
exactly.
separate ways. No blood spilled.
Whoa. I was not expecting the giant deer skeleton to
Yeah,
show
so
up.
we have chased down the spirit of Ceranos and found a big old deer skull. That's a big deer.
That's what
That's
happens
a chunky boy.
when you find all the spirits. They give you a big ol' skull. Now the spirit energy regenerates naturally over time. It
So-
gives you some extra bonuses.
Which is useful. I wanted to do this one because this one will actually be very helpful for us in the future. If I'm just staying, we get some more spirit energy back. So, yeah. Anyway, Joe Cat, please, for the folks who do not already know you, could you introduce yourself?
Yes, of course. I am Joe Cat. I am, I guess, an animator. I like to call myself that, but it never feels right. I am best well known for my Crap Guide series for Crap Guide to Monster Hunter, Crap Guide to D&D, and now more recently Crap Guide to Final Fantasy XIV. But I also do a bunch of other stuff. More recently, I've been running a D&D campaign that I've been uploading the VODs to YouTube, Belkinus Necro Hunt. It was the first campaign that I made, and it is in its, like, I don't know, like 5th or 6th version, and I've always wanted to show it to a live audience, and I've been able to do that now. I'm also just making miscellaneous other animation things on the side. Like, I don't know, a turtle brushing its shell on a toothbrush.
That
Which
was
is
adorable.
adorable.
And Gabo Ventures. If we had a camera, I'd
Gabo
show my
Ventures.
Gabo off in the other room.
Gabo
Oh,
is
yeah.
But
adorable.
you'll have to trust
It's-
us.
I can't believe it's been like a year since I did a Gabo Ventures episode, but like, I do have plans for it. It's just I've got other priorities right now.
Oh yeah, stuff happens.
Yeah.
But
Gabo
like,
came
yeah.
Time
with
is
me to
real.
get vaccinated. Woo!
Yeah. Gabo has
2021
been
was the
doing his
longest
duty.
week went.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's been doing his duty to be in quarantine.
Someone said in the comments that that the comments are just very excited that Joka is here, but they also just said that we hit 7K, and they're
my
right.
gosh.
So
Hey!
Yeah.
wow.
Crap. 7K in
I
2
took
hours.
a screenie while we were.
This
yeah.
is incredible.
Sorry,
I took a screenshot while we were at 6.k because
Oh, beautiful.
it was nice. But
sorry, not to interrupt you,
Yeah,
Joka.
no.
Very
Congratulations.
excited.
Way to go.
Really?
How's stream been going? You've been going for only like about an hour, almost 2 hours, right?
2:15. So we're still pretty early in the day. Feeling
Okay.
feeling good. Feeling
good?
Feeling energetic. Yeah. It's good because the game that we're playing here, the Pathless, is twofold. One, it's a wonderful game. Threefold. Two, it is a game that is kind of easy to play and turn your brain off and just get into the flow of movement. Three, I've already played it, so I know exactly what I'm doing. Unlike when we were playing Hollow Knight, and I spent an hour and a half on the first Hornet fight, which is like, yeah, sure, it's a hard fight. It's not that hard of a fight.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, an hour and a half on Hornet 1, but
Look,
Yeah.
look.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
no.
that mirrors my experience with that game, I'd say.
yeah.
This game looks neat.
Uh,
I remember seeing it at, I think, an E3, and I was like, oh gosh, is this another Ubisoft game? I mean, I like those and all, but it's just a big open world, but it's like, and then they showed the movement. I'm like, wait,
Wait
this
a
looks
minute.
cool.
It's not
All
a
about the,
Ubisoft
like,
game. Ooh.
yeah, it's not Ubisoft game. Not to be mistaken with games made by Ubisoft. There are two different things, I believe.
Yeah, no, there really is like the platonic ethos of Ubisoft game.
Yes.
All
Not that I
one
have
word,
anything- I like-
G-A-E-M.
Yeah, not that I have anything against Ubisoft game. I like to indulge in a Ubisoft game every now and then.
I mean, I'm also doing like a full playthrough of Assassin's Creed 2, so like I can't really talk too much
Yeah.
shit, but like
The
the
best
new
one,
stuff
I am
is
H2O.
pretty
Yeah, that
bad.
was the last. That was the last good Ubisoft game. So like,
It was
you're
fun.
allowed
The
to like
Pirates
that
one was pretty good. The Pirates one
Yeah,
slapped.
the Black Flag's fun.
Yeah, but anyway,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
no,
know.
this is this is cool
I love
because it's
Assassin's Creed Wind Waker.
Yep, seriously.
Yes.
It's the complete antithesis of Ubisoft game because they give you a world that has a lot of things in it, but it is distinctly not full of junk. They have the restraints to let a lot of the world just be empty space to suit the traversal. So it's not like you need to find a million different chests with a million different, coins and special currencies. And like there are secrets hidden around the world, and there's a lot of lore to go discovering if you're picking over details.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Fire giraffe.
yeah, this is Sorrow, the lizard god, corrupted by the God Slayer to become that ugly motherfucker.
Fire
Oh,
giraffe.
so the
Be a
name is
lizard?
probably just because it's basically a sauropod. So okay, so some of these are folklore and some are just dinosaurs.
That's probably exactly what it is. Also, earlier, the first thing, there was a full-on mammoth skull that we didn't get to see, but we'll see some other stuff. There's some cool megafauna hiding around in the background of this world. That's pretty neat. But,
Gorgeous.
yeah, no, this game is fun because a lot of the middle of the world is just empty space. There's no map. The only way you can see like where you're going and where you've been is where this little blue thing is. So it really encourages you to just learn the world and get comfortable with it and get into the space. It's very Zelda-like in that regard.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I that's one of my problems with a lot of open world games is the convenience has kind of given the convenience of putting things on a map and following the map marker has kind of gotten rid of the sense of exploring the world because you
Absolutely.
just follow the I love Skyrim, but I'll play Skyrim and I'll just follow the ticker on
Yeah.
my compass and
Yep.
not even take in the world. But like
Yep.
that's what what Breath of the Wild did so well is because like that ticker's not there. You have to look for it through
Yeah.
your like phone goggles or whatever.
Yeah, it's all you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like for the
The,
joke
uh,
before you got on, for the last like half hour, I was trying to find one thing and I couldn't just because I just got a little confused. Uh-oh, let's see if I can run away from Sorrow here if I'm gonna be absolutely turbo fucked.
You're gonna be
But the game just, it throws you into the world and it's like, okay, figure out where you're going. And one of the things that's really cool is that this storm that's coming around with Sorrow in it, it forces you to move. So you can't go through the world slowly, just clicking off every little thing individually. It forces you to move around and explore
It
quickly
will
and not
eventually
get.
teleport.
It will eventually teleport, but I'm gonna need to
Go faster than you're going.
go faster
Oh,
than I'm
boy.
going. Yeah.
You know what?
This is quite harrowing, actually.
Oh boy.
On that high note, I think I'm going to step off myself.
Thank you for
Ah,
coming,
adios.
Thank you,
Well,
Austin.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Bye, Austin.
When
This is
and
super
where will your podcast
Hello,
be?
Joe Cat, and bye, Joe Cat.
Oh.
Our podcast, this is an Indigo question typically, but our
Yes.
podcast will be everywhere, is my understanding.
Yeah, the podcast Rolling with Difficulty will be available at all fine podcasting platforms, not limited to, but including Stitcher, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, etc. You can find all of that on our website, which is linked on Twitter and Instagram. And of course, it will premiere January 7th, but the feed is live, so if you want to go and save it on those platforms for when the podcast uploads, you can do
We have a trailer
so
up too,
now.
right?
Yeah, the trailer is in the
Yes.
feed, so
Yes.
if
So
you,
you
if
can
you
go
find the
listen-
trailer,
you can go
you have
listen to a little
found
bit.
the podcast.
And if you liked our voices, come listen to us talk for 4 hours and
Mhm.
have fun. And the nonsense that is Planescape. It's so fun.
Yes.
Woo!
Yes.
Hey,
It's a
thank you for
party.
having me, guys. Goodbye.
Thank
you
so
everyone.
much,
Good
Austin.
luck.
Thank you.
Alright.
Awesome. And we did get free of that. It teleported away, which was
Yeah.
good.
Nice.
Phew. That was pretty harrowing, though.
Yeah,
I
it's
gotta
this
say.
game is great.
One of
I
the-
love this game.
It's a
so
nice way
much.
to yeah, like you said, it's a nice way to promote the player to like learn, all right, this game is about movement.
Yeah.
Start moving.
Yeah, and it's very sink or swim. It's like the bad result from getting caught in the storm is not that bad, but it's enough of a motivation to avoid falling into it that you'll make the player run around, and it forces the player to explore and to not get stuck on one thing. Crawling through the map one little bit at a time. It makes them move.
Yeah.
Also, these are giant ancient bones. This is a mammoth skeleton.
Ooh.
We'll see why that's the case a little later on. But for now, that's just neat.
It occurs to me. Wait, I think earlier we kind of drew a Breath of the Wild comparison, but it's actually kind of startling to me how little this game feels like Breath of the Wild, because, it definitely set a formula that games started following. I mean, Immortals Phoenix Rising is very much just Breath of the Wild, but
Yeah.
ancient Greece.
It's
this
arcadey
game
Breath of the
is not.
Wild.
Yeah, I mean, but the movement, the action, it looks exactly the same.
Mechanically,
Like, if you
like-
squint, you can't tell the difference between the games.
Yeah, if you're
Genshin
switching between the two
Impact.
games, the controls are the same.
I'm literally playing Genshin Impact right now.
No disrespect. No disrespect. But
that was
like
not. I'm not defending.
yeah, no disrespect to Genshin Impact or the people who work on it or the people who play it, but you got to admit it's Breath of
Oh
the
no,
Wild.
they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They went, let's make Breath of the Wild, but like more treasure chesty.
And
Yeah. If anything, I'm happy that Genshin Impact will most likely, because people like to imitate success, it will most likely make more gacha games actual video games.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I had like an 8-hour conversation with my boyfriend the other day about because we're both like game design aficionados, and we were talking about like Genshin versus Honkai, which is their other
Yes.
Nikoya's other gacha, which is like just like a platinum game Bayonetta, like it's just an action fighter. And they were like, and he's like, yeah, no, Genshin is like Breath of the Wild, but they were like a little too like focused on their old shit, and there's a lot of fighting stuff in it. I'm like, yeah, I've been playing Genshin for over a year, and difficulty-wise, in terms of like what the enemies you face are, if I'm gonna use Pokemon levels as a comparison, it's very much like there are enemies from levels 1 to 50, and it feels great when you're playing the game once through, but it's a game designed to be like, it's a gotcha MMO, like you play it every day,
Kind of
basically.
perpetual.
Yeah, and then
It's a
there's
habit.
there's no difficulty from like level 60 to 99, and then there's like this really unfun thing called the
Which is
spiral
where you're going to be
distance
spending a majority of your time.
Would it be
yeah, but
fair
like it
to
doesn't
call...
even really give you any rewards, so it's like, no, I'm not gonna do that. And I was like, every time Genshin's like, what feedback would you like? I'm like, you guys literally have like my favorite exploration, not for exploration's sake, but for like, find all the trinkets we hid for you sake. Like, they're so good at giving you like a million treasure chests, and it doesn't matter what's in them, it's just fun to find them. And I'm like, please,
Right.
you've done like 2 events where you do new areas that are exclusive, or where you just repopulate an area with event treasure chests, and those are so fun. Your game is so fun when you just are like, let's find treasure chests. And I'm looking at this one, and it's like, I actually literally just bought this because this is like my favorite genre of game.
Would it be fair to call Genshin Impact anime gasp of the wild?
The term I've heard is breath of the waifu. It's breath
gasp.
of the waifu.
It's definitely your wallet gasping for air at how it's suffocating under all the
You know what? I have so many issues with Genshin Impact, and like, but I will say, as someone who's played Breath of the Wild for like over 100 hours and played way too much Genshin Impact, I think Genshin Impact is a better game than Breath of the Wild.
Oh, that's a hot take.
And I don't even think it's a hot take. I think it's
No, it
I
is.
think that's a fair,
It is.
No.
I'd say
That's
a
pretty hot.
take.
I would fight to the death on that.
No, not from most people I'd talk to. Because
I'd say
Breath
you
of
need to
the
talk to more
Wild-
people.
Whoa, guys,
Breath of the
guys.
Wild is popular, obviously,
It
and I
is.
like Breath of the Wild, but I will say,
Well, it's a hot
And-
take in this call.
Yeah.
you guys were talking about like all the lore of Breath of the Wild, and I'm like, I
Oh,
side eye
baby.
that, but
I will give you
Okay.
this. I will say Genshin has more room to explore things like deeper lore and story because it's going for longer than Breath of the Wild because it's continually supported. One of those live service games, you know.
That's not even really where my preference for it comes from. I think there's like so much I need to say that I don't want to go all the way into it because I can't be here for 4 hours. So I'm like trying to pare down my argument in my brain.
Right.
In terms of Breath of the Wild has an amazing like it feels great to move around, and I love like the opening and the Great Plateau. But in terms of like actually how the game is structured, there's so many like I literally can't believe they did this issues. Like the fact that yes, after you get off the Great Plateau, you can go anywhere. But what you should do is go to Kakariko Village and bump into the Korok guy 2 or 3 times to get him into the Lost Woods. Otherwise, you will never be able to upgrade anything, idiot, if you went any other direction. Doesn't matter how many Korok seeds you found, because they don't upgrade very intuitively. Also, while I actually don't mind the weapon breaking mechanic at all, actually, there is no unique thing to pick up anywhere in Breath of the Wild.
It's fair. There's no big
The
special
Master
thing.
Sword.
There,
And like don't you get items for from the champion or
There's-
like the
yeah.
champion
You get
descendant?
okay. There's 5 unique items,
Okay,
4 of which break.
I'm
and
just saying.
there's not none, but
the Master Sword functionally is a thing that breaks.
Yeah.
It doesn't stay forever, unfortunately.
the Master Sword. Yeah, no, I played that game knowing the Master Sword worked the way it did, and constantly going and getting everything to get the Master Sword.
Yeah, there
Sorry.
are unique armor items you can get. There's the Hylian shield, and there's specific Majora's Mask. There's some stuff that's like
There's a couple-
amiibo specific, but there's also
I'm
a
not
lot of
counting
stuff that
amiibos or
is.
DLC.
Well, but
But
also
the-
there's a couple.
There's special weapons you get, like the Great Eagle Bow, Scimitar of the Seven. There are some weapons
Yeah,
that are
there's-
like lore
there's the
specific
4
that you can fix up after you get them.
There's the 4 unique weapons. Okay, but like that's not. You realize that's not an actual defense, right? Like Genshin has like 500 weapons. The
Yeah,
the,
I think
the
that's
reason
it's a
it's
matter of
not.
Correction.
scale.
Genshin
I'm
has
not-
6 weapons, and some of them are painted different colors.
Yeah, I'm
No,
a joke
they
on that
all
one.
work differently.
Quality quantity.
So, Chad, how you doing?
Okay,
Just-
let's pivot off. Let's pivot off.
Okay, all right.
I think we've gotten about as much out of this conversation
I am
as we'll
partly,
get.
I am partly being a shit.
Yeah, I
right
think
now.
maybe we should change the topic of conversation on this.
Okay, that's
They're
that's
both
fair.
very pretty girls in very pretty dresses.
I will say, yes, I know I'm very pretty. I will say you don't need to justify your enjoyment or belief that Genshin is better, and you are valid, and I support you, and I hope your waifus
I didn't
are
get
shiny.
to even finish the first bullet point, though.
Oh,
I got
God.
sidetracked by the weapon.
We will
stuff.
link
Can
your video essay in the description.
No, I'm genuinely asking. Can I have like 2 more sentences?
No, of
Okay.
course. Yeah.
So, it's not even just the weapon thing. Like, I remember I got so excited in Breath of the Wild when I found like there's this one Shadow Temple area where there's these unique like, it's dark and you got to do these cool puzzles and they only use it once. I was like, this is really great. And I'm so excited for Breath of the Wild 2 because little ideas like that and oh my god, Hyrule Castle is an incredible dungeon. The idea of a dungeon you can do in any order, that's amazing. But that's like 4% of the game, and there's areas like the I don't remember its name, Akala or something, that's like northeast, and it's just a field, and there's like nothing in it. And Genshin has good areas and bad areas, but like in terms of the raw, like how they scale the ability to explore, I think is a little more. I think it's crafted a little more intelligently than Breath of the Wild in terms of they stole Breath of the Wild's best idea, which is the shrines, and instead made them overworld collectibles, which I like better. Because again, it's more collecting that goes into, like, it's more exploring that rewards you with the ability to explore more because you can climb and run faster. And then up through Dragonspine, which is the game's 3rd area, it's an ice mountain, and they were like, what if we took Breath of the Wild's like cold damage over time mechanic, but you don't have any, like there is no way to wear clothes, to just ignore it. You have to, we have designed an entire massive area around specifically figuring out like fire puzzles to scale the difficulty of exploration, and it works really, really well. And like up through that point of the game, I'm like, this is incredible, I can't wait to see where it goes. And then down point on Genshin, its recent like Japan electricity country, I thought exploration wise was really bad. But like even so, it took me like, I don't know, to 100% to do as much as I did in Breath of the Wild. I'm just talking about exploration. In Genshin, it took me longer in Genshin, and if I didn't buy anything in that time. So if you're just here for exploration, you can have an amazing time in base game Genshin Impact. I have so many problems with the game outside of that. But like, that's why I'm like, grabbing MiHoYo, shaking them. Make an exploration game. You're bad at combat.
Oh man.
I'm just mad because Genshin Impact killed my grandma.
Oh. Oh no.
All my critiques stem from that, and that is my singular motivation.
Of course.
We'll make it. No! Oh, dang it! I got by the storm.
God.
Well, now
That's
you get to watch Storm fights again.
No, bird friend.
Now I get to see Storm
Yeah.
things.
So we are currently in an environment where our bird has been thrown away from us because of the wind.
Our bird's name is Ravioli.
Our bird's name is Ravioli,
this is important
loosely
lore.
inspired by Rivali, and Sorrow with his tall douchebag neck is gonna cause us some trouble.
Ravioli has
Oh god,
been
he's so
yoked.
cool though.
It's okay, chat. Genshin didn't actually kill my grandma. I was quoting the Trolls movie.
That movie is better than it should be.
I haven't watched it.
I hear
I
mixed
probably
things
should.
about it. Yeah.
I watched all the DreamWorks movies in a row for a video, and I was like,
Ooh.
oh god, here comes Trolls, and I was like, oh no, I like this one.
Yeah, I hear it's got its
Oh
moments.
no, it's good.
Yeah.
This is a
That's
part of
how
why
I
I watch
felt.
bad movies, because like
Yeah.
a lot of times people are like, this movie's bad, but really what they mean is this movie's lowbrow. But like, there's a lot of, even in the worst movies, there are good things, there are compelling moments. Why are those skeletons floating? Are they supposed to be doing that?
Yeah, they're not supposed to
Because
be
if
doing
so,
that.
that's really creepy.
They just
Okay.
feel like doing it.
Okay.
Just do that.
Well, it's
just
deeply
chilling.
disturbing.
I feel like I've I feel like I talk about this a lot because I think the bad movie label is too broad and inaccurate to be applied
Yes.
to all bad movies. I think there's really 3 categories of them that you got to operate in, and they all have they'll have value in their own ways. But there's like movies that were critically panned but are actually pretty well made and like just don't appeal to everyone. You know, they're often put under the bad label. There's movies that are like poorly created, but the core story is really good. And they're fun to watch, or they're enjoyable, or you get something out of them, even though technically they might be slacking. And then I feel like there's bad movies that are just technically horrible, and there's just no value in watching them. You don't have a good time with it. It's just an abject lesson in like what not to do. And I feel like lumping all 3 of those under the same label does a disservice to all 3 categories of bad.
It's because we're on the. It's because of the internet hyperbole, right? Is like
yeah.
something is either a 10 out of 10 or it's a 2. You know, there is no in
worst
between.
movie ever made, and it's a crime to watch it and say you like it. Yeah, it's
Man. Anybody who ever says like this is the worst XYZ, I'm like, you need to see more XYZ then.
yeah.
Get a lot of Boss Baby vibes from this worst movie ever made.
I love that tweet.
Guy who's only
people
seen
will like yell at me whenever I'm like, yeah, that was like a 7 or an 8 out of 10, and they're like, what? I'm like, that's good, man.
Yeah.
An 8 is really good.
Okay, so sorry, did the game just confirm that the Pathfinder and the Godslayer are the same guy, or was that just obvious?
Yes,
Yep,
it
they're the
did.
same-
Awesome.
they're the same
Yeah,
guy.
Cool.
he was the Pathfinder, but now for some reason he's got a different name. What's up with that? We'll find out later.
Wacky.
spooky.
But,
Also, we see the top of that mountain's glowing red, so let's check that out.
oh ho ho.
Oh.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, there's a lot of movies where I'm like, at this point it's hard for me to tell whether a movie is quote-unquote bad or good, because I've just gotten so used to being like, I like this part and this part and this part didn't work for me, and I feel like that's probably a healthier way to approach media analysis.
Oh, yeah,
than
absolutely.
trying to-
Absolutely.
because like, I don't know, I've talked about this before. My opinion towards the MCU has gotten worse over time, and I've been kind of meaning to go back and like rewatch from the beginning, you know, start with Iron Man, go through all the good ones, and like, because I've reached the point where I'm like, I can't tell if I liked this because I was 14 or if I liked this because it was actually better and got worse over time.
If you want a viewing buddy, I am the biggest MCU shill, and I continue to be excited about the franchise.
Yeah, I mean, it's had high points. I loved WandaVision. I loved Hawkeye. I can't talk about that because Indigo still hasn't seen it, but that's okay. I loved Shang-Chi. I thought that was really good.
Shang-Chi I
They've
really
been doing
loved.
a lot of cool stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
we
like at
watched
the same
that.
time,
Yeah.
Over Thanksgiving.
yeah.
I liked 2/3.
Phase 4 has to do some pretty serious work to win me over, to be completely honest. Like, they were like, we're gonna have Doctor Strange too, and I'm like, oh, neat. And then WandaVision came out, and I was like, maybe I will watch Doctor Strange
I
too,
think
actually.
something that's really, really fascinating about the MCU is the way that their release strategy has kind of ended up, I think, dampening my hype for them, because in the beginning, Phase 1, they're releasing their movies like they would a comics universe, which makes sense. They're adapting a comics universe to the screen. They're doing individual solo runs that build up to a big team up that is all these familiar characters, right? And I think the movie format works really well for that, because up to that point, you don't need a lot of previous context for any one movie. Maybe you could make an argument that you should watch other movies before the Avengers, but generally, like, every standalone solo introduction film is going to be a standalone film. But as we've gone on, there's just so much previous context required in order to enjoy the story of any given movie that if you are, like I would assume most people on this call are and have seen most of the prior movies, you get a lot out of them, but it's harder and harder to draw new people into it. And it's fascinating to me that they have had so much staying power despite that, but I think that is also starting to turn on them now in like Phase 4, where we see these like mini-series doing really well because there's not quite as much context required to enjoy them, and they have more time to explain things as opposed to the
sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
$500 donation from Fausto Thinnis.
Oh boy.
Whoa.
8.4.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Nice.
Yeah,
You're at
we are
8.4.
keeping
Woo!
up.
Ooh.
Give it up for 8.4.
Woo!
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I think that Shang-Chi was really good. I liked it a lot. I have a problem with the last third of the movie, but that was on personal levels only.
Well,
And,
yeah.
yeah. Well, that's a whole other conversation entirely. But, like, a lot of the group movies, or the continuation movies, I would say, like Infinity War and Endgame, they don't work for me on any level anymore at all. And I think a part of it for me is that so much of the story is not self-contained, and I love a movie that tells a story and is done within that story. And as the MCU has grown, I feel like they do that less and less frequently. Outside of, again, like, the miniseries have done that pretty well. some of these newer introduction movies have done it really well, but the group ensemble cast movies have just, I feel like,
That's
just
totally
tanked
fair.
over time. Yeah.
I think it's like they. Well, people have been clocking this is the problem since like Age of Ultron came out, which
Yeah.
is they at the end of Avengers they were like, that's right, we got the team together. The gang is all like, look at that chemistry, they're so good. And then they never let those people be friends or hang out. It was
Yep.
just
Yeah.
Yeah.
like, one action scene to another, and it's like you have an ensemble cast and you don't let them talk to each other. I mean, look,
It's a
I
disadvantage.
will complain about the MCU. I will not complain that hard because I already have the Avengers story I wanted. It's called Avengers: Earth's Mightiest Heroes. I don't
True.
need
Ooh.
any more
Ooh,
Avengers.
that's always
I'm good. Earth's Mightiest Heroes won me over the minute it was like, you see Hawkeye, you see Hulk, they're gonna be best friends from now on. I was like,
buddy.
fuck yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
think that's a limitation of the medium of movies in general, since
Yes,
they can't do as much as
absolutely.
TV?
Absolutely.
I would think that, except I have seen movies pull off ensemble casts in standalone 2-hour segments.
I
But
don't think
I know
that
it's
the
not as easy,
ensemble
but-
cast is necessarily the issue in the medium, because you can do ensemble movies, but I think the combination of trying to tell a comic book style long-running story over multiple ensemble movies, there's just not enough raw time
Oh
for
my
them to tell
God.
the stories they're trying to tell and do justice to their ensemble casts.
Yep.
A nice donation of $1,500 just took us over our
Whoa,
limit.
welcome
Oh,
Way.
Welcome to 10K, gang.
Hello.
Yeah,
Holy
holy
crap.
crap. Thank you very
Hey,
much.
yo.
Whoever you are, anonymous donor.
Well,
Wow.
guess what, OSP? You
We
guys
need,
gotta
we need to raise the limit.
fork
We need
over
to,
to 10K.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll,
we
I'll
have-
go into our settings real quick.
we have forked
should we
over
set
our
it to-
10K.
Well, you're about
Yeah.
to.
Well, yeah, well,
We
the
will.
deal has been made.
So,
Yeah. The
thank you
contract
all
is
very
Their
much.
eligible bargain has been struck.
I'm
So,
going to go into our
congratulations.
monetization settings and raise the donation to
yeah, you go to-
15?
Yeah, 15. You go
Yeah,
to
15K?
YouTube Giving, and then you edit the event of the drive.
So what
I'm on
should
it.
our 15K stretch goal be? I can
So I
put.
think we were talking about this a little bit before the stream, but we floated the idea of reading some like maybe Shakespearean monologues in fun voices for
Ooh.
for a future stretch goal. I don't know what specific
Do we
one we
want
would
to
want to
save
do.
that for
but
15 or 20?
I think we can put that in for 15 now that we've
Okay.
now that
We
we've
can
done
do
our.
a few
I
of them.
was gonna offer to put Cleo in a sweater.
Oh,
Do
let's
you want to
okay.
do Cleo in a
Yeah.
sweater for 15 and save that for 20
Yeah.
if we make it to 20?
15. Let's have a cute picture of Cleo in a Christmas sweater that we'll post on Twitter and Instagram and stuff. And then after that, we'll see about our some Shakespeare monologues and silly voices.
Yeah.
All right, you
Sounds
heard it
good.
here first, chat. You guys want to see Cleo in a Christmas sweater? You
Make it
guys
happen,
gotta
gang.
get us to 15K. So thank you so much to everyone who already donated. It's still gonna say 10K in there because OSP will be contributing their 10K after the stream, just so that way we
Yeah.
can keep the donation number
Because
consistent.
we've tried to do it like to put large donations into the YouTube Giving, and it breaks. So
It breaks YouTube Giving.
That's
Yeah,
how I got
yeah.
a hold put
Yeah.
on my credit card last time.
Same.
Yeah.
I refreshed it. So if you reload the page, you will see the new 15K goal.
I see
and
it.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So we're good. Anyway, back to the MCU.
Yeah, I will say my 2 cents. First of all, Joe Cat, let's watch Winter Soldier together. But also I think I was like pretty solidly like gung ho on the MCU through Endgame, and I got to the point where it was like, oh, WandaVision, do I want to watch that? Oh, well, I
We
guess
watched
I'll wait
the
until
first
it's
episode.
yeah, because I guess I'll wait until it's done. And then I watch it, and then like the shows were kind of like at the end. Apparently, I can't speak.
No.
Some people didn't like the end of WandaVision. I don't
So
know.
it was just sad.
But it was just sad. It was like, oh, is this a grief
It
drama?
was
I don't think I
very
need this right
sad.
now. But I was like, and then it just kind of fell off the wagon, and I can't like go back to the movies because like plague. So like I'll watch
Right.
Spider-Man when it comes out. And I wanted to watch the Eternals, but then apparently that wasn't great. And like I wanted to see the history, so like I don't know. It's just I feel like I'm now at the point where it's like I'll get to it eventually. Whereas before it was like first
Yeah.
night, let's go. So like
You know
not
what? I
so
think
much anymore.
I think that's the way to go. Honestly, like
Yeah.
I am like a partly apathetic fan because I got everything that I wanted in Endgame, and now I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, I'm done. I'm happy with the MCU. It could go to shit now. It could like have nothing but bad IP after bad IP from here on out, and I wouldn't care because, you know, what it is now is complete, and I feel if there was nothing after Endgame, I would be satisfied. So I guess that's why I'm like, I don't mind any of this stuff because I already got everything that I wanted, and everything else is just kind of icing on the cake.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Or
I think
trash
you're,
that I don't need to pay attention to.
I do.
you are
wanna
not
see,
alone in that.
I do want to see Eternals, but
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
just
I would say,
haven't
like,
gotten around to it.
I think I like a lot of the MCU stuff, and I trash it, but I like it a lot because I'm a huge Marvel nerd. So like this is characters that I really already invested in. But I feel like now I've gotten to a point where I'm like, I'm just gonna cherry pick what stuff I specifically go out of my way to watch, and
Same.
otherwise I'll just get to it when I get to it. You know, like I really wanted to see Shang-Chi. I was really excited for that one. Went and saw it. It was great. A lot of them, like I was really excited for Falcon and Winter Soldier, Hawkeye. I'm working on Red. But like I don't need, you couldn't pay me to care about the Eternals. Like I'm sure it was fine, but I.
But that's the thing, like, the Marvel movies have reached the point where they've recreated perfectly the experience of trying to read the comic these days, where it's like, you read one good run and you're like, this run, I liked that. But then, like, okay, a new writer took over and now it's trash. Or like, I like this one character, but only when they're being written by this one person. Or I like this one arc. It's like, whenever people are like, what's your favorite superhero? Like, well, Nightwing, but only in, like, the Silver Age.
Yeah.
And,
Disco
it's,
Wing
like,
exclusively.
yeah, of course. Only when he's dating Starfire. Doesn't
Yes.
count otherwise. And it's like
Short
it's just
King.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
We have entered the
man.
thirsting
But, like,
after Dick Grayson portion of the stream.
Yeah, but you know that's the thing. It's like the movies have reached the point where there are so many, and like they're all interconnected. So you know, if you only pay attention to one of them, you know, if you haven't watched all the movies and then you watch Shang-Chi, you're like, Shang-Chi's a really good standalone, and then at the end you're like, who are these people? What's happening?
Yeah.
And you watch Eternals and you're like, who are these people? What's happening? You don't need to engage with all of it, but the comics really only make 100% sense if you do all the homework, and the movies have just reached the point where they've recreated that, and I don't necessarily think that's good, but it does lead to the fact that, like, that means that you can just watch the miniseries. Hawkeye is just a really good standalone thing. Like, you don't need to do all your Shang-Chi homework to know why that's good. Like, I don't know if, okay, sorry, show of hands. Am I the only person who's watched it in this chat?
You might be.
No,
Oh,
Hawkeye.
Yes.
You might
Yes.
be.
I
Just
watched
me?
the first
Okay.
episode and I haven't gotten any farther yet because I haven't.
It's quite good. The action is actually remarkably well put together.
What?
Point
Good
where,
action?
Yeah.
In a
Good
Marvel
action.
movie?
Good fight choreography with regular human non-powered characters in a way that successfully illustrates, you know, Hawkeye is a better hand-to-hand fighter than Kate Bishop because he's been at it longer. So like they do a really good job of kind of showing who's the small potato in any given fight scene and like who knows what they're doing and who kind of knows what they're doing. And the characterization doesn't stop when the fight starts. It doesn't switch into fight mode and then suddenly all chat talks. There a lot of people actually know about this in the comics. Clint Barton is deaf or hard of hearing and uses a hearing aid in sign language. And they put that in the show. Basically, they were like, dude, Hawkeye's been
that's
slapped
nice.
around by explosions for like 10 straight movies. He's gone a little bit deaf. And they use that in some very interesting ways. It's a really good show. The ending was everything I wanted it to be. I am really hoping they're going to do a couple things when they get an inevitable continuation, but I'll honestly be okay if they take their time setting that up. And I, for the record, did not watch Black Widow. Black Widow is the thing that feeds directly into this show. I didn't watch it. I didn't mind not having that context. I could figure out what was going on anyway. So.
I did see Black Widow. I actually enjoyed it.
Oh, that's good. I'm just
I
so
thought
salty about it.
I thought it was cute. My siblings said it's not supposed to be cute, but I thought it was cute.
I've heard only good things about the way they portray the sibling dynamic.
It was a very good sibling dynamic. Pretty accurate.
Yeah.
So here we actually get a pretty
Yep.
good look at the world real quick. It's kind of
Oh,
tough
wait,
to see
we're playing
because of
video games,
the
that's right.
snow. Yeah, video
Forgot
games,
about
one of those. This is a Marvel podcast now. So over there we see the realm of Cernos, which we have cleansed. So it's all, not that you can see it through here, but it's all bright and fun. Down there was the little island that we first showed up on, and here is the Redwood Steppe, our second little plateau. And there's a giant ball of evil in our way, so we're gonna have to sneak around a little bit.
Tends to be.
And Sorrow's trying to chase me up the side of this mountain. However, this is ever so slightly too steep for him. So I'll just try to juke around and see if that works. But yeah. I think of
It's going back to something you said a second ago, Red. The like, oh, and the characterization doesn't stop because the fight starts. That's really good, because one of the reasons I like when I was like putting together those like, oh, name that tune things, one of the categories was musicals. I'm like, I like musicals. I can name a bunch of these. And musicals like fight scenes.
Yes.
Both of them, like bad ones are just like, now the thing is happening. Now the action sequence. Now the song. And like, are you gonna use that to show character or advance story? And if the answer is no, your piece of media is bad.
Yeah.
And I like, there's this Jenny Nicholson quote that resonates a little too much with me, where I don't remember what movie she's talking about, but she's like, I feel like an old lady now because I'll be watching a movie, I think it was a Star Wars one, she'll be, and there's this like mid-act, there's always like a mid-act 8 to 10 minute long action sequence, and when it starts, I always just go, welp, here comes noise.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
There's
very
a
funny.
trend in newer movies to leverage special effects over like long shots of just letting action happen, and I think it is only to the detriment of fight choreography, because it is so hard to keep context of space when you are constantly cutting around and making your audience aware of the camera.
I want to say that musical comparison is really good, actually, because
good.
musicals tie everything in with their music. It's like, no, you don't just have a fight scene. You have a fight scene while they're singing about their motivations and why they're fighting. It's like, wow, huh.
Now, Jean, at last, we see each other plain.
Which is
Yeah, so,
why
like-
Princess Bride is one of the best movies, because every fight conveys
Oh, yeah.
meaning.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
there you
I'm
go.
actually
Prince
thinking
Bride
about
also-
this. I used to think it was because the conversation stopped when the fight starts. There are a ton of movies where, like, the minute they switch into fight mode, nobody talks, and it's like definitely that makes it harder, especially in a story where maybe the actors aren't so good at, you know, portraying their characters solely through their physicality. But I've seen movies where like there's minimal talking in the fight scene, and it still really works. And I'm thinking about the first four out of 5 in Shang-Chi. Where, like, a lot of the time there's minimal dialogue, or, like, the dialogue is just there to remind you what the stakes are. Like, oh, Kate's dangling off a building, so she's yelling for help. And, like, it's not like Shang-Chi's talking while he's fighting his way through the ninjas on the side of the skyscraper. God, that movie's good. But then at the end, it's visual noise. At the end, it's two big kaiju fighting each other with 2 little humans clinging to the side. And it's like,
God,
the only moment in there that's the
Shang-Chi
only moment in there that's a character moment is the bit where the sister's like, let me go, and he's like, and it's like, I'm glad they got that out there, but that was just like that was a checkbox they needed to hit on the story, on the character arc checklist, and other than that, everything was fine.
The first 2/3 of Shang-Chi do an amazing job from taking cues from the wuxia and Hong Kong martial arts cinema of the like 80s and 90s, which is some of the best fight choreography you're going to find in any movie anywhere. And then the last fight is a giant Marvel kaiju gray blobness. It should have been a 1v1 Shang-Chi and Hong Kong heartthrob Tony Leung. Yeah.
But
You know what?
Justice.
But I have to tick my box.
Yeah.
You know what movie
We
has
need
surprisingly like really amazing fight scenes? Is again when I was going through that DreamWorks marathon, shocked how cool I thought Kung Fu Panda was.
Oh, Kung Fu Panda's
yeah.
great!
Oh, yeah.
Panda's
Same
great.
thing. It takes cues from the same
coolest.
genre. It takes its cues
Yeah.
from the
Panda
wuxias and the
It's
Hong
a
Kong
good
martial arts
Kung Fu
cinema.
movie.
It's so
And
good.
And in Kung Fu Panda, every character's distinct fight scene is visually, like, you can just tell from the way they move that they have completely distinct visual styles, and that's
Yes.
Which is
incredibly
good
important
because the Furious
yeah.
5 don't have any.
I also feel
No,
like
no, especially not Monkey.
I also feel
The,
like I need to make the reminder. Indigo, what did you study? What did you study?
I was a dual degree student. I have a Bachelor of Science in Film and TV, and I know that a Bachelor of Science in Film and TV is a ridiculous thing to say, but that is what my university gave me. Don't
Yes.
at me for that one. And then I got a Bachelor of Arts in Chinese Language and Literature, and my combination of those two for my final thesis was talking about 80s and 90s Hong Kong horror cinema, specifically the Jiangshi monster subgenre and how it's not important. I studied this shit. So I was really excited for Shang-Chi when I heard it was coming out. And when I was like doing a lot of research into like especially the fight choreography and cinematography, because that's how a lot of the flavor of those films tends to get lost in more modern adaptations. And I think they did a really good job in the first 2/3 again of really capturing those long shots of just letting the action sing on screen. It's the musical comparison is so apt here, Jello. You really nailed that one, because a lot of classic movie musicals do something very similar where they let really talented dancers and performers just perform on screen, and it's magical. There's something captivating about watching like An American in Paris and seeing just the dancing across the screen, and you don't need to cut away from that. The audience is going to be enthralled in the same way that if you're watching a really good martial arts movie, even if there is nonsense happening, if it's mystical and fantastical, letting the performers perform is always going to be better than trying to use the camera to just make this scene seem more dynamic, unless you are like fully doing some kind of crazy tracking shot that is going to enhance the performance. But even then, you don't want to be cutting. This is getting rambly, but musical.
Yeah. I was gonna say actually that I feel like another similarity between the two is that in some of them, the camera has to do work to make up for the actor. So, for example, Tom Cruise thing about I'm gonna make all my singers perform full Broadway numbers 12 times a day and then be confused why only the take is good. That's where you might need to use cutting and stitching multiple takes together and auto-tune and stuff like that to make up for the fact that the actor cannot give it 100% more once a day. There's a Sideways video about the music in live-action Disney remakes where he kind of goes in depth on like the way they clearly cut together a few takes of like Emma Watson's performance as Belle in a few of the songs, so like you can hear where the audio splices are. Yeah, and it's like I can't fault her. She sounds fine. It's just they were doing so much work, and in a ton of movie fight scenes. Like the fact is, most actors are not trained in martial arts in the slightest. It's like most of the, at this point, like mine have had at least a little bit of like, I took like 6 weeks of karate one time, that gives you something. A lot of actors just don't have that, and in order to make up for that, the camera has to constantly quick cut so that you can never see what's happening enough. You can just get a sense of the movement to be like, oh, I threw a punch and then the bad guy fell over, so I guess they punched him. You need to do that if your actors, or more properly, your stunt people, are good at what they do. And if you just let the camera linger, you can let these people who are really good at what they do show off. But that requires having talent that is really good at that stuff, really trained. Which is why, if you watch a Jackie Chan movie, you're like, oh my god, have they not cut? It's been 2 minutes. Is he okay?
That's the gold standard for just letting an actor perform, truly.
Alright, come on. Can we do this again? Let me out. Let me
Oh,
out.
you
Let
got-
me out. Okay, we'll make it.
You can do it.
We'll make it.
Okay, they'll be fine.
But
yeah, actually, sorry. Chat brought up Iron Fist, which is, I did not watch Iron Fist. I heard only bad things about it. But I also heard that basically the guy playing Danny Rand didn't do his martial arts homework, which is why it kind of looks like he's going through baby's first kata while he is surrounded by incredibly competent martial artists all doing their own thing.
I think
actually, that's a... sorry, I had one more thing, which
please.
is that there are like older movies where you'd have like one participant in a fight who's like a really good sword fighter and one participant in a fight who's like the hero, so had win. I think there's it's from like an old Zorro movie. The bad guy is Basil Rathbone, who is an incredibly good sword fighter, and the good guy is some like 60s pretty boy. So the way they do it is like Basil Rathbone does like the sort of sword flourish and like slices a candle in half, and then the other guy does the sword flourish, and then the candle falls in two to show that he's like the cooler one. And I'm like, you see, he's got the editor on his side.
You see, I've paid off the crew.
The below the line is on my side.
I read this analysis once that weirdly stuck with me, even though I'm not a huge fan of this movie, actually. And that is a hotter take than the earlier one. But it was this. Don't worry, I won't go into this one at all.
Going to fight Sorrow. Angry Stegosaurus.
But it was like on how to make a good combat, like how to add a twist to make combat interesting. Obviously, you should always be using combat to advance a story or show off your character's personality. If you're not doing that, in my opinion, you pretty much already failed. But beyond that, It was like, yeah, no, just like watching two people like. I think the example it used of like why this is uninteresting was like one of the Harry Potter movies where the fights are just like people standing at each other, like going, "I am throwing a spell at you." No.
Yeah, they're
me!"
shooting wand guns.
Yeah, and it's like that's boring. And they're like, no, you need to add a level of like restriction or a combat mini game. So character A wants to keep an item away from character B as a combat mini game. I have not engaged with any Marvel things beyond the original Avengers, but one of the examples they used was in some Captain America something, there is a fight in an elevator where one of his arms is handcuffed to a
Yeah, it's
wall or
great.
something.
Yeah.
Like,
Soldier,
they're like,
the good one.
this is a combat mini game because this guy is the best fighter, but now he has an interesting handicap that forces him to move in unique ways. It affects the choreography. And the big example they used was they were like, here's a really simple one from Ratatouille. There's a sequence where the evil chef on a moped is trying to get the will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
yeah.
that is kind of a fight scene, isn't it?
That's a fight
Yeah,
game.
no, it's
Oh my God.
they used just action scene, but the discussion started with fight scenes, and they
Right.
were like,
Right.
yeah, but like it's great because it's a good use of the medium, because this tiny man in a moped is doing things you could never do in real life on a moped,
yeah.
hopping
Yeah.
back and forth. It's using the fact one of the characters is a rat. It's using the size discrepancy. It's using the setting of Paris along the
Yeah,
river,
and it's using
like,
the fact that their fight is like a means to an end. They're trying to grab the will.
Yeah, and it's like everything about this sequence is good. So like I was like, oh yeah. So
Yeah.
I've had to write fight
So
sequences.
cool. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're
yeah,
you're
the
correct.
angry Stegosaurus does not go down.
Designs are
easy.
so good in this game. God.
I'm kind of actively trying not to watch because I'm like, I want to play this game. I'm trying to absorb as little as I can.
Having played this through literally last week, it's just as cool on the second playthrough, so don't worry.
I don't know what was yeah, but like for Epithet when it was animated, I had
Speaking
to be like,
of
well,
combat
I'm using
minigames, we're about to get
I'm
into a
using
combat minigame.
Epithet, you were saying.
Yes, epithet.
yeah, sorry. I'm using like paper, like in this weird 2D semi-animation paper cutout mode. Like how can I add any level of combat stuff? And I'm still very proud of the final boss fight question mark against the evil cowboy character, where it's like, okay, here's a combat scenario where no one's actually allowed to use their superpowers. It is entirely a tactile, like, martial combat, and it's the most interesting one in the show because the two main characters are handcuffed together, and it's using cartoon physics, so they're allowed to, like, do shit like one of them can use the other as a hammer toss and then fly through the air based on that momentum. The end moment of the fight is like, all right, one of the characters is like, I remember enough about my power that I know that if my arm comes off, I can reattach it. So he goads the enemy character into chopping his own arm off so that the handcuff slides off of it and he can use his powers again because it's like a one-piece sea stone handcuff.
Yep. When that happened, I was like, oh my God! And I was like, all right, cool.
Yeah, one of my favorite my favorite types of fight scenes are ones where about like part of the way through they go, wait a minute, and then figure something out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know,
Kind
the
of like-
cardinal rule of fight choreography is you can never do the same fight twice, and
Exactly.
you can never do the same thing the same way. Why? I had this. I had so much frustration with Bleach when I was talking about it in the Superpowered Side video. I was like, I remember really liking this first one. I can't believe they just did it again the exact same way. That made me so angry. I was like, frame by frame, really, guys? So, I was so upset.
Sorry,
And,
someone
you know,
said
that part
you
of-
went extra flame Cheeto mode.
It-
You're right, I'm so
real quick,
sorry.
It looks like someone's about to hop in, so I need to go order a pizza and meet up with someone, so I will use this time to cycle out.
Oh, well,
perfect.
it was
Thank you so
great
much for
having
coming.
you.
Thank you for joining.
Yeah,
Please enjoy the rest
awesome.
of your day. Have a
Yay.
happy new year.
Yeah. This is a super fun conversation. Thanks so much for coming in.
No problem. Thanks for inviting me. Keep donating.
I hope you enjoy the game. The second half of this boss fight will remain blissfully unspoiled for you.
Just know there's
Don't
a
worry,
lot
I
of
didn't
flame
watch any of
Cheetos.
it.
Yeah.
Oh no, my fingers.
Sorry, I'm eating his back, which is why the camera's not moving right now.
All
Chat,
good.
stop telling people I died. I'm fine. Have to check on
Oh man.
things and stuff.
He has to do the Myco checkos.
Someone will be joining us as soon as this boss fight is over.
Ooh, who could it be?
Who could it be? This animal that I can see. It's a giraffe!
The hunter is sizing up the jump for 5 minutes and still whiffs it immediately.
Man, that thing is ominous.
Yeah.
It's so spooky.
It's a spicy giraffe. We've done this before.
Yeah.
Can I add this back to the fight conversation?
Yes.
Yeah,
One of my favorite fights are the ones where they do something aside from fight. I guess because I'm just tired of fight scenes. Like, without spoiling much, the not fight in WandaVision. Like, I really like the not fight in WandaVision.
I also love the not in WandaVision. So in character.
Or the not fight in Doctor Strange. I don't know why I'm just giving Marvel examples because I haven't watched any other.
Marvel friends.
It's top of mind.
They're top of mind, and I like.
Yeah.
Marvel is so prolific at this point that it does feel like it's hard to have any conversation about mass cinema without touching on it in some capacity. Because it's just
Also, I don't think
market most of the time.
I don't think I've watched any other action movie aside from Marvel movies. Like I've watched a comedy movie, or like I recently watched Arrival, and that was pretty cool. But that's not an action movie,
so
so of course.
It's so
Yeah,
good.
I love
There's
Arrival.
no action in it. Yeah.
Such
Yeah.
a good job of quartering
My
the,
partner
like,
showed it to me, and I was like, "What? How have I not heard of this? It's so good."
I watched Arrival in my cryptography class because it's such a good example of like language parsing. It was so good. Yeah, no, the thing with like fights is oftentimes when I see a fight start, I'm like, these characters are no longer acting the way I expect them to. Like, you'll have a story where it's like the character is like an all-loving hero, and then the minute a fight starts, it's like, no holds barred, go for the kill, and I'm like, really? Would you though? And that
You know what
bugs me.
movie
It's just-
has? Yeah, sorry, please.
Well, it's just, it seems like an author blind spot. Like, when the character switches into fight mode, they lose sight of who the character is. Which is, when in actuality, during a fight scene is when you can absolutely illustrate a lot about a specific character. It hasn't gone up yet, but Blue and I recently... Blue and I recently recorded a video where I talk about Dragon Ball, a specific fight in it, and so much of it is like, I think the fight's going far too long, but they really don't repeat themselves. Like, the fight choreography before they turn into just beam struggles and energy attacks is actually quite impressive. It's one of the things Toriyama is actually consistently very good at, and early on, especially if, like in original Dragon Ball, he introduced bad guys with weird powers that, Kid Goku would have to sort of work around and figure out a way to beat, and it was always about trying new things, and they go on for way too long, but the meat is there. The skill set is solid for the fight choreography. And then it's just kind of like, if it goes on too long, it's diminishing returns. But I've seen a lot of fights in other manga and anime, especially ones that are like shonen inspired by Dragon Ball, where I'm like, oh, you don't really get what made those work. You thought you thought it worked because of the Kamehamehas, not in spite of them.
Yes.
You beat the fiery Brontosaurus. Good job.
I did. I beat the fire brontosaurus.
Yay!
Now the lizard has
Nice.
become unspicy.
Now it's just a little iguana. We
I
need
love
Cool
that.
ranch lizard.
Every time we liberate one of the tall ones, there's just a little moment where like the tall one and the eagle just kind of like boop snoots. Very sweet.
Aw.
And then it's
Well,
like,
it's 'cause the
"Here,
eagle is their
I'll
mom."
give you back an arrow because you wasted so many from your quiver of
Here's
eternal error.
Here's one of the arrows you shot into me. Not mad, just pointing it out.
Sorry, I
To
turned
be
evil
fair,
and
I
killed
was
everyone.
a little hangry.
Just a little salty boy.
Sorrow, you're not you when you're hungry. Try a Snickers instead of that human you ate.
All of the
The
humans
Snickers
you
would
ate.
satisfy your peckishness.
Indeed, indeed.
Maybe a really big one, like a full size.
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, not those little half bars they give out on Halloween. The real big shit.
Chunky
Yeah.
boys.
Trying to think of other good fights in media that I have seen,
Well,
but I have not
you know
consumed
what
much
movie
media
You
recently.
have a favorite fight from The Witcher.
I do. The Blaviken fight kicks so much ass.
Oh
But
yeah.
that's
Everybody
like
knows that
almost
one.
cheating. That's almost cheating. It's such a good answer.
Everyone see it remixed with Toxic by Britney Spears?
Yes.
No, I have
Oh,
not.
no, I
Yes,
haven't.
yes.
Now I want to.
You should.
But who's
Also,
our friend?
Welcome our brand new guest. Hello, would you care to introduce yourself?
Oh, good evening all, or morning, sorry. My name's Dominic Noble. How's everyone doing?
Welcome.
Yeah.
Ew.
We've been talking about fight choreography and why it's really hard.
Yeah,
so
no, I've
that's
been following along. Has anyone mentioned Old Boy yet? Because that usually has to come up in
Oh.
a fight scene discussion.
Okay,
No,
real
we
quick.
haven't.
I'm gonna leave the camera looking at this beautiful sky island. I need to use the restroom, but I'll be right back.
Awesome.
Blue's gone. Do our best Blue impressions.
Hello,
Go.
I'm
History and
Blue. I
stuff.
love Cleo and tea and history. Have I told you about Venice and also domes?
Let's go to that dome. Let's go check out that dome.
But is the dome polished? Because, like, if you don't polish your domes, why did you even bother putting in the dome if you're not going to keep it shiny?
Inferior dome. Thank you for the 500. I don't know what currency that is.
Is
The
it
Cabo
California
1, 2, 3,
dollars
4.
again?
No. I've learned about California dollars. It's CHF.
Oh,
I don't know what that means.
Oh
Yeah.
boy. As a reminder, we are streaming for charity. Red, would you like to remind the crew what charity that is that we're streaming for?
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess I can. So we are streaming for UNICEF's
UNICEF.
in general UNICEF. Everything UNICEF does is good, so like we're just kind of giving them a big pile of money. But like we were specifically doing this because they're part of the COVAX relief effort, where they're sending vaccines to countries that don't have anywhere near as much access to them as like the U.S. and Canada, or at least the U.S. do. And seeing as it is a global pandemic that will not end until it's done everywhere, it's kind of no benefit to hoarding scenes all in one country. You know, it's actually specifically stupid and counterintuitive. So hoping to try and do something about that. Our initial goal was $10,000, which has been successfully raised. We're matching up to that point. Now we're just kind of going to see how high we can take this thing. Yeah, if you wish to donate to a worthy cause, the YouTube giving thing is just integrated into the video, so you can do it through that. And
We got a couple stretch incentives. So if you get to 15k, we got a cute Cleo Christmas sweater pick ready in the wings for a posting. And if we get to 20k, we've got some questionable character choices for reading of Shakespearean monologues lined up. So you know, we'll see where we go with
Anonymous just donated 100, so
Ooh,
there's
thank
that.
you, Anonymous.
But
the
yeah,
Anons have been popping off today. There was like a 1,500 donation earlier. It was nuts.
Oh, but
crazy.
yes. So thank you to
Yeah.
everyone who has donated so far and donated, and to those who will continue to donate. We do really appreciate it because in addition to COVAX, UNICEF also helps bring other vaccines and just a lot of other care and other necessities worldwide. The money will go to a good cause. So we do really, really appreciate anything that you can give. And again, do
We
it
just
for
reached
cute
11K,
Cleo pictures.
so
If
yeah.
you can do, if
We're
you won't do it
closer
out of the
to
goodness of your heart, do it for a cute Cleo pick and some goofy voices. But we
Some very questionable Shakespeare, which is maybe the best kind of
very
Shakespeare.
questionable Shakespeare. We're already at 11K, so just 4 more K before you get the fun picture of Cleo in a sweater. And she just woke up, so I won't even need to wake her up for it if you can do it before she goes back to taking a nap.
Nice.
But
Dom,
sorry.
did we have you
Person in
introduce
chat-
yourself?
sorry, what?
Sorry, person in chat
Sorry.
confused that this game is giving them Journey vibes. The studio that made this is half of the studio that created Journey. They
It
split
is.
off.
Yes.
So that's why the studios don't seem to have any overlap, but they actually do. It's the same people.
But Indigo, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say we have a Dominic Noble here
Yes.
in the stream with us. Did you introduce yourself? Did I just completely miss that, or did we immediately
Introduced
jump
himself,
into
but
talking stuff?
didn't say what they do.
Yes, please don't. Tell us what you do, where to find you, what you're all about.
Because I am interested.
Awesome. I like to describe myself as an off-brand booktuber. I compare film adaptations of books to said books to see how well they tied in like, you know, details, dialogue, themes, stuff like that. And occasionally just torture myself with really, really bad quote-unquote romance novels for people's amusement. So yeah, you can find me at Dominic Noble on YouTube, or just type into Google. I managed to wrestle that particular search engine algorithm away from all my opponents.
Yeah.
Nice. Did you have a lot
Joker,
of...
huge fan, by the way. Your videos really helped me like get into D&D.
Aw,
Hey!
a fan.
Blue's back.
I'm back. I'm not gonna play yet because I'm having a snack and I've got some tea going, but
Yeah.
I'm back.
We did just hit hour 3, so
Yeah,
it's a good time to take a quick
good
break.
time to check in. But
I also have a friend with me who was hoping she could say hi. It's my good friend Kaluna, who I thought I owed her an introduction because she was actually the one who originally demanded I start watching OSP.
Ooh,
Which was
absolutely.
Hello.
You're
Hi.
welcome. Hey, I'm Kaluna. You may have seen me in a couple of Dom's videos.
my Hobbits
have.
reviews.
Yeah, yeah.
So it is really cool to meet you guys. I've been a big fan for a while, and I thought Dom would appreciate seeing your videos, and I'm glad that you guys got to meet as a result.
yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
thanks so much.
I appreciate not only your enthusiasm, but also showing us to Dom. It's always really fun to like see how those kinds of like things like shake out when people are like, oh, like I like your stuff. And it's like, wait a minute, and then all the crossover and things where, yeah, it's good, and we
It's so delightful.
appreciate it.
It's one of the coolest
thanks
parts
so
of
much. Oh man.
Oh.
Oh,
It really
God,
is
these
amazing
group streams
how
are always
much
so
like
fun.
a lot of YouTube people are secretly fans of other YouTube people. You know?
Yeah.
And like other, would like never know it until they like randomly bump into each. Like we've had that happen to us like 4 times. Like Joe Cat, literally. Like we watched your crap guides to D&D when Austin, who was on right at the beginning when you came on, when he and I were roommates, we watched the new crap guide every time it came out, and then one day you
were
popped
just in
into
stream.
one of our streams, one of our AC Odyssey streams with a super chat, and I'm like, $5 donation from Joe Cat. Joe Cat! And it was like, wait, what? So it's really fun how that
Yeah.
happens.
I was surprised you knew who I was because I watched your stuff and like I was a big fan of you. I was like, oh my gosh.
It's amazing. That's the thing, is that no matter like what the size of the channel, everyone is such a monumental nerd for everybody else's content, and it's so wholesome. I love it.
Yeah.
For me, it's the seniority. It's like they were here first.
That's fair.
Oh
Quick
man,
question.
that was about the reaction I had when I was like, "Oh my god, half the Team 4-Star crew follows us on Twitter. That's illegal." I was watching their shit in middle school.
Yeah.
God.
Sorry, Dom, did you have a question?
Well, I was just going to ask about what I'm looking at on the screen here. Is that like a very, very slow meteor coming to the Earth, or is that like a sky castle?
It's a floating island. So the structure of this game, if you're unfamiliar, and for anyone who's jumped into the stream and does not know, this is a game called the Pathless, developed by the same studio that made Abzu, and much of the same team that made Journey over at that game company. This is a game about a lone hunter arriving to a seemingly desolate island out in the middle of the ocean, which is supposedly the home of the gods, the tall ones, only to find that it's a mess. It's covered in darkness, all the gods have been corrupted, and everybody's dead. Bad time. So, what we're doing is we're trying to work our way through these different plateaus, liberating these cursed and corrupted deities. We just liberated Sorrow, the lizard god. And as we work our way up, we bring, if I can tilt the camera here, we bring light back to the world. And the middle is this big, awful, ominous-looking sky island that we are ultimately trying to get to. Excuse me. But one thing at a time, we got to free those gods. Also, I have to take the tea out, so I'll be right back.
Don,
So
quick
is there-
blue impression.
Is there a reason in universe for why this guy can run at like 700 miles an hour?
Yes, so it's
gotta
the
go
things
fast.
that they're shooting. They get energy from shooting those little squares. I don't know if you've been seeing Blue. They just kind of run. Where's his controller? It depends. They run kind of slow normally, but when they shoot those little, see those little like red squares off in the distance?
Yeah.
When they shoot those with their bow, they get a little burst of speed from the gods, and they get even faster bursts of speed if they shoot those yellow things. I think they're like blessings from the gods, right?
They're just like magical things just out in the world. They're talismans.
They're talismans that they shoot with their magical bow, also from the gods.
Oh no, that one we brought from home. That one is store-bought.
Ah.
Oh,
Your body's fine.
Yep.
spoilers,
that's
sorry.
Going back to I was desperate to mention when you guys were talking about fight scenes. So there's this Korean movie called Old Boy. It was remade into an American movie like a couple of years ago. But there's a famous fight scene in it where it's literally like no one knows martial arts. It's just one regular guy. He's got like a regular ass hammer, and it's just him in a corridor versus like 50 mafia guys. And it's just one continuous shot for a good like 10 minutes, just going up and down this corridor with him getting the crap beaten out of him and beating the crap out of them. It's kind of famous within like fight scene circles for like one of the most sort of genuine looking continuous shot fights in cinema history. Kind of graphic,
I've heard
but
things about it. Yeah.
The rest of the movie's kind of messed up. There's a lot of weird stuff that goes on, but the fight scene's good.
Yeah, I've heard good things about it. I think I've seen a clip of it in like a Corridor Crew stuntman react video or something like that, but I haven't watched the actual movie.
It's kind of dark. There's like weird plot twists and gross things go on.
It's worth watching the fight scene, but I hesitate to recommend the movie itself if it's not really everyone's alley.
Right.
Understandable.
Oh,
You know what movie has great choreography, not just of fights, but just in terms of like physical blocking of the actors? Is not to harp on an amazing movie, but 1999's The Mummy.
The Mummy. I
watched
gotta rewatch the Mummy
in
series.
a long time, and I need
I
to
watched
watch
it for
again.
Christmas.
The scene where Evie and Rick are arguing over staying or leaving, and they're simultaneously packing and unpacking a suitcase, is one of the best blocked scenes in just like all of cinema. Period. Like the humor
100%.
and understanding of both of their characters and how the dynamic of the fight is going, just from how they move around the room, and what is a stationary shot is flawless.
That's great.
So good. God, that movie's so fun.
It's so good. Such a good movie. I want to rewatch it again. I try
You
to
should.
watch
I
it like
watched it
once
for
a year.
Christmas.
I try to watch like new stuff or stuff I haven't seen as much as possible, just to consume media. And I already watched The Mummy once this year, although I guess soon it will no longer be this year, and then I can watch it again.
Also, for the record, when in that movie, when there's the bit near the end where Rick is fighting like 8 mummies and trying to rescue Evie at the same time, every single mummy there is CGI. Brendan Fraser is just an incredibly good physical actor who can mime like he's fighting 8 dudes that are physically there. So
Oh yeah, that's when he just grabs a sword and suddenly he's like just completely sick with
starts
the
going
blade.
to town. Yeah, no, it's awesome. Part of the reason why he's so good at it is that all the mummies are sort of just like getting puppeted into place. So it's like, and then he swings around. All right, we'll have that decapitate one, and then he stabs. Oh, we'll have that. It's so good.
Is it wrong that I want to rewatch The Mummy so I can see bad CGI Dwayne Johnson?
Oh,
That's
no.
The Mummy
2.
That's The Mummy
Scorpion
2.
King.
The Mummy 2.
But there is nothing
No,
wrong
no.
with it.
Okay.
No, of course not.
I
Well,
love
is that
God.
to see.
The Mummy
is that
2
movie
is
canonical
almost-
with the Mummy when he got his own movie? Because like he seems to
yeah,
give
the
a
Scorpion
guy in
King.
that.
The Scorpion King, where
yeah.
like he is. Yeah, I don't know that has anything to do with that. I don't know.
Wait, the Scorpion King was a solo movie?
There was a
I saw it.
Scorpion King movie with The Rock, which I don't know if it bears any relation because Scorpion and Scorpion Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah.
It's like because he's like a pretty cool dude in that, and then he doesn't
Yeah.
seem like the kind of guy who would sell his soul for a power up.
No.
So I got really like. It is.
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
a
Quinn was
lot.
telling me it is.
It is. I have the DVD box set that has all 3 of them in it.
I wonder what happened.
What?
What is the tie-in
Yeah.
comic that changed him from
Like,
an
there's
altruistic
there's
guy?
At the end, like where they're like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Things don't last forever, and then it
Oh.
leads into like, the Mummy returns.
So it's
I
basically
can't
saying,
believe
"Jay,
The
we're gonna
Mummy
all right,
started the
okay."
first cinematic universe.
Oh, God.
Well, if you think that is the first cinematic universe, there's so many. Just any Bing Cosby movie could be considered part of the Bing Cosby cinematic universe at a certain point.
There's also an Elvis cinematic universe from
Yeah.
like the 15 years where it was like, we're going to make a movie about a race car driver, but he sings. And we're going to make a movie about a cowboy. Oh, but he sings. And it's just like, it's the same character every single time for 15
Interconnected,
years.
But he sings.
Are not a new concept, but the idea of the cinematic universe as like a marketing tool is definitely more recent. You get your spin-offs.
So while we're talking about The Mummy, did anyone watch The Mummy 2017?
I did not know.
The
God,
remake
why?
that was supposed to
Why?
boot up the dark universe?
No,
Why do they keep doing terrible
Bad trailer
bonkers
50
remakes
time.
of good movies in the
Oh,
90s?
God, I love that trailer
Well,
so much.
the only experience I need from that movie is the trailer where there's no sound effects except for Tom Cruise screaming.
Oh yeah.
That's just that's the definitive version of that movie.
There's no music, just Foley.
And they
Yes,
used
yes.
the same scream twice in a row.
Yeah.
That trailer is a much more fun experience than watching the movie, I can tell you that much.
Speaking of like fun trailer Foley, I think my favorite example of just the best Foley ever done that makes absolutely no sense diegetically is when Henry Cavill reloads his arms in the Mission
Oh my
Impossible.
gosh. I do feel bad because, like, for the next 3 years, every time he won in a daytime talk show, the hosts are like, do the thing with your arms. And he's like, okay, because he's a good sport, because Henry's a good guy.
The sound effects himself
Oh,
when he's
man.
doing it live. It's like,
God. I think it
It's
was
a
like
choice.
he did that in one of the takes, and he was like, "That was silly. I'm not gonna do it again." And then the director was like, "What are you doing? Reload the arms again!" Like what? What?
Also, real quick, I want to call attention to the fact that this is the bathhouse erected in honor of great sorrow. Go forth and create great works, then return here to wash off the dust. Go build cool shit, and then shower. You're all stinky. It's
Oh,
hilarious.
incredible.
Oh man.
hygiene's important.
Yeah. Yeah, The Mummy 2017 was a very bad time. It was odd. I thought Tom Cruise was charismatic, but I think maybe Tom Cruise has just been dealing with good writers that know how to make him charismatic.
Is
He
it
had
me
a
or
lot of
does
creative
it feel like
control.
Tom Cruise plays the same character in every movie he's in?
Yeah.
He's really good at playing.
Well, that's what I thought too, but then he's so unlikable in The Mummy 2017. I was like, oh, what were they doing?
It's been a while since he's played a movie where they haven't consistently kissed his ass all the way through. Just like whatever character he's playing, people cannot shut up about how amazing he is.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the vibe of the Mission Impossible movies, and I haven't seen him in a single thing that wasn't Mission Impossible in a while,
Right.
so...
You've seen Jack Reacher? They did a terrible Jack Reacher adaptation with him in, and it was like
worst
90% of the dialogue was
Oh.
just like, he's so cool.
I love the
Hilarious.
Jack Reacher books. They're like pulpy thriller books. I read them on the beach every year. But Tom Cruise is just a terrible casting for that character, period. Like, separate from everything else that was meh about the movie. He's supposed to be this, like, kind of beat up, grungy looking old ex-military guy who's massive, and then they craft shiny Tom Cruise in it, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work with the narrative, it doesn't work with the character, it just, ugh.
I think the most intense ass-kicking that happened in The Mummy 2017 was when he's fighting... God, what's his name? Russell Crowe. Russell Crowe says, "You are a younger man," and Russell Crowe is 2 years younger than Tom Cruise. And it's like... the line doesn't even make all that much sense in context. So, like, come on, man.
Yeah.
It's like, we're gonna start getting a movie where, like, the big guy's like, "Wow, Tom Cruise, you're definitely 6'1". Like, that's all we get.
Oh no.
You're so tall.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, no.
I think Tom Cruise just gets miscast too much. I think he's good at. I think he is decent at playing like a shiny and clean action guy. Not quite a like as polished as James Bond type, but definitely not as rough and tumble as Jack Reacher. But they like to put him in the Jack Reacher-y kind of scrappy roles, and he just doesn't work for those. He just has too much Hollywood.
He was pretty
sheen.
solid in Edge of Tomorrow, I thought. I mean, I haven't read the comic book that that's based on, but I thought the character he played in that one.
I liked Edge of Tomorrow a lot.
I've heard good things about it, but I just never ended up watching it for some reason.
And
It
you know,
was fine.
they play around the idea of repeating time over and again, like Groundhog Day style. But my favorite time loop of his was the one where he just rage quit and went off for a pint.
Yeah.
I also must say that as much as we can talk about like Tom Cruise as an actor, like Tom Cruise as like a guy on set is apparently like one of the nicest people in Hollywood because he's always looking out for what's best for the cast and like always thinks of the people who like every other star would forget to thank or do anything nice for. So like credit there. I've heard a lot of stories to that effect. So
With
for what that's
one
worth,
caveat,
independent of acting skill or our personal opinions thereof.
right? But with the one caveat that
Caveat,
Tom's
yeah.
insistence on doing his own stunts means that if he ever injures himself, he shuts down the entire production for 6 weeks and everyone is out of a job.
Yeah.
So I've seen some people get pretty salty about that specific. It's like it's an ego thing for the actor. It's like the stunt guy's better at this, and if the stunt guy gets injured, everyone else is not out of a job for the next month and a half.
That is valid. That is very
so,
valid.
Yeah, but yeah. I think his heart's in the right place in that regard. I just, yeah.
All right,
Anyway.
I think we've plumbed the Tom Cruise well of discourse.
All right.
We have a new evil monster. It's a fucking Hydra. It's great.
Ooh.
Oh,
You
fun.
do. Huh.
Cut off the head.
Chop off its heads and then think you've won. That's essential for every
yeah.
story.
Don't worry, we'll get there. When I was fighting the boss, I mean, I'll explain it as we get to it. But when I was fighting, I was like, come on, more, and then eventually there were more heads, and I'm like, yes.
Roar! Is Adam Driver a good actor? I don't think
Yes.
I've ever seen him in anything I liked. Okay,
He's-
cool.
Adam Driver?
Kylo Ren
Yeah.
was rough
Oh, do you not like Kylo
casting.
Ren?
I mean, like everyone in that trilogy was roughly casted, but like Adam Driver is a very good actor. You should see him in his other movies.
Alright. All right,
yeah,
cool.
isn't it that one that the meme that everyone shows?
Yes,
Isn't that
yes.
what he was like known for the longest time?
Yeah, yeah.
Every day I
Marriage
wake up
story.
and
Every day I wake up. Boom, boom, boom.
Yep, yep.
I've
Adam
never seen that
Driver is,
movie,
I
but I
think,
love that meme. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I love that meme too.
I think he's a good example of a talented actor who has suffered from just like pop culture meme-ification. Because he's been in so many roles where he has been a meme that it's kind of hard to look at him in a movie and not go, oh hey, Adam Driver's in this, and like lose yourself in whatever character he's playing. Which is not a shade on his performance in any way, because he is doing a good performance, but it is
the
hard to
nature of pop
separate
culture.
the meme
Did
from
this actually happen, or did I imagine it? I'm thinking of a scene where he's talking to Harry Potter, he's talking to Daniel Radcliffe, and he's saying, I've just had sex and I'm about to eat nachos, this is the best day of my life.
There's an interview with, I think it's him and Matt Damon, where where the interviewer asked, like, are you a beer or a cocktails guy? And Matt Damon immediately is like, beer, and Adam Driver takes a whole moment to pause, looks very slowly over to I think it's Matt Damon, who, very quietly is like, no. And Adam Driver, with all of the panache of, like, Meryl Streep receiving her 3rd Oscar, is like, cocktails. And that is, I think, the best performance he has ever given.
Wow. Also, sorry, real quick, an anonymous donation of $400 just pushed us over 12K.
Ooh. Hell
so,
yeah.
Thank you very much.
I'm about to get attacked by a snake monster, but let's appreciate that while we're still alive. Oh, that's not gonna help me. Yeah, no, gentlemen, it's been an honor, but we're about to get got.
We play taps for you.
Adam Driver going, he has sort of like body dysmorphic disorder or something. He has a thing he cannot bear to watch himself act on screen, so he gets quite upset if when he's doing interviews, people show him clips from his movies. I've always felt very sort of, sorry for him for that, because he seems to have like a real psychological problem with it.
Yeah. It's interesting for an actor to suffer from that, but yeah.
I mean, it's tough. A lot
hope
of famous performers get stage fright. It's
Wow.
surprisingly common.
I guess it's different with when like there's a camera and only a few people versus an entire crowd of hundreds.
Yeah, I mean, like we record videos for thousands of people. If you ask me to speak in front of a group of 100, I'm getting a little nervous. You know,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
totally
I guess so.
different. It's different fields. It just manifests differently.
Yep.
Live versus pre-recorded too is just an entirely different ballgame, as I'm sure anyone who has streamed versus made a video essay would know. Like, when you can do retakes and you can, edit yourself afterwards, it's an entirely different level of pressure than when something is live and you get one shot to do it, and if you say something wrong, you F it up.
There's
like that.
There's always a possibility that you could do it, but that pressure there might mess you up where you otherwise wouldn't.
Exactly.
And in live streams always go wrong. There's always some sort of technical problem.
Very much so.
Yes. Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. Yes, the audio works. Hello. Welcome, Tasting History.
hello.
Sorry about the delay.
Tasting history.
Oh, about to get got.
There was
I love
apparently an
videos.
invalid invite link, but yeah, we're good.
Oh, I got got. Damn it. Ah, nuts. Oopsies.
Shame.
Oh no. But Max, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. For those of us who are not aware of your channel, could you briefly introduce yourself?
Yeah, I am Max Miller from Tasting History, and I have a YouTube channel where I make old food and talk about history.
Nice. I guess old food is accurate, but if you say that,
Yeah, I mean, well, the actual food is not old. I recreate old recipes. That's probably a better way of putting it.
this is a cake that I found in the back shelf of 7-Eleven. No.
Those channels exist.
They do. This ain't that kind of show. Oh, welcome. Oh, this is great. Sorry, I got so distracted because you jumped in right as I got stomped on by a Hydra monster, which just slightly knocked me off my rhythm. But welcome. How have things been going lately?
Good. Just trying to get back in the swing of things. Last week, that week between Christmas and New Year's is like the netherworld.
It's a write-off. Yeah. Nobody does anything in that week.
So we were in Phoenix with my family, and we just got back, and I'm supposed to be editing a video this afternoon, and
that's the mood.
Just having trouble getting focused.
Yeah, that happens.
I don't know if anyone else has invested in this, but the chat has been made a terrible information. Betty White has passed away, famous actor.
no!
Oh,
Yeah, 99.
Aw.
Heavily
Oh, no, she was
reported.
only like a week away from her 100th birthday.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Aw.
Oh,
what a
no.
badass.
R.I.P. to
What an icon.
a wonderful member of the cinematic community, whom we will all very dearly miss.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
The last of the Golden Girls.
Really older than sliced bread.
Oh yeah. Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I think just yesterday she was making fun of Ryan Reynolds for having a crush on her. So,
I love that
She-
that's her final like
Yeah.
thing. That's
Always
very
a
she was
treasure.
having a
fitting.
great time.
What a badass.
Such
I'm
a
gonna
funny,
miss her.
like,
How nice
genuinely
that she
funny
was able to like
performer.
be active until the end.
Yeah.
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 True
Honestly,
legend.
yeah. Yeah, she really seemed to be having a great time with her life, so one can only hope. Oh boy. Well, Chad is in more as one would expect.
The last of the Golden Girls too, damn.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
man.
Yeah. That's a show I go back and watch every once in a
Yeah,
while.
I was
don't
gonna
know.
say, should I watch Golden Girls? It seems like a lot of fun.
It is.
Golden Girls is
Oh, yeah.
probably one of my favorite of like that era of the TV sitcoms.
Yeah.
That and like Frasier, but the Golden Girls I think is a much more broad appeal. It's genuinely very, very funny. It holds up pretty well.
Right.
I would say it's a pretty safe bet. if
It's
you're gonna
nice
go
to
back and
see,
watch
you know, like the phrase "boys being boys" this is girls being girls, like just like hanging out and like drinking wine and being
It's a
sassy.
subset of. There's not a lot of like funny old lady content that isn't making fun of the fact that the women are old, and this isn't a show where they're really just reveling in like this is a different phase in their life where different situations are happening and are entertaining, and you have more
Yeah.
perspective, and I think they play that really well, and it helps that the whole cast is of course very talented comedic actresses. So I'd give it a recommend.
They're all over 50, but they all fuck like crazy, which I think I
Yes.
appreciate.
Right?
Yes,
Really?
I mean
they were in their
obviously
50s when they did that. They look great.
yeah.
I mean, the characters were. I don't know. I think a few of the actresses were made to look older than they were, but that was the general plot was, you know, because they were in their golden years, but they were still having like an
Yeah.
incredibly rich lifestyle.
Oh, that's why it's Golden Girls.
Hey.
It's because
Also,
they were
people
cursed
like-
by Dionysus to turn everything that.
It's because
Also,
unfortunately they all dated Midas at one point.
Midas, yeah. People also aged quicker in the 1900s on account of how everybody smoked all the time and lived through the Great
Oh, I
Depression
bet.
and the Dust Bowl. Like, you look at some of those people and they're like 45, fully white hair, liver spots, and you're like, 45? Jesus. I'm like, wow. My parents and their generation are aging fantastically. One can only hope we get the same luck.
Yeah.
Sad news to report Betty
Yeah.
White died. Yeah, we were just
I
talking
don't think
about
I've
it a second
ever
ago.
watched a single sitcom. I think I just fully missed the boat on them, and
Discovered
now
that just
I
a
like
minute ago.
it's like I'm too old to like get into them now. I don't
Really?
remember
Not even
language.
like the classics like Drake and Josh?
No, I basically did not watch television until I turned like 14 and got an internet
Wow.
connection. So I Victorious, iCarly, Drake and Josh, none of that. I never watched it. And when I went back to start watching TV, I was like, these cartoons slap, but I don't like the laugh tracks on some
Oh,
of these. And I
yeah.
just completely avoided them. I
It's
just
gonna be a little grating.
I've been the
And it
laugh
just didn't
track
make sense
in
to
a
me.
TV sitcom before, but I don't know for what show.
Sorry,
I was in L.
I just noticed we hit 12K.
Oh wow. Nice.
yeah,
Hey,
we've
congrats.
been there.
Sorry,
been there
I
for
had
a
to
bit,
step
I think.
out for a minute. I was about to say, what did I miss?
Yeah.
And then I noticed.
Yes. I briefly was taking some classes out in LA to complete
Also,
the
hello,
token
Max.
film bro lifestyle. Yes. And while I was there, I went to the taping of like a Nick at Night show, and the way that they do laugh tracks for those shows is really interesting because they basically bring in the studio audience, or at least this was pre-pandemic. I don't know how it's changed with that. And they have the studio audience there, and they do their takes of whatever scene it is they're doing over and over again. And you are supposed to laugh at it. But in order to keep the audience consistently laughing at what is essentially watching the same jokes over and over again, because they're doing multiple takes, they're still shooting the show, they have like a hype man that goes through the bleachers and like tries to like and does like comedy in between the bits, and it's just it's a very liminal experience. And then when they
That's
edit, of course, they
real.
like take out a lot of super distinct laughs that go out of a certain frequency range. So that's why all the laugh tracks sound the same, even though they are different studio audiences, because there's a certain amount of editing that goes into taking out the super distinct ones.
Wow.
So
It's
weird.
a really interesting feel.
Well,
Studio audiences ever existed or still exist to this day kind of trips me out because it's sort of the idea of like how limiting it must be to try and film with half a set and a whole bunch of people distracting you.
Yeah.
honestly, that just kind of makes it more impressive. Like, obviously, the act of acting requires a certain amount of suspension of belief. Just under any circumstances. Like, you know, your costume, your co-stars, and your setting are never going to be fully what your character is supposed to be interacting with. But I don't know, like, it's like how impressed I am whenever I see an actor doing a good performance against what is clearly a green screen and no co-stars. I'm like, wow, you are really selling this, and I know you are alone on a soundstage. somewhere.
Again, Brendan Fraser punching air, and then zombies added in post. Or I guess mummies.
At least he was in a set for that. It's more like, you know, you watch The Hobbit and you're like, oh my god, Ian McClellan, you are a saint for being able to pull off any of this, considering they didn't let you near any of your co-stars ever.
Elizabeth Olsen kissing a strawberry.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need context on that one.
Vision looks like a strawberry and all of the makeup.
Oh yeah, because of the dots. Yeah.
All of the dots. He's just a pink man wearing all sorts of dots.
Oh god, it's like the Tomska video where he makes himself an egg.
Oh no, I saw that.
Yeah. Also, hi Max. I didn't get to say that earlier. Hello.
Hi.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Happy
everybody.
New Year.
All of our friends in the let's see, what
Australia,
time is it
New
right now?
Zealand are.
Yeah,
at
Australia,
least.
New Zealand. I think most of Asia's cracked New Year's by this point. But yeah, new and exciting and fun. So ring it in by hanging out with us.
Yeah. Ooh, someone donated 50 rons, whatever that is.
I have no
Thank
idea.
you.
That's cool.
One year we're gonna have a currency chart up before we start one of these streams.
There would surely be ones that fell through the cracks anyway.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Is chat saying Betty White's still alive?
I keep
There
seeing
is.
that.
A few folks have said that TMZ made it up and started a rumor on Facebook.
Oh,
I
that's
have
gross.
not done enough.
If that's the
yet.
case.
I
hope. I don't know.
So,
I
I mean, I'm
don't
seeing
have
it
enough-
all
I
over.
hope
I'm
he's
seeing it on
really
Fox
dead, but
News.
no, I don't.
I've seen it from a few different outlets at this point. I
I
cannot definitively say anything
haven't-
because,
Yeah.
but
Twitter is not helpful under this circumstance. I don't know what I was expecting.
I think we might just want to leave this one be.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair.
We can
We are
appreciate
not,
Betty White, even if she is still alive.
Yeah, even
Yeah.
if she is alive, we can appreciate it.
Anyway, what we're currently doing in the game is that I've stumbled onto a little area where there is the Mask of the Ancients and a bunch of dead guys who died trying to get it because this old chap, the Pathfinder, who wanted to try and find the one true path, threw a bunch of members of his army into the meat grinder of this apparently very trap-filled lair to find a mask that I think is
Yay!
like maybe kind of the same mask that we have that makes everything go all fun and blue. But anyway, I don't know. Let's see.
We just kind of walked up and took ours off a dead guy.
Yeah,
so-
yeah, we found ours on a dead guy.
Easy.
Ta-da! There's a light stone. And there's...
I love the colors in this game. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
so pretty. Yeah.
Well,
Yes. So the leader who was like, we're gonna find the one true path and find out how best to live life, sought the knowledge of the gods, and I guess found it down here, and is like, wait a minute, this didn't answer my question. And then he's gonna do something about that, as we find later on in future bits of the world building.
Yeah, this is the other spirit mask because it's the same warning as the one that we picked up
Yeah.
earlier.
Don the Mask can never see the world the same way again. Ooh.
We
So-
put ours on and just saw these little. This is when we started seeing the little things we could shoot to speed us up.
Magic gold stuff, things that are giant glowy red. We put on the Mask of the Ancients. We're like, oh yeah, no, cool, I get it. And Pathfinder's like, ah!
He's
Where
like, wait,
is
there's
the
a
knowledge?
path.
Yeah.
And the dead was talking about how the Pathfinder went nuts, so I think we're starting to piece together his villain origin story.
Pretty much.
Something. Yeah. So as far as we can glean, there's a bad guy, voiced by Troy Baker, called Godslayer, and he's causing all these problems by using the power of red goop, and your protagonist trying to undo what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's getting pretty miffed at that.
Yeah, the Pathfinder...
He used to be a guy called the Pathfinder.
Yeah. So the Pathfinder's forces entering the Mass Shrine. I wonder if they know the deadly dangers within. Many have entered that building, but few ever leave. So, yeah, he... basically, the state of the world as we arrived was that all of the gods have been killed and their spirits have been corrupted, so they wander the land as these giant, evil, red thingies in giant storms, and then they try to knock you out, they hold you down, they rifle through your pockets for lunch money, and slap you around, and they throw you back out again. So that's what happened to us a little bit earlier. We're going to try to avoid that happening again. We'll see how well we do. Alright, oh, we gotta go way the hell over there. Okay. Nuts.
So the architecture around here looks like Aztec inspired.
There is a lot of interesting inspirations for the architecture. I unfortunately
Definitely inside the temple.
Yeah,
The
I
skull
unfortunately
patterns.
don't know enough about world architecture to be able to say. There was some clearly Greco-Roman inspired stuff earlier. The Pathfinder / God Slayers architecture has some like Achaemenid ancient Persian vibes, but I unfortunately don't know enough to be able to say what all the inspirations are. But there is a lot of different stuff here. So the little stela that we've been reading with like inscriptions and stuff, those are all based off of Aksumite stela, ancient Ethiopian, like towering, like obelisk type things. These ones are much more, human-sized, but there are a lot of different inspirations from everywhere from Mesoamerica to East Asia and literally everything in between. And it's super cool the way they construct it, and I only wish that I knew enough to be able to explain all of it. But yeah.
Well, I can at least confirm that inside of that temple looked real Aztec to me.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Max, a couple people had a question if you have any favorite New Year's Eve recipes. I don't know if that's spoiling anything from your show coming up, so if it is, please don't spoil anything.
No. Well, no, my New Year's Eve recipe this year was 18th century shortbread.
Yes.
Which shortbread is great, though I realize that I prefer modern shortbread. The 18th century one kind of turns to glue in your mouth. Tasty glue, but glue.
That's some good glue.
Good glue. I don't have. My dad always just made black-eyed peas and cornbread, which is a good luck New Year's thing in much of the South.
Okay.
But I never liked them. I think black-eyed peas are kind of. They're not my favorite.
Okay.
I'd rather just have pizza. So. The answer is no. I'm no help here.
That should be your new Year's tradition. Just make
Just
pizza.
Pizza.
Make pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, last year I did the tuhu, which was made for ancient Babylon's New Year,
Oh,
which
yeah,
is
that was
actually
fun.
not January 1st.
Oh.
But that was actually delicious. So that I would say is my favorite New Year dish. It's just not our New Year's.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm trying to think. We don't really have a new. Well, we tried to make Greek Easter bread. We've done that in the past.
Which was tasty. Extremely tasty.
So there's Greek Easter bread, cake, whatever you want to call it. It's kind of like a sweet bread.
Yeah, it's ambiguous.
Yeah.
Yeah, that we will usually do for Easter, but we did a little early this year. Back when we were.
I don't like the
visiting
thought of
Blue's mom.
ambiguous bread.
Well, it's
Yeah.
kind of like. I don't want to call it like sweet bread because that's not always.
It's kind of sweet bread. It's like, what kind of bread is this? I don't know. You tell me.
It's like a bread texture, but it's a sweet bread.
It is
Yeah.
a bread loaf.
It's the implication of bread.
But like it.
I love the way
If
you
you've
said
ever
that,
done like a
ambiguous.
king cake or a coin cake or
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've had
yeah,
cake.
but it's kind of like that.
All right.
We usually do it closer to Christmas because that's when we visit Blue's mother.
Yeah.
Usually, and she is the Greek portion of the family.
Yeah, she's where I get my Greek half from.
So that is our kind of New Year's tradition.
Yeah.
That we partake in. I won this year, so I have good luck for next year.
Yeah, we do the little coin in the bread.
Yes.
It was quite
I
a
made
production.
the bread this year.
Yeah.
So
It was gluten-free and sugar-free, which is
hard to make bread.
tough.
Gluten-free, and sugar-free, and vegan.
You can do like one or the other. Both is tough.
All three of them.
Oh yeah,
All
great.
three of them.
You're just putting a plank of wood, not bread.
It was bread.
Yeah.
I did make a bread. It was dense, but it did rise, and it was magical bread. I made
Legally,
magic
it can
bread.
be considered bread.
It was magic.
Wasn't there, just real quick, wasn't there a year that I won when I didn't even know that I was
Yes.
participating in
Yes.
that?
Yeah,
You
we-
won
we-
in 2020.
2020.
2020. You won
Yeah.
2020.
Yeah.
And I just forgot to
Yay.
mention for like months.
Yeah.
I was like, all things considered, this year's been pretty good, but it's been pretty good for me. And you were like, oh fuck, the coin bread. What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We used to do that at work, but instead of the coin, it would be this tiny little baby Jesus.
Yep.
That was made out of plastic. And one year, the the group that I was with, we got through the whole loaf and nobody found it.
Oh my god.
So
Okay.
either
Somebody
it was
ate
baked
Jesus.
without it, or somebody ate Jesus.
Someone definitely
no.
ate Jesus.
And after 3 days, he emerged.
That is not pretty.
Ah!
Oh, that's
No.
nasty.
It was right there!
Indigo.
It was right there!
Oh. Okay, well that wins the stream.
Roll the stone away.
I regretfully announce that Indigo has been cancelled.
They've already said that I died. Somebody, every time I leave this chat to go mic check people, they're like, "Oh, Indigo is dead again." Like, no, I'm in the
They
walls.
hated
You
her
can hear
because she
my
told them the
voice.
truth.
That's funny you said to us.
Someone asked how many ingredients are missing to make the bread of Theseus.
Oh no.
Can we have the bread recipe? Guys, there is no bread recipe. I just tried my best, man. There's no bread recipe.
Uh-oh. I do believe we're screwed. We just gotten.
But you can get the chest at least.
Yeah.
But yeah,
All
no,
right.
you're screwed.
All right, Sorrow, or not Sorrow. Nimue.
Nimue.
Nemu.
Nimue. I don't know. But yeah, guys, just a reminder, if we get to 15K, you get a lovely picture of Cleo in her Christmas sweater. And I know some people were concerned that Cleo would be very unhappy in a Christmas sweater, but Cleo actually really enjoys being in sweaters.
It's like a big hug. Cleo loves it.
Cleo is a cuddle monster. Cleo likes being cuddled. She's a people cat. Part of the reason...
The only time...
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No.
The only time I've ever seen Cleo not express her joy at wearing something is when we put her in the little tuxedo bib for the groomsmate pick, and she got confused and just sort of flopped over and stayed there. So
Yeah, sometimes cats
That's the
will
only
basically
time.
like salamander if they're in a situation they don't know how to deal with. If it's like, oh, there's this thing, or like whenever cats have like little booties on, they just turn into a little salamander. They walk with their belly on the floor. And then am I gonna get stomped on again?
My cats get revenge if I ever dress them up. I put Satari in a little hat once, and he hated it so much, he waited till like 3 in the morning, found it. It had like a little Christmas bell on it, so he found it and then shook it outside my bedroom door for like 3 hours to keep me awake to get revenge.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That
He
is
was
delightful.
So I'm in the process of adopting a cat, and there are several cat owners on this stream. So do you guys have any like cat-related advice for?
Yes.
Because I had
This would
cats
be
when I was
helpful
growing
for
up,
me
but
as
this
well.
is my first like my cat. Yes.
Yes. So first off, when you get your cat, the first thing you should do is put them in the litter box that you should already have set up before you bring them home.
Mm-hmm.
And if they climb out of the litter box, you should put them back in the litter box until, especially if your cat just got spayed, or they will pee on the floor. Because they, especially if they're still high from being spayed.
Yeah, when we took
'Cause
Cleo
that's
home,
what
she
Cleo
was
did.
high off her ass.
Because
Are you thinking like kittens or like new adult cats?
I'm looking at adopting like a 3 to 5 year old cat. The one I'm looking at.
So we
that I put
thought
application
Cleo
on
was
is 5 years
2
old.
when we took her home, but it turns out she was a lot younger than that, but we wouldn't know that for a couple weeks. But, so we thought she was like an adult who was knew how to like exist, but she was just high off of beds, so she peed on the floor by mistake. But she's been fine ever since, but it's good to just show them where the litter box is.
Yeah, get them familiar.
Yeah.
If they're not high, you can just kind of show them and they'll be like, good shit. Now let me explore.
Good to know.
Do you think you get like one or like just the one cat or 2? Because that makes a big difference.
I have a pretty small apartment, so right now me and my roommate are just looking at one cat. If I had the space to get 2, I absolutely would, but unfortunately, New York City rentals are small.
For sure. I mean, I think cats are like, comparative to say dogs, are remarkably easy. You just give them lots of attention and then they'll love you forever.
Yeah, I have the advantage of working from home pretty much indefinitely between the freelance work and my more contract-y positions, so I do not feel bad because I will not be leaving the cat alone all the time. There will always be 2 of us hanging around.
Just don't get discouraged because, as he said, give them lots of love and affection and they'll love you forever. Or that no matter how much love and affection you give them, they will not care that you're there. I have both. So, get discouraged.
Yeah, I may have been spoiled a bit by having very affectionate cats.
Yeah, honestly, I know people that socialize like cats, so I get it. It's like, the way that they show they love you is that you're hanging out in the same room, not looking at each other.
Yeah.
Like, if they didn't want to be there, they'd move.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they will.
Yeah, they will.
And like that's part of the thing. Is like no matter how much advice people give you about having a cat, it's like having a dog or a kid or whatever. It's like they're all different. They're all gonna behave differently. Like when I had a cat growing up, you know, when we first got her, you know, she needed her own space at first to just like get acquainted with things. Cleo was the exact opposite. If we left her alone, she freaked out. She wanted to be with us at all times from like moment one onward. She did not want time to acclimate. She just wanted to be around people. And a lot of other cats, like, as soon as you get them, they want to hide for a bit and adjust at their own pace. So, you know, they're all kind of a little bit different.
Sorry to segue. Did anyone else notice that statue you just like interacted with looked a lot like Joe Cat?
Hold on, we gotta go back. We gotta go back.
Play the
Did
tape.
they steal my iconography?
You know, I have not seen Joe Cat in real life, but I'm not entirely sure he looks quite like this. I don't know, Joe, how similar is the likeness? Because the ears, when you look at it this way,
I'm
like, it does
suing.
look like ears from front on.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm suing. The resemblance is uncanny.
Like, I'm not imagining this right. It's like the little animation dude. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do get some
oh,
of the
Wiggler.
Joe
Wiggler,
Crab.
yeah.
I can't do anything about
Yeah.
that because that's property of Capcom. That's not mine.
90% arms by body mass.
I didn't mean the in real life person. That would have been like a really strange statement.
Yeah. I mean, I don't hide my face, but yeah, it's not usually out there.
I thought you meant like the cat icon for like his channel banner. I'm
Yeah,
like,
me too.
Sorry, but no.
No,
yeah,
it really does look like the Wiggler, though.
yeah,
A little bit,
bit
yeah.
of the
Someone
Joe
said the
Crab.
neck is long enough, but otherwise it's spot on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna go up there to that spiky mountaintop.
I've just been
Yay,
keeping like a
Spike
pile
On that note-
of books next to the couch, and I keep
On that
knocking it
note, I
over.
am going to bow out
Oh,
to
okay.
get some food of my own and do
Ah,
stuff. But
good idea.
yeah, best of luck with your stream,
Thank you
guys.
so
I'm
much.
gonna
Yeah.
go.
Thank you for
Thank
stopping
you.
by. Always an absolute pleasure to speak with you, and we
Of course.
hang out with
Yeah.
you soon.
I'm
Enjoy
gonna
your
go
new
play the
year.
critically acclaimed MMO that nobody can buy right now.
Which one?
Yay.
All right, bye guys.
Wait, which
Wait,
one?
Wait,
Oh,
Joe.
Yeah, they stopped selling because their servers can't handle the amount of people, so they're like, nobody come play 14.
Oh,
It's,
FF14. Yeah.
FF14.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, they
Well-
literally. They're like, have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMO? No, you haven't. It doesn't exist.
Okay.
Stay away, mine. Yeah.
Bye.
Anyway, thanks so much, and
Have
enjoy.
fun.
Bye.
All right.
Imagine a game being so successful they have to be like, don't play it, go away.
Yeet.
Server texting is no joke.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yes.
anyway, yeah, donate more to see pictures of the cat, if you can.
Yeah.
And also to support UNICEF because it's a really good charity and
Yeah.
they could use money, you know, just in addition to contributing to COVAX, which is really helpful because we have a large supply of vaccines here in the United States, which if you haven't gotten your booster shot and are eligible, I would encourage you to go get it if you can. That would be a good thing. We're spiking again. But they also are still bringing other vaccines worldwide as well, because just because we're in the middle of one pandemic doesn't mean other global pandemics and epidemics have gone away. So UNICEF is really helpful in getting those vaccines where they need to be. So if you are able to donate, that would be really helpful. And if we hit 15,000, we will be giving a picture of Cleo in her adorable kitten sweater, which she does really enjoy. And if we hit 20k, you'll get to hear Blue and Red make some funny little Shakespeare speeches in fun voices. So
Yes, we have
Yeah,
some
we'll see how that goes.
questionable Shakespearean aunt reads. What are words that humans are?
accents.
Yes, I lost the ability to conduct human speech because I received several Discord notifications and started talking all at once. And like the multitasker that I am at heart, I decided that I would just conquer all of that simultaneously. So I'm gonna turn the stream back over to someone who is better at the English language for a little bit.
So anyway, if you can donate, we would really appreciate it. Thank you all very much for being here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
How fun are these voices? I don't know.
I don't know. We'll see. We have to decide
Blue.
which
Yeah.
one we're gonna do.
Can you give us a
Yeah.
quick sneak peek of one of your funny voices? Say, hello, my name is Blue in a Kronk voice.
Okay, hold on. I need to separate Kronk from Obama. Hold on.
Common problem.
Goose Goes Poison. Hello, my name is Blue. Sometimes I do the voice. I did the voice for the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King, the guy who tries to kill Sun Wukong. That voice?
Yeah, that voice.
Okay. Gotcha. Am I the best Kronk? No. Is it passable? Yeah.
That wasn't even your best Kronk. If you have some more time to warm up.
Yeah, if I have more time to work. The thing is that you have to get an anchor line that just like connects you to the voice, and then you're in.
Yeah.
That Kronk was at like a 4, and you can crank it to a 10.
Yeah,
I know
I
you
can.
gotta be. Yeah.
Gain Indigo up, please? No. No, Indigo
I've
is
been
just taking a
chained.
bit of a break. She'll be okay.
I'm here. I'm
no.
vibing. You know, we're powering through. I finished my Dunkin' iced coffee because despite the fact that it is solidly winter on the east coast of the United States, I'm still drinking iced coffee. That's, I feel like, a pretty universal move at this point for the youths, if you will.
I never understood that argument. It's like, oh, it's cold outside. Yeah, but not here. I'm in a building.
Someone
We live in a civilization.
$100 anonymously.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna chalk that up to the Kronk because they want to hear you crank
It's
that
the
Kronk up
motivation,
to
yeah.
a 10. So
Crank
if you want
that
to
Kronk
hear
to a
him
10.
crank that Kronk to the 10, donate so we can hit 20K.
Weary pilgrim, the shrine of the Eagle Mother welcomes you. Lay
Crank
down
that
your heavy
Kronk.
packs and feel her wind upon your skin.
Please don't be Scottish. Blue is Scottish though.
Yeah, rude.
Like actually Scottish.
To be fair, that does not automatically mean the accent is gonna be.
Well, he's not gonna do a Scottish
I
accent.
mean, yeah, no, I did it as a meme and then was instructed to stop. I just imagine, like, in the same vein as, like, the people who, like put an asterisk for the E in French to censor it. Like, please don't be Scottish.
Wait, who just came in?
Okay, sorry,
Whoa.
two things. First of all, $250 donation from Anonymous. Second of all,
you.
welcome Doomco Designs. Would you like to
Hello.
introduce yourself and tell people what you do?
Hello, red and blue. Oh my god, it's been forever, guys. It's great to hear from you.
Yeah.
My name
hey.
is... Yeah, most definitely. My name is Kent Freeman of Doomco Designs. I basically run a small one-man toy/product design studio here in Chicago, Illinois. I'm dedicated to the digital design and occasional fabrication of art toys, sculptures, and statues. I primarily design in virtual reality in a program called Adobe Medium. That in traditional SolidWorks, I suppose. So,
Woo, SolidWorks.
Engineering gang, rise up.
Woo, sorry.
classic, right?
I never get
Oh,
to use my
geez.
engineering degree.
Honestly, this is kind of the best way I'm kind of. It's a whole thing. Oh, geez. But I'm basically dedicated to making designer toys, collectibles, essentially anything that anyone throws my way. So great to be on with you guys. A little bit of history. I approached Red and Blue. God, a solid year and a half ago, maybe.
Yeah,
It's
longer.
been a
It
minute.
was before the pandemic.
That was two
Oh,
full
boy.
apartments ago for me.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
certainly, right? What a
Yeah.
world.
Yeah.
Basically about making the Sun Wukong vinyl toy. A friend of mine turned me on to the entire Journey of the West saga. And I gotta say, we watched the entire thing in like a solid night. Oh my god.
It was easier
So
back
fun.
then. Now there's more.
Yes.
Too true. Oh boy. But so God, it's been quite a ride. But I'm still here. We're still kicking and doing our
Yep.
thing. Working on designs, putting out some sweet stuff as much as we can, right?
Yeah. We
Yeah.
just launched the.
So if you missed that, we have
Yeah,
a-
Ren, go ahead.
We
Go for
posted
it.
on our community tab that has links to the toy and a pre-order link where you can pre-order all 4 currently available colorways for the toy at the same time. They're not going to ship for another several months. 'Cause they still need to be like manufactured. But so if you're curious for the link, you can find it in a community tab post on our channel. So just go check that out.
Yeah, and as far as like manufacturing and everything goes, there'll certainly be updates along the way. From my experience, it's gonna be about like a solid 6-ish month process, including shipping if everything goes well and the world basically doesn't collapse outside our borders again. But we'll see. Hopefully everything is not as doomed as my company name makes it seem to be.
Doom isn't the aesthetic, not the actual way of life.
Right. I want art to mirror life, but I don't want life to treat me too badly, I guess. Yeah. What a world.
It's been a ride. Also, we just hit 13K donations, so very nice work, everybody.
We're getting there.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, just 2 more K, and you'll get a really cute kitty picture, and then soon after that, you'll get to hear some fun accents. So thank you again all for your donations. Yeah. They're all going to UNICEF, and they'll be put to a really good cause.
How is Cleo doing these days?
She's currently napping. She's good. She's having a good time.
She's taking another little napo right now.
Yeah, what we are
caused a lot of destruction at the beginning. So
Kent, I'm not sure if you're familiar, but what we are currently doing is playing a little game called the Pathless. From the creators of Abzu, a company called Giant Squid, also most of the dev team, part of the dev team behind Journey. This is their newest game that came out last year. We're just currently playing through that. Doing a little bit cool. of side questing at the moment. There's I'll show you in a second, but there's a big evil monster that we're going to go fight in a hot sec.
Yeah. Oh man, very cool. Yeah, I've like passively tagged into your guys' streams before just to see what the general experience is like, and yeah, I gotta say, super fun. I'm really not too much of a gamer myself, mostly because I work enough in VR, and the idea of staring at another screen and having to control more stuff is a bit of a headache. I mostly just read stuff and watch TV on my own. I was a huge gamer when I was a kid, but yeah, these days, too much other stuff is on my plate.
Yeah, and this actually, I feel like this is a good question I wanted to ask. Has anyone read any like good books lately? I know it seems like a stupid like kiddie question, but I am actually curious because we all have very different interests that are kind of within the same vibe, but not necessarily the same field. So I am curious if anyone's got like something that they read recently that they really, really liked.
I just sprinted in from my kitchen where I ran to go get some leftover mapo tofu real quick because I heard you asking this question because I just finished Iron Widow by Shizan Jade Sal, and that book slaps so hard. It's so good.
It's so good. Man. It's such a party. I haven't read books for just like fun in a while because, as mentioned, I do, read stuff for my job, quote unquote. So like it's a bit of like, what am I going to do for my leisure time? Same thing I do for my work time. Also, I just have trouble, like, books and me, we have trouble getting on the same wavelength. Like, either I will be so focused on it that I cannot do anything else until I'm done, or I will not be interested and never pick it up after I put it down for the first time. So, I did actually recently read, what's it called? Uprooted? It's let me look up the author. It's a fantasy story, kind of set on the outskirts of this very Lovecraftian haunted woods, and what exactly it's like dealing with that. Naomi Novik. It came out in 2015.
Nice.
It's quite good.
Interesting. I gotta say, it's quite interesting hearing other people's, I guess, reading habits. Most specifically because I'm a bit of a strange one in that I pretty much only read comics. I don't really read prose for fun, and I kind of haven't in at least a decade. I will say I am a dedicated Wednesday warrior in that I go in every week to my shop that I admittedly work at a day a week as well, to pick up and read new books. So I kind of read new stuff every week, but in a, heavily serialized and really, I guess, intense, nerdy sort of, I don't know, kind of weird, passionate sort of way. There's a whole lot of ways I could describe it, but I will leave it at that.
I never have time to read for anything other than the show,
That's a mood.
And like after
Not bad.
10 hours of reading, you know, like right now I'm reading a 17th century Indian text that was translated. The last thing I want to do is look at more words.
Yeah.
But I love to do audiobooks. And like so Jose and I just drove back from Phoenix yesterday, so that was like 6 hours, and we listened to David Sedaris's new book. That's really funny. I actually prefer his stuff audio anyway, because his voice is so important to the story. Because I've read his stuff and I'm like, oh, okay, this is jolly, and then I listen to it and it's so much funnier.
Yes.
He does sound like an old woman. It's fantastic.
It's crazy because he doesn't look too much like Amy Sedaris, but he kind of sounds like it. Am I crazy?
Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah. A little bit of Jerry Blank in there.
Well, and what's funny with this one, and I don't think I actually prefer if he had read the whole thing, but in this one, he reads half of it, and the other half is read by Tracy Ullman, because he says that whenever I'm in England, I like kind of imagine myself having an English accent, and I always want to like mimic the people around me, but I can't. So he hired
me to do that.
Since everyone thinks he's a woman when he speaks anyway, he's like, let's go with this.
Oh my gosh.
One of the weirdest compliments I've ever been paid is when I was in London visiting one of my old roommates in 2019, and someone's like, "You're American, but your voice sounds nice," and I'm like, "Thank you."
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's loaded.
What a reputation.
I was really thinking they were trying to be so nice, and I mean, I took it as a compliment, but it was like,
Weird.
oh, yeah, you must deal with a lot of tourists in London. No, I get it.
Yeah. I haven't really.
I was talking about this the other day. Americans very rarely like correct foreign people on English. We just like accept that they are foreign and everything. But my God, if you go to France or even Germany and a lot of other countries and say one word incorrect, they will jump all over you.
You'll pronounce things really bad.
I will say,
man.
I haven't really been reading anything recently, but I've been collecting a lot of books, which is driving Blue up a wall.
We're out of space. We're fully out of space now.
We've been out of space since we moved in here.
Well, we added another bookshelf.
Yes, and we were out of space on that bookshelf when we bought it.
Here's my bit of advice. My single issue comic book collection at this point makes up the entirety of my box spring. I like a lot of weirdo millennial males don't really have a box spring, but my mattress is on top of a ton of comic boxes, which saves me a bunch of space. It's great.
Yeah, we have a platform bed that is a storage bed underneath it that is used for storage. None of
so
which
you're
is
already
books.
Yeah, we're already there. That ship has sailed.
The problem is our apartment is actually really nice, except for one key detail, and that is that it has exactly 2 closets. One that we share for clothes, and one for storage. And that's it. That is all the storage space that it allotted. And it's like, what? Why would you need more?
Real quick, we have a new participant. Hello, Adam. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello there.
Yo, welcome.
Hey!
Hi. So I'm Adam. You've also seen me on other streams under the name Yellow. I also stream on Twitch on the channel Ludo History. So basically, I am actually a professionally trained historian. I've got a graduate degree. I'm working on a second graduate degree. But I do the intersection of games and history of all flavors, but especially medieval. So I actually just last week finished up my own stream playthrough of this
We were
game.
talking about that earlier.
It was funny, Adam, because I was watching your stream and I was like, "Oh, this is great!" And then you got ahead of me, and I'm like, "No, sorry, gotta back out. Gotta back out." Yeah.
So
It's so good.
Not to seem like I'm running away from Yellow because I find historians terrifying, but I get about.
But you're running away from Yellow because you find historians terrifying. Got it.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you,
It's really
Dominic.
fun.
Wonderful to have
a real
you on. I
pleasure.
hope we get to chat with you again sometime real soon.
I hope so. Yeah, for sure. So
Yeah.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
So
Also,
earlier we were
Doom,
just.
are you-
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm stalking your Instagram, and I need these tardigrade.
Oh, thank you.
They're so freaking cute. I
Oh
love
my
them.
gosh, I'm quite
Tardigrade.
proud of him. To be honest, God, he's a solid like 3 years old at this point. Tarbus the Tardigrade, for everyone listening, is to my knowledge, the world's first product and toy designed entirely in virtual reality. So, you know, whatever that means in the grand scheme of the history of product design, we've reached some sort of a tipping point.
That's pretty cool.
I think it's appropriate that it's a tardigrade too. Like a water bear that can survive in space and in like deep sea vents.
Definitely agreed. You know, wrought in like near indestructible vinyl, should last for maybe about like a century at least. You know.
Yeah.
So
That's pretty
yeah,
good.
it feels good. You know, I was racking my brains basically when I started my company, trying to figure out what would be a good mass marketable enough product, and yet something that is still, you know, like a solid Japanese kaiju, like something that is like a like a good creature, like a good monster you would want to have on your desk, you know. And God, it was basically the time that tardigrades were like really coming out into the public consciousness, and I was like, boom, perfect idea. And he has served me quite well.
I think it would be a good idea for any enterprising D&D DMs to grab one and then just like, you know, when your players are getting a little too
please don't give
confident,
off
you just
any
drop that
ideas.
bad boy.
He comes from out of nowhere and everywhere,
Yeah.
so you know.
Oh boy.
There you are. My
Oh,
bird
man.
got stuck. Poor Ravioli got stuck behind a wall.
Oh yes.
No.
So just a quick
Oh, dear.
recap for anyone who's joined recently. This is the Pathless. Our bird's
Yes.
name is Ravioli, and we're raising
All right.
money for UNICEF. Please donate. If we hit if we get 2,000 more and hit 15K, you'll get a lovely picture of Cleo in her Christmas sweater. She loves the
Oh my
Christmas
goodness.
sweater.
Oh.
So please help us reach that goal if you can. And 20K, you'll get to hear some fun Shakespeare and fun
Shakespeare
voices.
monologues and fun voices.
Yeah.
And
It'd be interesting because I don't actually know what voices I can do. It's not a thing I've ever explored, so I'm gonna need to take suggestions from the chat
Yeah,
for that.
whenever I build a D&D character,
my
I
vote,
make the...
my vote is for anime voice, Red.
Oh,
so.
God.
Yeah, that's my
Yeah,
vote too.
you gotta
was gonna
give
say-
your big pre-battle speech about friendship, and then you're gonna get your big power up at the end of the. We're gonna, you know what? We're gonna
Exactly. It's St.
we're gonna
Crispin's
stage
Day.
this out.
A lot of
It's the
screaming,
St. Crispin's Day speech
A lot of
in the
power up yelling.
anime voice.
There you go.
I want to react at
From
the
the
end of every
very
meter.
Caesar not to praise him.
To be
If you
or
need,
not
if
to
you
be.
need, we can do some. We can ping pong some. We could do a dialogue. And we could ping pong reacts at the end of all of our lines.
That's
No.
true.
No.
So,
Do you
get a
bite your
little
thumb at me,
old.
sir?
is the law on my side if I say I? Nay.
I love that the subtext of that line is because can I fucking kill this guy and get away with it? And his friend's like, no.
No.
I can whip out the Watch Mojo lady impression, but I think that's all I got. I do a good witch but that's not really a funny voice. That's just kind of how you're supposed to do double.
I can kind of do
My
that.
one acting class.
Indigo, I do
Oh,
think
yeah.
that Watch Mojo Lady doing the prologue to Romeo and Juliet is a winner.
That's
Excellent.
that's
So,
good.
yeah.
That
So just so
So that's
you
what
know,
you got to look forward to at 20K.
yeah, that's our 20K goal, friends. So if you have some money and are willing to donate to UNICEF, we would really, really appreciate it. They're a wonderful charity that, in addition to contributing to COVAX, that helps get COVID vaccines into arms across the world, also helps get other vaccines, because just because the COVID pandemic is the one most on our minds right now, doesn't mean it's the only pandemic and epidemic going on in the world right now. The other ones do still exist, and we do still need to
I'm
protect
about to get
against them.
got.
You are about to get
Sadly,
got.
Oh, well.
true.
So
It was fun while it lasted, gang. Here we go. Boss fight
There we
time.
go.
Woo! But yeah, so if you
Oh,
have
boy.
some money and are willing to donate, we'll be here and we're willing. Wow, Anonymous just donated $300.
Oh my god.
Thank you very much.
Nice.
But yes, so we'll be here and we're willing to give fun rewards. So if you're able to donate, we would really, really appreciate it.
Yeah.
What are all of your favorite foods?
Do I go with my basic answer or like
Whatever answer
what,
you
want
wanna
like,
give,
But
Diane.
like, what kind of favorite? Are we talking like comfort food, or are we talking the food that
Well,
my body lets me eat?
I've been thinking about this week because
Or
I've
like a
ordered more
desert island
takeout
food.
than average. So I've ordered more takeout than average this week, and what I like to get is mapo tofu, and I realized about the third or so order of it that I was like, oh, this is probably my favorite food, because whenever I'm like, I want to get some food right now, that's the food I get. So I guess that, like, if you had your pick of anything, but you knew you were gonna pick an item, what is like that food that you are always like, I could eat this any time of day, I'm always craving it, etc.
Well, so that's the difference, because so I have gastroparesis. I can't eat everything, but what I want to eat and what I can eat isn't always the same thing.
Let's imagine a perfect world scenario.
Okay, so a perfect world scenario where I can eat whatever I want. I want pizza or I want lasagna. It's one of those two.
That's true.
Yeah.
Cyan
I'm actually
versus
gonna
12
say-
lasagnas.
Yeah, what I can eat is a potato. Either mashed form or baked form.
I was actually gonna say either pizza or sushi. Those are the two go-tos I always go for.
Pizza's
The
top of the
perfect
list all the
meal
time.
for me, You go from I want to start off with good hummus and like pita as the appetizer.
Okay,
Pizza,
okay.
entree with sweet potatoes on the side, and finish that up with creme brulee.
Wow.
Those are my
That's
favorite
fancy.
This sounds like a last meal.
Yes,
That's like as much
as
thought as
meal.
someone usually puts into their last meal, I'm saying. Oh my gosh.
Also,
Very
That college
impressed,
year
though.
sketch about I can't decide what my last meal should be is like one of the videos I can just watch forever, but I should only watch when I'm hungry.
yeah.
Oh man.
So earlier we were talking about like, oh, what's the architectural inspiration for this? And I'm like, I cannot answer that question.
Yeah.
But Yellow took notes, so he can. So we'll
I
be able
did
to talk
not
about
take enough
we'll
notes.
be able to talk
Yeah.
about some of the architecture as we get into the frozen tundra.
But your favorite food, Blue.
But yes.
My favorite food is red Thai curry. I could eat that
Ooh,
every
good
day.
choice.
Ooh.
It's
Good
so
choice.
goddamn good. Yeah.
Shawarma gets my vote.
Oh yeah.
Mapo tofu all the way. I used to really waffle on that one, but I think having eaten it 3 times this week and still thinking I could probably eat more of it, I should probably just commit to
Yeah,
it.
that's
you
the
know?
problem. I do also love falafel. But like, the problem is
True.
I've had so many bad falafels.
Yeah.
I've rarely had a bad
Yeah.
lasagna or a bad pizza. No, that's not true. I've had bad pizza. Ren Fair pizza is almost always bad.
Oh, yeah,
that's
no.
what you get for
Whoa.
ordering a pizza.
If you're at a Ren
Fair.
Fair, why
Do
would
you
you
know
eat
how?
pizza when you
Because
can
I
frozen
can't eat
cheesecake on a
anything
stick?
else at a Ren Fair. I can't
Oh, I
eat
suppose
fried
that's fair.
food.
Sorry.
I
can't
understand the
digest
logic behind
anything
it
fried.
in your situation,
Everything
Diane, but that
else
is
is
the tragedy
fried.
of the situation.
Sometimes it's frozen cheesecake on a stick that isn't fried.
Well, yeah, but I can't eat
It had all
eggs
those
either.
Yeah,
exotic
like that's
features.
easier for
Right,
the average
yeah.
Problem is I can't eat food and they won't let you bring in your own food if you have allergies. They're like, oh, you can leave and come back. And I'm like, dang.
This is my authentic Renaissance food truck that I brought myself.
Yep.
And
Yep.
Also, Ren Fairs are always in the middle of friggin' nowhere. It's
I
like,
know.
oh yeah, I would love to
Yeah.
leave and come back and drive 70 miles to the nearest civilization and see if they have something I can eat.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like,
Oh
do
no,
you
the bird has been orbed.
They're
Yes, it's
like,
been
but you
orbed.
can pay $5 for our really bad
Ponder it.
pizza. And I'm like, maybe I'll just eat kettle corn.
We all die.
And that's what I did this
If I
year.
just drink
was I drank
meat's
a
got
lot.
calories in it,
Yeah,
just
no.
calories.
That's actually what I did this year was I had lemonade
Yeah.
and kettle corn
Oh,
for our like
Incredible.
stupid long day at the Ren Fair.
Any favorite
weren't
Ren
even
Fair
there the
stories
whole
from anybody?
I go really hard on Ren Fair costumes because it's one of the 2 times a year that I allow myself to go hard in costumes. If I ever get into cosplay, I'm never gonna sleep again, so I have to limit it to Halloween and Ren Fair season. And that is my favorite part of the Ren Fair is always just the week before the Ren Fair, panic putting together everyone's
You're
costume.
not. You have to do this, remember?
Yeah.
The crunch is real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're working on a costume for Blue for the Ren Fair next year.
Yeah.
Nice,
Well, one thing at a time.
nice.
We'll get there.
Yeah. I liked my costume this year, but I think I wanna refine it a bit more. I think I went too hard on the bard side. A group of us went as our D&D characters. And I think I want to lean into the armor of it all more. I think get some like leather work or something.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
I
Damn.
So last year, I had gotten I'd kind of gotten into leatherworking, and I like learned how to do it, and it was cool and all. But the problem is, I had like only just learned how to do like grommets and stuff like that, and I'd gotten like one of those cheap grommet setters, which are really bad. Like props to people that can use like the really cheap grommet setters. They're so bad. But I had to get one. I had to get a snap setter anyway because I had to put snaps into a dress that I had. And so I got one of the ones that can work for grommets or snaps. So now I'm like, ooh, I'm really excited because now I have like a good one that like actually has force.
To snap the world.
I finally remembered an interesting Ren Fair story I have. Which is at one point, I almost never go to see the jousting things, but at one point I went with a friend and his family, and we were setting up to watch the joust, and of course they had 4 knights. They had like the really heroic one, and they had the boring one, and then they had the kind of a dick one, and they had the obviously evil one. I successfully predicted the exact order in which the different knights would be defeated and what would happen that would arrange for the hero to end up beating the bad guy in the end. And this was a major part of why I started thinking about trope talks as a concept. I was like, do I think about this too much?
You can tell by the hairstyle, like, oh no, you're totally evil. You're going down second round.
It was more than that. We had, let's see, the good guy was wearing all blue. He had like kind of shoulder-length gold hair and a nice smile. The bad guy was in red and black armor with black hair.
Shocking.
And then like the boring one, he was like this older guy in purple, and they were like, oh, this knight, an oldie but a goodie. And I was like, not the dead mentor, no way. And then there was like some guy in like black and yellow, where they're like, oh, a bad boy, and I was like, get out of here, you small potato. You're gonna get iced by the red guy just to show how bad he is. I think it was like he wanted to beat the purple, so we were like, ooh, he's scary. But then the red guy was gonna come in and be like, haha, surprise, bitch. Anyway, good stuff.
Yeah, this is the part where in my first playthrough, every time the Hydra fell down, I'm like, come on, more, and it came back with more heads, and I'm like, yes.
More!
That's what I'm talking about.
Nice.
Oh, man.
Last time we went to the Ren Fair, it was Pirate Weekend, which was fun because you get people dressed up in like pirate costumes. But I kept seeing one guy dressed as Luffy from One Piece, but I would just see like the straw hat bobbing through the crowd, and he haunted me the whole day. I was like, "It's you! You're back!" None of the rest of the crew.
Knows what he wants.
I know. I was like, you know what? I gotta respect it because that's an easy costume to pull off, and you've succeeded in making it work for the Ren Fair. So good timing on your part.
No, that one. That was the same Ren Fair that at the joust there was one of the knights who looked way too much like me. Like, oh my god, they just took generic white boy number 5. Oh my god.
So
Damn it.
We kept calling him Blue.
Yeah.
Just like being like, hey, it's Blue! Of course, he was not wearing blue, so this made it very confusing.
Yes.
I did see an uptick in people like going to Ren Fairs in like anime con cosplays. Like, you'd see someone showing up basically dressed like a ninja, and it's like, I'm not gonna complain. It's like, oh no, the historicity. While I nosh on my frozen cheesecake on a stick.
It's the Ren Fair, you know?
$5 pizzas, very time accurate.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, with inflation, that pizza cost you $5,000. Pizza in the 1400s, or I guess that would have been the 1500s, was a delicacy.
I'm trying to think of like what meme image specifically is best to describe the experience I had at this Ren Fair seeing that guy, because it was the same guy dressed as Luffy every single time. I just see his straw hat and then he'd appear out of the corner of my eye. And I think it's like that image of the Johns from the Umbrella Academy passing by in the windows of the car. I'm just like, I know who you are, but you don't know who I am.
Someone said that ravioli's been cleansed of the Cheeto dust.
Oh no. Oh, that's cursed.
Ravioli.
Oh,
what are you doing?
Animal friends.
Also, thank you to everyone who's been donating to UNICEF throughout this little sequence. We appreciate it.
Hey guys, so I will say, like I said earlier, I'm not really a gamer, so I don't really follow the industry or really any games whatsoever. I am curious though. I didn't look into the Pathless whatsoever before hopping onto the stream. What is this, like, broad strokes about? If you had to give like a general elevator pitch.
Yeah. So Adam, you can check my work on this. Essentially, it is from the developers of Abzu, also much the team on Journey. It is basically you show up in a world that has been corrupted by something or other, and the gods are dead, but their spirits have been turned into like evil monsters. All you have is your bow and this little mask that lets you like. Hold on, I'll show it in a second after this cutscene ends. Come on. Yep. Great. Cadence. Cool. Okay. Great. Okay. And one more. Yep. Good, great. Okay.
There it goes.
Okay, cool. So you have this little mask that lets you like see the mysterious like behind the world. And you also have this magic eagle that has incredible upper body strength to be able to lift up the entire hunter. And you run around this world collecting these light stones and smacking them into these little obelisks you can see in the distance, which then creates a beam of energy that allows you to chase down the big bad guys, fight them, free their spirit, and then you move on to the next plateau to begin cleansing it again. Story-wise, there's a lot of stuff about, like, there's this guy called the Pathfinder who was basically like a cult leader and rallied a bunch of people to his cause, and for some reason now he's also called, like, the God Slayer. What's up with that? How did that process happen? We'll find out more.
I wonder if he's responsible for killing the gods.
Yeah.
With a name like Seems like a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, this land has been corrupted by God Slayer XX69. He couldn't change his gamer tag, so it's stuck like that. But mechanically, the core of this game is that it's all about exploration. There's this big open world. There is no map. All there is just you look at the landmarks around you and you explore and kind of find your way. You have this bright blue light that shows you where you've been, and sort of the dark blue is places where you haven't been. So there's no map. You just kind of have to go and explore it. And the actual method of getting around is shooting these talismans for these speed boosts, so you can get like a whole momentum thing. So it's about chaining momentum and keeping your speed up and getting into this flow state of traversal. It's extremely satisfying to play because you can get into really engaged with this flow. So there's a lot of good stuff going on here.
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah,
I gotta say, you zooming across that like fiery.
The boss fights are so good.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Also,
real quick, we appear to have lost Max Miller of Tasting History.
It's okay. Might just be an internet thing. He'll come back in if he's able to, or
if
we'll keep you updated.
And if not, it was lovely having him on anyway.
Thanks, Max.
Exactly.
Where in the world is Max Miller?
Well, it was pretty sudden. It might just have been internet crash.
Yeah, he's showing us offline, so anything could have happened, but we'll see.
True.
Anyway.
In the meantime, when he does get back, we should try and hit 14k donations to UNICEF.
That's true.
Solid goal.
As a reminder, if we get to 15k, we will release the picture of Cleo in the very adorable Christmas sweater.
It's
And
super
if we make
cute, y'all.
it to
There's no
20K,
picture yet.
He has seen the sweater though.
Oh yeah,
I have seen the.
That's true.
I have seen the sweater.
That's true. Yellow has seen the sweater. I was gonna say, like, we haven't actually taken this picture yet. We were gonna like wait till we hit it. That way we could be like, does anyone have pose requests?
This is a marketing strategy. You know, we're telling people there's a limited supply of this item we have hidden away in stock, and we will release it at a certain time when certain conditions are met.
Well, we are going to release it.
It's a limited release Cleo image.
Yep. We actually have unlimited access to Cleo images, but only release them a few at a time per year to keep the prices high. Millennials are killing
we're
the
not
Cleo
the
pictures.
diamond mafia.
It's a cartel.
You know.
All the way
and
down.
of course, if we get to 20k, we'll be doing some absolutely nonsensical Shakespeare reads. So, please,
Sweater
if you are
Cleo
able,
NFT.
continue to...
Oh no.
Gross.
I was trying so hard to not
jeez.
say the word NFT because I was like, I don't even want to open that can of worms, even though I realized we are dancing around it with the idea of an image that is special release.
I have a friend who semi-regularly, jokingly, I think, suggests that we do like some kind of OSP cryptocurrency and just like make bank on the scam and then bound. And I'm like, I keep telling him like, haha, we're not gonna do that, but it keeps coming in conversation.
Donate to UNICEF to keep Cleo open source for all.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
We will never privatize Cleo.
I mean, she is our cat, but like you will retain access rights to cute Cleo pictures as we deem it appropriate.
Yes.
Oh,
A controlling
God.
share in Cleo.
Yes.
Oh God.
But yeah,
What a world.
incredible.
Yeah,
But yeah,
right.
it's a great cause, and we are very happy to be collecting for it.
But yes.
The word I've lost the ability to speak once again. Every time I start going on one of these like let's do some official stuff talks, I realize that on stream I have immediately lost the ability to construct human sentences.
It's not a podcast, so your brain is throwing a coup. It's like, what do you think you're doing?
I've existed too long outside of the podcast realm, and I'm being. It's like time travel rules, and like in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 Turtles in Time, how they can only exist in the past for a certain amount of time. This is important. It's so they can only exist in the past for a limited amount of time, or else they'll like be permanently switched. It's similar to that with me with podcasts, where I can only exist in the real world and live content for a limited time period before I slowly start getting pulled back to my original zone.
Of course.
Meanwhile,
I think
I'm
about that
just
movie
like,
a lot for not being a relevant movie to the 2021.
I mean, it's no Princess Diaries 2 Royal Engagement.
That's
so...
true. It's no Princess
Okay.
Let's go there.
Oh boy.
But yes.
Yeah.
But yes, please, if you're able to, please donate to UNICEF. We would really appreciate it, and we have some fun reward goals when we reach each 5,000 increments. So 15,000 is the Cleo picture. 20,000 is some fun voice acting things. We already got a little blue preview, so
Yeah, my
I think maybe when we hit 15K, we'll give a little red preview too.
I already gave a little review.
I think we did
were
the
just in the middle of
red
having an
preview.
aggressive anime conversation.
yeah, that's true.
There
That's
you
true.
go.
And you didn't do the voice.
Well, I did the voice. I told you guys, I don't know what you guys think my voices I can do are. And someone was like,
Fred, you
anime,
kind
and I
of
was like,
just
I'll do my
already
best
sound
shonen
like a
protagonist.
you know?
That's true.
Like,
That's just
like,
how I
Fred-
talk
Yeah.
sometimes.
No, and there's
That's
absolutely
true.
nothing
You
wrong
talk
with that.
sometimes.
Oh, are you serious?
No, here's the thing. Do you ever think about like if you like had to become like you have to become a voice actor? It's the only career option that's available to you. What kinds of characters are you going to try to specialize in? Like Red, I'm like, oh yeah, easily you could be a shonen protagonist. Like your voice
Aw,
already
thanks.
sounds in the right realm, and you know you can tell it too. But like I'm like Red just talks, and I'm like, oh yeah, I hear Goku in my mind.
Unironically, that's probably the highest compliment I've ever been paid.
Aww.
Or is like, but like, what about the rest of you guys? Do you ever think about like what characters, if you had to play characters, you had to provide a voice for a character, what type of character would you think? Do you think you'd be good at? Not just do you want to do, but do you think like your voice or vocal range specifically would allow you to do well?
Probably smaller, high-pitched voices. Because I have a mid-range voice, but I can make my voice go higher. I can make my voice go lower, but not for as long.
Interesting.
I can make it like consistently go higher for longer.
So
Yeah.
from what I've seen of a couple of OSP vids, it seems like you guys are somewhat Trekkies. I'm guessing.
Oh,
Cool.
I am uninitiated, but the rest of them, yeah.
I gotta
Exactly.
say, over the pandemic, I got
Oh.
hardcore into DS9. Best
sorry.
ever Trek.
Anonymous
Trek.
donation of $1,000.
Oh my God.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
nice.
Oh God!
Yeah,
Thank
wow.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Anyway.
Anonymous donation
That's
of
so cool.
$1,000.
We've had a lot of anonymous donations.
Yes, and I
Yeah,
do want
holy
to
cannoli.
clarify, like, small donations, we do see you too, and we do also appreciate you. We're just,
Yeah.
someone just dropped $1,000 anonymously.
Yeah,
So-
that merits a shout out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Easy. Oh, for sure.
But I just did want to clarify, we do also see you small donations, and we do really
Yes.
appreciate you. We see all the
Yes.
donations
Yeah.
that come in, and we
I
do
see
really
you.
appreciate all of them. But,
Yeah.
fuck, man.
Anyway,
Yeah. Anyway, he's fine.
The best doctor in Star Trek, of course, is Nick.
DS9, best Trek
Yeah.
whatsoever. Avery Brooks, I think, has one of the best voices in all of Star Trek, and honestly, to the point that I think I would want to be something in that range, I guess, as far as a potential voice actor. Because man, the like weird gravitas that he can command just with his like inflection and like very specific tonality alone. I know it's a very specific thing, but I of all the voice actors in the past, and it's not even really a voice actor because like He's got a role and he's acting, but God, I love his voice. It's so good. DS9 is best Trek. So good.
It's up there. Yeah.
It is.
It's
I
will
gotta
die on this
say,
hill.
I
Best
have
Trek.
I have a soft spot in my heart for like very early Star Trek, just because
Heck yes.
I love really like old school shitty fight scenes where they jump on like styrofoam rocks and beat each other with styrofoam bats. I love that. I love that.
That Gorn fight is like a classic.
I love it. I love it. So like it has a special place in my heart.
Yeah.
I've been having a genuinely good time slow working my way through TNG. Which, you know, everyone knows that TNG is like when it started getting good. Like, I've heard that DS9 is the best one overall, but like TNG has a lot of straight bangers. And the funny thing is, like, when it started off, I was like, I mean, it's Star Trek. I'm not expecting, like, go ahead.
Season 1 of TNG is not good.
No, everyone talks about, Riker grows the beard, it gets good. As if Riker growing the beard doesn't predate the episode Menage a Troy. So, like, it's not all good after he grows the
Oh boy.
That's literally what it's called, but it's spelled Troy like Deanna Troy's last name. Ha ha ha.
Yes.
God.
TNG is, I think, the best entry point into Trek, because I think it's the most approachable of all the shows, because you get, like, the most explained to you, but also
we hit 15K.
It's time.
Okay,
Cleo picked
all right.
time.
Okay,
I will pause and leave us here as we go get this picture of Cleo with
this
a
is
sweater.
a dangerous spot to wait.
Incredible.
Okay.
No, it's fine.
BRB.
Adam, what kind of characters do you think you would voice? We
Gosh. It's almost exclusively, right, the posh academic is... It's just me. It's just me IRL. But also it's the one voice I can consistently do. Right, because I have a really good English accent, because my ordinary accent is just a mess.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've encountered my Philly accent being a hindrance in the past.
So yeah, that's basically what I do, is just the posh character who just like exists for one scene to exposit.
Nice.
Perfect.
Okay, there you go.
Perfect.
Shout out to Erin in the chat, who is getting married tomorrow. Congratulations.
Hey.
Mazel tov.
Mazel tov.
Also shout outs to this $20 train, because we have gotten two $5 donations, a £5 donation, a $200 donation from Megan Miller, and then 5 $20 donations in the last minute and a half.
Dang.
So,
Nice.
I'm about to up the milestone to 20K. But
perfect.
So as a reminder, thank you for getting us 15K. This is all for an incredibly worthy cause. We cannot thank you guys enough for donating. We are in the process, live on the scene. This is Indigo with Traffic on the 9. We have word that Cleo is approaching the drop point where the sweater will be placed on her. Now, this is breaking news, and I am giving you the updates as I get them. Here in the studio, in Studio OSP, coming word on the street is that Blue and Cyan have been prepping for this throughout the holiday season with progressively more intense festive accoutrement, and this is really the big finale, if you will. Red, you are considered by some to be a Cleo expert. Do you have any insight as to the state of mind that Cleo might be in at this time?
Yes, I think it's very important to understand that the psychology of Cleo is the most important part of her performance in such a strenuous situation like this. Cleo frequently gives the impression of being easygoing, but that really conceals the cunning mind of a master tactician. I, with my own eyes, at one point witnessed Cleo slip into a cabinet and absolutely go to town on a bag of goldfish crackers while nobody was looking. So I know that she has the potential within her to absolutely dominate the playing field, and I think she'll be able to pull this one off. I think she'll be able to hold it together long enough to get that really sweet Christmas sweater pick.
Fascinating. And is there any situation you could foresee that would potentially derail Cleo from achieving her goal? I know in past years, such treats and other situational distractions have gotten in the way. Do you foresee that being a potential problem this year?
I think it's entirely possible, but honestly, I think that she's really worked through a lot of those issues in the last year or so. I mean, earlier in the afternoon, we saw a certain amount of potential derailment with her constant attempts to acquire salami. But I really do think that at this point, she's had a nap, she's well rested, she's well fed. I think she'll be able to hold it together. You know.
Incredible. We go now live to Blue and Cyan on the scene, who are there with Cleo. Blue, Cyan, this is Sophia, Indigo in the studio. Do you guys have any eyes on the Lady of the Hour for us there?
Okay, Blue's getting the photo ready for posting.
Yes.
And don't worry, she got plenty of treats.
Here
I don't think
comes
you
the
guys were able to
girl.
hear her giving a little purr in the microphone, were you?
Oh,
No, sadly.
We tried.
sadly.
We were
That's
giving Indigo's
okay.
traffic on the 9 instead.
We tried to hold her up next to the mic because she was purring once I put the sweater on, and she was kind of just like giving a little purr.
Aww.
But I didn't think we'd be able
Yay.
to quite hear it. Hi, baby.
Holiday cheer.
Hi.
So full of beans.
You like your sweater. I know. She likes it because it's like a big warm hug. And she likes being... So she's a burrower cat where she likes to like hide under blankets and like snuggle. So when you put her in a sweater, it's like she's all snuggled in a blanket, but she can also walk around. So the
Snuggle
first time,
wherever she goes.
yeah, so the first time we put her in a jacket, she was like, oh, I like this.
Oh, this is a thing.
And we don't keep one on
Honestly-
her all the time because eventually she'll take it off, and we always get them big enough that she can take herself out of it if she wants. So she just leaves it on for as much as she wants, and then she'll kind of wiggle her way out of it and just leave it.
Very cute.
Yep.
All right.
Um,
The tweet has been
oh,
made.
oh.
Get.
You can post it on Instagram
we have
too.
a
Focus on
live
Instagram, too.
update.
The
It
baby.
seems that the Cleo image for 2021 has been posted, or is Cyan, you're live on the scene. Has it been posted onto the interwebs?
It is
I
on
can
Twitter.
confirm. I have eyes on it right now.
It's
Oh,
on the
we've got-
Twitter. And it's about to be
Wait,
on Instagram.
I'm receiving a live feed from our expert. She has eyes on the image as it is. Red, what do you think of this year's Cleo image? Do you think that this lives up to the hype that we have been expecting from such a picture?
Honestly, I think this is top tier, possibly the best she's ever looked. So we can safely say that this is a rousing success for the Cleo fans out there.
I also
Incredible.
just retweeted it on
Literally
Instagram,
everybody.
So
Incredible. This has been your Cleo Picture Holiday Update from Traffic on the 9 with Indigo. Thank you to my co-hosts for providing their insight on this special announcement, and we will be back next time there is an important Cleo update. Thanks for tuning
Always
in.
happy to be here.
Thank you guys. Thank you. And scene.
Back to cleansing the land of this corrupt.
Okay. Hi, Cleo. Thank you.
hello.
Thank you, Cleo.
thank you, Cleo. Now she just
Oh,
wants to sit
precious.
under Blue's feet and cuddle.
Aww.
That's a good cat.
Oh, she's the best cat.
I need to get up there somehow.
Good girl. Thank you guys for getting us 15K. As a reminder, we do have a 20K stretch goal. If we get there, we are going to be doing some questionable Shakespeare readings in some questionably Shakespearean voices. So if you're interested
Yeah.
in hearing that and helping out a great cause, and you are able to, please continue to donate. But for now, enjoy the lovely, lovely picture of our dear Lady Cleo in her adorable sweater.
Woo!
So precious.
Yeah.
Oh, so good. Oh, man. Ugh.
Cool. All right.
Yeah.
And back to the game.
And reset.
Back to business.
Dang it. Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you,
You
String.
should no. You should go in there and look at the things though, because there's pretty architecture pic.
Oh, let's go back. What are we looking at here? We got a picture of the God Slayer in an action pose.
Uh huh.
We're gonna go mess something up, and a tapestry with the God Slayer as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the actual statue, but the tapestry, to my best guess, seems to be adopting either like Neo-Assyrian or kind of Achaemenid Persian, somewhere between those two date ranges, for aesthetic stylings, which is
Yeah.
super freaking cool.
That is super freaking cool.
Because this game just like takes everything old and everything sacred and slaps it all into the same island, and I love it.
It's great. So we mentioned the Exomite Stella. We mentioned the
Exactly.
boss fight for Ceranos is just like literally the Pantheon.
Yeah.
And there's been a couple other things, some Mesoamerican looking stuff, some obviously very East Asian inspired architectures as well. So there's a whole mess of stuff going on here, and we'll even see a smidge of Gothic later, which is
Yeah, we will.
wild.
Also, hang on, I just lost track of where it was. There was a thought, and I lost it.
Worst feeling.
I know, right? Right, I mean, this is all taking place in, like, a Japanese pagoda, basically. And it is just super duper cool.
Nice. Yeah.
Talk about attention to detail.
Yeah. They're just, like, grabbing everything, and it works.
Yeah,
it works really well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, the flavor is like anything sacred, throw it in. And
Exactly.
yeah, it honestly works. It honestly works. Nothing is being like particularly aped wholesale. It's just using different styles of architecture as a shorthands to refer to just sacredness in general. And there's some stuff like, oh, you know, the Godslayer has kind of like an Achaemenid, like Neo-Babylonian like mystique to him, but like other than that, like everything else just kind of like exists in the world.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was the other thing, right? The snake is Nimue, like the lady of one of the Lady of the Lakes from Arthurian stuff.
Yeah.
Nimue is normally not the Lady of the Lake, but again, Arthurian folklore has shifted around so much. All the names get reshuffled.
Exactly. One of the 4 ladies of the lake.
That would be a fun girl group, you know? Like, the Ladies of the Lake. Like an Arthurian mythology themed girl band. Like the Spice Girls, but they're all themed after, you know, you get a little Morgan Le Fay in there, a little, was Gwen something or other? I'm blanking on names. Guinevere, thank you.
There we go.
Bro, really?
Like, Gwyneth. No, Gwyneth is wrong.
She's like the most famous one of them.
Just Gwen, you know, Gwen Stacy.
Just Gwen, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever
It's
works.
fine. Don't worry about it. Guys, it's a low brain power day. For those who listen to the podcast, you know that we have a very fun New Year's bonus special going up tomorrow, which is available for Blue and Red's review and pleasure after this. But I was editing that into the wee hours of yesterday morning, and then today is New Year's Eve, so we're gonna be powering through. Also, I think that the Dunkin' coffee I drank is hitting, or at least the sugar from it is today. We're getting rambly.
More coal on the fire.
A couple
Yeah.
of people
Sorry,
are worried they're missing the Cleo photo. It's on Twitter and Instagram.
Yeah.
It's
It's still a baby.
yeah, it's still there. You can find it on Twitter and Instagram. Don't worry, it was not put on screen.
Yep.
You did not have to be live for the photo. It's a standing reward.
Also, real
And
quick,
she's
the specific
adorable in it.
architecture of this big, like, snake bridge looks a lot like the Pyramid of the Feathered Serpent in, Teotihuacan, I want to say.
Yeah, yeah, it's a weird cross between Mesoamerican and like kind of some Great Wall of China vibes almost.
Yep.
It's a cool mashup. Everything is mashup in this game, and it works. It shouldn't work. It does though.
Yeah.
Because it remixes it. It's still all new things. I wish I had better words to explain why it's so good. All I can be is like, it's cool. But that's all I got.
I have thought about this a lot.
That's
Generally, I'm like, oh yeah, you used a whole bunch of stuff very superficially. This is kind of boring and silly.
But
This one, it's the opposite reaction, and it's like, ooh,
Yes.
why does this one work differently? And I have lots of thoughts.
Unrelated to that, real quick, we have a guest just joining us. Would you care to introduce yourself, Tiger Star?
Hello, I'm Emperor Tiger Star, and I
Hello.
do nerdy videos about maps and history and stuff.
Woohoo!
Very
Awesome.
cool.
Very fun.
I have been a fan of your work for a very long time. And for anyone who wonders how it is that I get all of like my where was this country and this empire in this point in time, it's like 75% is Tiger Star maps. It's just like I load up like history of the something or other every year. Click, okay, get to the right year I need, pause, draw that. Okay, next year that I need, pause, draw that. Yeah.
Yes.
Cleo, stop knocking over my laptop. I need
Yeah.
that
She's
for
rebelling.
work.
Every
Fame
time
has gone
someone
to her
tells
head.
me that, I get like a little heart attack. Like, ah.
Aw.
It's because you're good.
You do the good work.
Yes.
And also you have a lot of other fun videos. We, a long time ago, we collaborated on the Operation Odysseus thing back in the day. That was like 3 years ago. Or,
Has it really been that long?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
weird.
I feel like since the pandemic has been like 2 years, it like Thanos snapped my sense of time, and one of those years just disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
But at the same time, the last year has felt like 5 years. Like, I actually feel like a lot has happened and, like, I've been really productive, but also, like, it's been a week, and I can't believe we're going into 2022.
Yeah,
Yeah.
2021 was super slow up until like Halloween, and then it just really sped up.
It's like, what if we
Yep.
speed around the last 3 months of the year?
Exactly.
I saw a meme on the internet last night that
Is that where they come from?
I know, it's crazy, right?
The meme crop was rich last night. A fresh harvest for the people.
For the meme god.
Yes.
That Bernie in a chair meme was like from January of this
What
year.
a throwback. Oh my
It
god.
hasn't even
That
been
was
a
like
year.
only 11 months ago. That's absurd. Oh god, I feel so much older than I did. Just
There was
I think
some
part of it
point...
is
Sorry, go ahead, Red.
well, it's just that we've had to adjust to so much stuff that, like, the way our brains respond to that is just sort of like assuming, like kind of putting us in the moment and not really letting us look outside of it. So it's like you're in a crisis situation, you got to survive the crisis situation, so you'd be spending time thinking about how, you know, if you're in a crisis situation, how it'd be going. But that means it's very easy to just sort of tunnel vision into just thinking about the way things are right now as the way things have always been and will always be. And I think that's part of why we're all experiencing this weird time distortion, because it's like, we've been living through an unprecedented global crisis, and our brains don't know how to handle it, so...
Yeah, too true.
Yeah.
And I don't want to speak for anyone else, but I just, you know, as far as like a solo dude doing basically a solo operation, it's really easy to think of like my new lifestyle as having adopted a siege mentality, you know, which like it's not good, you know, because siege mentalities are ultimately, for the most part, self-defeating without like a really good exit strategy. But like,
or a really good fortress.
yeah, too true. Or at least like, you know, a sense that it's going to end in the near future, you know, and that doesn't seem to be coming around at any time soon. But I can't, you know, I can't begrudge anyone else for basically trying to just hunker down right now, because yeah, it is it's the uncertainty of it all is the most annoying thing. You know,
coping takes
Hunkering down is the responsible thing to do, so, you know.
Yeah, so true, so true.
I don't know what you mean. My apartment's bossing say, and nothing is happening.
Hey. Yeah. I don't know. I was the first class of college grads right into the pandemic, because when that hit was my second semester senior year at school, and so I feel like the combination of supposed to be entering an entirely new phase of your life and also unprecedented global craziness was a recipe for disaster. So I'm just happy that I've hunkered down enough to get through that to the point where I do feel like I've moved on to a more adult phase of my life is maybe the wrong way to put it, but that's probably the best way to describe it. Have my own thing going on.
That's yeah, stability. It's great. Honestly, if the pandemic had hit maybe like 2 or 3 years earlier for me, I would be in such a worse position as far as my own company and business and just knowing what to do, I guess, you know, because I gotta say, Designer Toys is like the weirdest, like most bastard child of like the fine arts world in general. You know, it's very very strange these collectible like pop art sculptures. Because admittedly,
Sorry, real quick. Gotta PSA that if you spread vaccine misinformation and doomer mindsets, I'm putting you in timeout. Don't pull that shit on our stream, all right? We're doing this for a reason, and it's a good one.
Fuck yeah.
Anyways, please continue.
People, man, Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. Designer Toys it's a weird small market that has honestly only existed for like 20-ish years at this point. So it's still growing, and it's still, I don't know, getting up there, and everything is getting bigger every year. But yeah, you know, it's still nothing compared to like I don't know, those people at like Art Basel and all of the larger, you know, official art like worlds, I guess, for lack of a better term.
I mean, it's interesting because you get to a situation where it's like, you know, what kinds of fields are crossing over. Designer Toys has got to be interesting because it's the intersection of like sculpture, entrepreneurship, artistry, and like a whole bunch of other things that, you know, any one of those fields on their own is not. And if you're in that field, you kind of got to be able to do all of them. So it takes a lot. It's like, you know, drawing, in Red's case, like drawing a comic, I find extremely impressive because it's storyboarding, writing, drawing, and a whole bunch of other skills altogether.
100%. Oh my God. Yeah, I wear so many hats, and I mean, I kind of have to. And I mean, I don't know if I ever told you guys this, but I graduated from the University of Pennsylvania with a degree in mechanical engineering. And I, you know, after school, I tried to find a job that would be both entertaining enough and would like actually pay the bill. And I only found gigs that were one or the other, and I really didn't want to compromise. So here I am, you know, kind of doing it for myself, and I've thankfully kind of settled into a really solid way of, I don't know, design to manufacturing to creation to promotion, and it's all coming along. But God, if I had been hit with the same like pandemic-related challenges that I had experienced over this past couple of years, like, oh my God, everything would be so much more insurmountable seeming.
Yeah.
Crazy world. Crazy world.
Yeah.
Quick thing. Blue, your mama says hello to
Oh.
you and everyone else.
Hi, Mom.
She specifically mentioned Red and Indigo, and myself, but everyone else who she doesn't know as well.
Yeah, we were hanging out at my mom's house a few days ago. Got back 2 days ago. I don't even remember at this point. But she was like, "I'll text when I'm in chat." We're like, "Yeah, cool." So hi, Mom.
Aw.
Hope you're having a good day. Hope you enjoy the stream. Can I shoot this arrow? Oh no.
But yeah, I totally sympathize on the need to, if you didn't get started before COVID times, like just how much harder it is now. Because honestly, if I didn't start making stuff in 2019, there was no way I was going to start making stuff in 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
true.
we are very lucky that like by the time this happened, the channel was already really down to a science. It would have been so, because at this point it's like, oh no, we are locked down and work from home, which we've been doing for 2.5 years. Okay, cool. Like, obviously there was some adjusting, and it wasn't, you know, sunshine and rainbows, but like what I do for a living is a difficult concept to explain to some of my extended family members. And I have several relatives that aren't super artistically minded, and several of them, before the channel turned to like a thing, kind of like sat me down and were like, "Hey, so like, you know, you've got a math degree, you can get like a real job, and a lot of them even pay okay." And I was like, "Thanks, no, I'm doing this thing, I'm okay." And like, I got to admit, when the pandemic really started getting bad, I was like, "Man, if I'd gotten a real job, I'd be fucked right now. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The thing that's always been on my mind as like easily the biggest bullet that I dodged with the pandemic was I originally was going to college to be a public school teacher. And there were numerous reasons why I changed my mind and went with YouTube, but it just occurred to me that based on the trajectory I was going, that if I would have stuck with that route, then my first year of teaching would have been when the pandemic started.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Crazy.
I feel like the pandemic seriously changed the career I ended up having, because I was already editing for OSP before it hit. But my intention post-graduation was to go work in production, and working in production was not a very viable option in March of 2020, because, you know, being in person, period, but the combination of the film industry being pretty bad at testing early on, you know, it really, I ended up becoming a more post-professional, and now I work freelance for a lot of you guys, which has been awesome, but it was not at all what I intended to do going after graduation. So, I mean, it's impossible to understate how much I think COVID changed a lot of trajectories for people who were just starting out.
So
Not always
true.
necessarily in a bad way, but it is, it's something that you do have to reckon with yourself when you're considering, like, what does the future look like for me in unprecedented times? Really.
Yeah. Well, I think that's part of why we're seeing that great resignation thing. Like, a ton of people starting to realize, like, wow, I was suffering through this nonsense for like a promised end goal that's definitely not happening at this point. So what is even real? And I mean, honestly, it has been so nice to see people finally get out from under things that are just completely exploiting them for like no reward. So
You're true, because honestly, you know, life is far too short. You know, and I mean, like, it's horrifying that we're kind of all hostages to capitalism in some sense or another, but I mean, God, you know, it just, when you're around this much mass death, this much notable mass death over a couple of years, like, really makes you reevaluate what you're spending your time on, you know?
This might be a good time to bring up the reminder that this is a stream raising money for UNICEF, specifically in part because they help fund COVAX, which helps get COVID vaccines where they are needed the most, because while here in the US, where I think all of us are based, but a lot of our followers are based, but not all of them, we have a good amount of vaccines, and most of us have been able to get not only our first round of shots, but our booster shots.
Boost!
That is not the case in a lot of the world. So UNICEF, and through their funding, helping to fund COVAX, we are able to help get COVID vaccines where they are desperately needed, as well as other vaccines for many other illnesses, because just because the COVID pandemic is the one most on our minds right now, that doesn't mean that other viruses, other pandemics have gone away. So if you have money and are able to donate, please consider making a donation. The link is right here through YouTube Giving to UNICEF, and all that money will be going directly to them. We have a fun goal if we hit 20K, just like how at 15K we had that cute picture of Cleo you can see on OSP's Twitter and Instagram. If we hit 20K, we'll be doing some Shakespeare readings in fun voices. So donate mostly because you want to help support UNICEF, but also to help us reach that fun goal if you need additional motivation.
Because it is easy to feel like, oh no, I can't do anything, but they're actually individual people have a tremendous ability to affect change. So
you individual people helped raise $15,000 already. Like, do you guys realize how insane that is? $15,000.
Yeah, that is thousands of actual people who will be like literally having their lives saved because of this.
Yeah, and OSP is matching the first $10,000, so that's really $25,000. We can't add it till the end because it will mess up the YouTube giving.
But it's there. Don't worry, it's there.
It is there as well. So, thank you guys all very much. And again, if you have anything you can give, we would really appreciate that.
Yes. I really want to unlock my deep, horrifyingly locked away high school theater kid energy for the Shakespeare stuff. So if you do get us a 20K, I am looking forward to it so much. All of
Thousands of years I lay dormant.
For years, for generations.
For thousands of
Power
years, I lay
hidden
dormant, but
away.
now here are 10 reasons I'm gonna destroy the world. Number 10.
Now counting down the top 10 reasons that you should arise from your ancient slumber and destroy humanity.
Someone asked if there's a 25k goal. Not yet. If we hit 20k, there will be.
The
but
25k goal
Yeah.
is that we then lock.
We'll
we
cross
then
that
lock
bridge
out
when we
the
get
great
there.
evil power.
The 25k goal is to get Indigo to stop doing the Watch Mojo voice.
Naughty children get the Watch Mojo voice spoken at them.
Yeah, because we
That
have
is the
to.
rule.
The way it works is that we bring her in and then we have to seal her away.
Yes, yes.
Also,
I am the big
thank
bad
you.
evil guy of this situation.
I mentioned it earlier, but like we've been shouting out the big donations because they're big and shocking. But I do want to just acknowledge again, like thank you all for your small donations. They really mean a lot. Like we've been getting a lot of like $5, $10, $15, $20 or equivalent whatever your currency is donations, and those are really really adding up. So I just wanted to like say thank you all to you who have been able to just chip in like whatever you can. It really means a lot.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Especially those of you who are donating anonymously, like, damn, thanks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Remember, the
People,
golden man
good
of
people.
history theory is bunk. It's always a bunch of little people doing little things all the time.
Yep.
It really is.
That's right.
Hell yeah.
We really appreciate you guys. No, naughty children get the
Yeah.
Watch Mojo.
Naughty children get the Watch Mojo voice. So I can only really do like 3 voices consistently, and one of them is the announcer and or Watch Mojo lady, right? That's like because
Yep.
I used to be like the school announcements person, and then I did a lot of radio in college. And when you do radio, you gotta develop a voice for radio, which I eventually landed on just being my regular voice because I'm lazy. But like that's a thing that you're supposed to do in theory, and that's where the announcer voice comes from. I could also do a witch, but not like a fun reimagining of a witch, like full old crone. There's none of this new wave stuff. Double toilet trouble all the way.
Purist witch.
Yeah,
Yes.
pure
Classic
witch.
witch.
There you go.
Yeah.
Top 10 reasons you should start running. Thank you, Twilight Alchemist.
Number 10, I'm right behind you.
Number 9, I'm getting closer.
Number 8, I've got a knife.
Yes.
Number 7, my vengeance will be swift and merciless.
Number 6, the knife already is wet with blood.
Okay.
I say. Yeah.
Okay. we should
And
stop.
scene.
Oh, someone just. Thank you to Sensei Sunny who just donated $100. Thank you very much.
Hey,
And
yeah.
time 13
And,
with
yeah,
the
Time
160
13 with
Swedish kroner.
160, Maverick Artist with 50, and a bunch of Anonymous with 20, a bunch of 5s, another Little King with 20, Anonymous with 10, Orzen with 20.
Oh,
Scroll.
God, what's happening?
I'm just scrolling backwards.
Thanks, guys.
I'm just scrolling
Oh,
backwards.
cravity.
Aw.
Okay, but $5 train, chat, I believe.
Yes.
It's like the
Hype
Elmo
is real.
audio that's all over TikTok. Am I holding down the fort for the U's once again, aren't I?
I'm
Yes.
I don't
Yes.
really go on TikTok, but I watch a lot of TikToks on other platforms that aren't TikTok. But that's mostly just because my phone does not have a ton of storage.
Myself and Noir, who is one of the other players on Rolling with Difficulty, the upcoming D&D podcast, have somehow developed perfectly identical For You pages on TikTok.
No.
And and so periodically we'll both message a group chat and be like, reference an audio that both of us have heard far too much of, and Blue and Cyan are in this group chat. No one else knows what we're talking about, and so this is a very indicative of that experience. You get a lot of
a lot more $50 and $20 donations.
Wonderful.
Oh, thank you
Thank you
guys.
so much.
Anonymous, Abigail
So
Turnbull,
cool.
20.
Yeah.
Rummihu, I'm so sorry. With 50.
Names are hard.
I'm so sorry.
We established this earlier in the stream. Names are
Yeah.
hard.
Yes. Something that I think I
Reason
did
number 1, I'm actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf.
Oh no.
Vintage. Mwah.
I am actual cannibal
Jeff
Shia LaBeouf.
Kiss. Oh god.
Running through the woods. Oh, Mr. VM Bear with Oh god.
Norwegian krona.
Thank you.
Good
I'm
eye.
like, it's one of the kronas, but
Wow.
what is no, and like obviously it's Norwegian because what other NO would it be?
Totally North Korea.
Do they have YouTube in North Korea?
No.
Almost certainly not.
Hard to know.
I feel
That's
like
how moves
I
work.
like to imagine that like Kim Jong Un pulled some backdoor deal to keep Vine active in North Korea just for him.
No.
Do they have
Kim
TikTok
Jong-un.
in North Korea?
Oh, certainly not.
Kim Jong Un just wanted to hear the Shakespeare so bad, he just demanded, we must get through the firewall.
There you go.
From a world building perspective, North Korea is fascinating.
Honestly, my brain is getting
Definitely not
so
wrong there.
tired because my brain saw a comment that said something the Olympians killed, and I'm like, why would someone let them into the Olympics if they killed someone?
Oh no.
Oh dear.
And clearly, the fact that I'm in an insomnia flare is showing. And clearly, my brain needs sleep.
Back in the day, Mark Spitz like fucking axed a guy.
Okay. All right. How many of the bosses have we beaten, and how many are
We've
left?
beaten 3. I 100%ed this one because I wanted to do another one of the snake. I want to do another one of the spirit guys, and also because this one's fun. But then
That's
we're gonna
true.
go on to the next one. Mainly because I'm delaying getting to Kumo, because Kumo's a bastard, and I'm scared.
Ugh.
Ugh.
No, I'm not doing the race. Go away, you stupid birds.
I don't even know what Diet Coke number this is. It's at least number 5.
A little bit of
Fine.
cola in the sun.
They're the mini ones. They're the mini Diet Cokes. Like the 7-ounce ones. So, like, that makes it fine, right?
Sure.
Probably.
Maybe.
The sound of a shrug, you know. Yeah.
If that Elmo shrugging gift could talk.
That's
There
a
you
fun
go,
game.
right.
We shout out like an action or something, and you gotta make a sound effect for it. You know, do a little foley here.
Ooh.
So we got our best shrugs going there. We got some shrug action. How would you guys make the sound of a jump, like a little leap, like you're a puddle?
It's too much.
Slide
It's too
whistle.
intense. Probably more realistically. Oop.
I'd probably just do it like...
Ooh, that's a good one. Boy,
Okay. The sound of you running into like a screen door.
Flat. I feel like I lean more onomatopoeias.
There's one thing that I do, which is whenever I bump into an inanimate object, I always say, "Oh, excuse me, miss."
$20.
Sorry, man.
All right.
So I just
Yes.
I just want to distract from everyone for a moment to point out that this snake has hands.
The snake does have
Catch
hands.
those hands.
It has several. I don't know what's up with that. They're big. There's some
Maybe
big
it
ol'-
had wings?
Weird.
Yeah, Rex,
the snake
I'm
No.
gonna catch these hands.
Is it a salamander and not a snake?
Ooh.
Well, the last one was pretty
also
salamandery that we
donated
saw
$20.
last time.
Huh.
Exactly. Also, the elk had hands as well.
Yeah.
Ceranos does have hands.
There was one of the Stella that said that they take a human form when they're in these lands, even though Nimue would be happiest just like slithering around in the grass. So yeah, I think they can like kind of
Maybe it's a
shapeshift,
dragon?
which seems weird.
Yeah.
Given
Maybe it's
that's
one
like
of those things where like.
But just with hands?
Interesting.
Ugh.
Nimue
Yeah, I
was
don't
really a jazz hands
Implications are a bit
aficionado.
terrifying. Of
Jazz
course.
Jazz fins, yeah.
Fins.
What's it called when a body part isn't used anymore?
Vestigial?
Vestigial.
Maybe they're vestigial hands.
Ah.
Yeah,
Okay.
jazz has been out of fashion in the Deathless Lands for
Posse
centuries.
is weeping.
We have evolved past the need for your jazz.
Everyone's been focusing on the missing link between apes and humans, but what you really should have been looking for was the missing link between salamanders and snakes. And there it is, right in front of you.
Jazz.
Perfect.
Look with your special eyes.
I wish you could change the little thing so you could see another decimal place, so we would know how close we were getting.
Right, before
Yeah.
we go up,
Sort of like
I'm gonna
feel it out.
before we go up, I'm gonna
Alternatively,
pop out and use the restroom, but I'll be right back.
Okay,
Sounds
Blue's gone.
good.
Quick, do your best Blue impressions. Adam, go.
oh no. Oh jeez. Oh no.
Hello, I like skateboard. Adam, you know
Yeah.
Blue.
I know. That was the impression. Is just panicking.
Oh yeah, actually no, that was pretty good.
It's
Yeah.
like he didn't even leave. Like he's still here. Blue, is that you?
I don't know which one to shoot.
Incredible.
I'm the
likeness.
real Blue, clearly. Say something the real Blue would never say. No, that's say, you idiot!
The real Blue would never pass up the opportunity to talk about Venice.
See, that's
Also,
the
we just
secret.
cleared 16K. Nice work, everybody.
Hey, 16.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Only 4K
As a
away
reminder.
from crazy voices, and Anonymous just
Shakespeare!
donated 20 Canadian dollars. Thank you.
Woo!
The theater will be unleashed, and then it will be your responsibility to seal it back up after we have opened that cursed tomb and unleashed my mummy's curse of
Someone said
Shakespeare
I'm
on
Blue,
all of
I
us.
hate the ocean. Blue doesn't hate the ocean. He hates
No,
sand.
no.
Blue's, well,
Deep-
Blue doesn't
like
like the
deep
deep
water.
ocean.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
the concept of the deep ocean.
Deep wood. Did you guys watch The Land Before Time when you were kids, but like the extended Land Before Time
Of
universe?
course.
Like not
Yeah.
the first one, but the extension?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so there was the one where they went to the ocean and they had that song in it, right? And they're
Mm-hmm.
going to deep, 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 deep water. Except they say water, but I don't say it like
Water.
that, so it's fine.
Water.
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 I've had that song stuck in my head since I was like 6 years old.
Yeah.
Yes. But there was a different song from us that sounds kind of similar, and it's from like a CD-ROM math game, but I have no idea what that game is called, and so I'm gonna try and use the collective brain power of this stream to see if I can find someone who can identify it for me.
Yeah, hold
So
on.
it was like a math dungeon, and you played as like a monster or something, and you had to get through different rooms in the dungeon by solving like addition and
Leo's
subtraction
taking a very
problems
good
and
nap.
stuff.
Oh
And there
God,
was a
I
song,
know that. What
there
game
was
is
a
that?
song in the game that where you're like despairing, and it's like, will I ever find them? My heart is filled with doubt. It seems like every turn there's something new to figure out. And it has haunted me for years. I have no idea what this game is from, but those words are burned into my brain, taking up valuable space.
You haven't.
Okay,
That's
well,
quite
let's
dark.
see.
Oh my god.
I just. No.
Wait.
I'm hearing Math Blaster in the chat. Let's see. Okay,
Classic, by the way.
I
Math
don't think
Blaster.
it's Math Blaster because it was like medieval dungeony.
Well, can you say the
Times
lyrics
attack?
again?
Will I ever find them? My heart is filled with doubt. It seems like every turn there's something new to figure out.
Oh.
It's guys, this is
Yep. No. It's gonna.
I think about this like once a week.
Sorry, unrelated. I'm liking all this environmental storytelling about the spooky curse plague or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
we
didn't
got a
really
little
bring
bit of
it up
that
in the last
earlier.
area.
That's when we were talking
Okay.
about the actual plague, so I didn't. It was a little too on the nose. But there's this one part where they're basically trying to poison all of the water, and they're like, "All right, we got this poison. Goose goes poison. Poison specifically designed to kill Nimue." And then they spill it on themselves, and like, "Oh fuck," and they all die. But it also makes them like kind of giggly, which is weird and very unnerving. So yeah.
The hubris.
Yep.
I
Because
was gonna
the
say
poison.
like one interesting thing about the last section is we kept finding like pairs of dead bodies, and one of them would be like, "Wow, it's pretty fucked up how I'm getting murdered right now," and the other one would just be giggling like a madman, and it's like, "Oh, I wonder what happened here."
LOL, knife go burr.
Yeah.
But Adam, you're gonna say?
Pretty much exactly that, right? The poison makes people go basically feral, and it's exactly that. Like, later in that camp, one of the brothers went down to the water,
Yeah.
got poisoned, and then did a murder.
Yeah.
Not good. Can't be doing that.
Drink poison, do crime.
There you go. Almost biblical.
Okay. I'm seeing a lot in chat that's saying it's Time's Attack, so I'm trying to find a walkthrough of it to see if the song is in the game.
Yeah, and now here we're
mean
getting a
they're doing
lot
murder?
of Godslayer
It looks
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of
texture
right.
right here. This is very Godslayer-y. This is aggressive.
He loves his eyes all over everything. I see.
He
Getting
does.
a little implication of Gothic over here, just a little smidgen. We'll see more of it, but oh yeah, oh, it's good.
Columns, yeah.
The other thing I like about the Godslayer is that like the three eyes is typically associated with Shiva, who is popularly the Destroyer.
Oh.
Right?
Interesting
It's not
connection.
actually reference. It is referencing Shiva. It's not actually referencing like actual religious beliefs about Shiva. It's just like a vague
Yeah,
visual
it's just
reference.
iconography.
Just the aesthetic.
It's pretty sweet though. Those look pretty sweet.
I mean, I do like it when, like, you know, I guess universes, like, choose mishmashes of just aesthetics with no real, I guess, like, true cultural connotation, like, implied in the game, you know, or in the piece of media. You know, I don't know. It's like a strange line between, like, appreciation and appropriation, you know? And I think that's kind of it.
Yeah, the way that they do it in this game, and we talked about this much earlier in the stream, but the way that they construct all of this is that it's basically a hodgepodge of everything sacred from around the world, taking the aesthetics of all of that and putting it together. So it doesn't necessarily say anything, it's just using all of these different visual iconographies to convey the sense of like, this is important, this is larger than life, and using it as a vehicle for the existing world mythology with all the stuff with the tall ones. So it's a careful amalgamation of vibes that is so dispersed that it doesn't end up hitting on any one thing in particular, that it ends up just being like, oh, this is a knockoff of this and this. It takes from so many different little bits to create something that is genuinely unique. It's cool. I think it's cool.
Neat.
And there are some leitmotif in it. So right.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, Roman temples styles are going to be to the tall ones, and anything that vaguely looks Achaemenid is going to be to the Godslayer.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There's
But
also
I'm
a lot
guessing
of
that
like,
doesn't really have any like.
there's a lot of Japanese adjacent stuff
context in the
that we see.
game
Like there are straight up
or
Torii
story?
gates in the next area, and a lot of the what looked like, I want to say, Ofuda tags just kind of hanging around on some of the wires.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of Tibetan prayer flags on it.
Yeah, big Tibet energy for sure.
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
I was fully
Did the bad
talking
guy
over
just
you,
say
Ken.
that his evil plan is to make the world monotheistic with him as God?
No.
Yeah.
No.
No.
No. It's similar, but it's notably not the same thing.
He just talked about killing all the other gods, so the world will have a single path to follow.
Right.
That doesn't
but
really seem all that subtle to me.
No. The difference is that he is not becoming God in order to kind of shape the world and be the one on charge. Is that it's all very Buddhist of that there is creating a singular path of Dharma in order for that people will follow, that he is directing people to, but he is not being God in the monotheistic kind of Abrahamic sense.
I don't know if I buy that. He was just talking about becoming a god.
We will get a little bit more of it in the next area, but his thing is not to become the god of this world, but to destroy it and then rebuild it. So it's
in his image.
It's
no, not in his image.
Okay.
Just that there is a singular path to salvation.
He mostly just wanted to find the path to salvation, and when he found out the gods didn't have a path to salvation, as we figured out in the previous one where he went and got the other mask and he was like, what do you mean there's no path? He decided he was gonna murder all of them.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Yes.
Copy.
It's
On a random
similar.
note.
There's shades of both, but he's definitely more interested in killing the other gods than becoming a new one.
Okay, sorry, what was that?
Oh, like on a random note, when everyone was saying like, "Oh, this gives me Tibetan vibes," and like everything, like before everything turned all lava, crimson, red. My first thought was like, "Oh, it's like that scene in Mask of Light."
Bionicle lore!
How did we circle back to Bionicle again?
We did.
Ending up with Bionicle.
My last conversation with Blue before the stream was literally about Bionicle.
Yeah.
That's not surprising.
Yeah. Okay, so here we have a giant Godslayer statue out in the middle there that we'll go take a look at later. Yeah, there's a lot of neat stuff in this area because this is the area that is most like heavily taken over by the Godslayer in terms of its visual designs.
Yeah. It's
Okay,
so good.
Now we meet Kumo. This bastard climbs on the sides of mountains. He sucks.
Kumo's a jerk.
Kumo's a straight up jerk. And I don't know if they actually coded them differently, but like in the lore, Kumo is the most aggressive of the tall ones. We'll find it eventually, but
It's only like 9:30 GMT. What are we gonna do if we finish this game early?
We'll
What's our
see.
We're
plan?
not going to finish this game early.
yeah, we can go back to some of the earlier areas.
Of,
One more time.
what is the game called?
We don't. I mean, we could play Astra's Playroom.
Yeah, we can play Astro's Playroom.
we gotta walk through Time's Attack because that's the most likely math game to have that song in it. But I couldn't find an answer through Google, so I need to watch a playthrough.
Amazing.
I was trying to Google the song lyrics, but I couldn't. Like, it wasn't showing up. It was just showing up with a bunch of like depression stuff.
Cyan, I have been trying for 23 years
It was
to
like,
figure out
are you
what this
depressed?
song is
I'm like, no.
Googling it gets you nothing. Not a one. Oh, man.
Wow.
I'm haunted by the ghost.
Guys,
of
chat, we only have
CD-ROMs.
2 hours left to raise 4K for Weird Shakespeare. You do. But more importantly, you only have 4K left to raise... Or, we only have 2 hours left to raise 4K for UNICEF. And if you do
Yes.
so, then you will get Weird
Then
Shakespeare.
we will unleash
Exactly.
the Shakespeare. We will all be bringing our most, most Sir Patrick Stewart energy to this. We will truly be giving ourselves over into the theater of it all.
Yes, the action.
So make it so.
Yes. Number 1. Make it so.
Reason number 7.
Oh, here we go. If I go like this, I can kind of see the big number.
Oh yeah.
Look at that.
Oh,
Ooh.
$100.
Oh, nice.
Heyo.
Thank you, Anonymous.
Thank you, Anonymous. That's very sweet of
Oh,
you.
come on.
And just a reminder, your $5, $10, $20, whatever you can give, go a really long way.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have to give, like, give what you can, but if all you have to give is $5,
Big bastard.
that is enough.
Oh god, the
We
skeletons.
appreciate whatever you can give.
You're getting
Anonymous
Yep.
just gave
Every bit
$50. Thank you, Anonymous.
Yeah.
Okay.
My brain always likes to think of all the Anonymouses as like one person. I'm like, damn, Anonymous
Bro.
made it a lot today. And I'm
Just
like,
one bigger
obviously,
Anonymous.
like, it's multiple people, but my brain is just like, oof.
Some of the pathing in these sections are bullshit because they plopped me right in front of Kumo and he almost walked on top of me.
Yeah. Also, if he walks on top of you, he does see you.
Yes.
Spoilers.
One time he
Wow.
clipped through a tree to get me, and I'm like, "Oh, Kumo, you absolute ass." Because I don't know. I was gonna say earlier, I don't know if they
Thank
actually
you,
like
Anonymous.
changed the AI for how aggressive each of the tall ones are. But Kumo is by far the one who's most aggressive in my experience.
I think what they do is they're just changing the frequency at which they move.
Yeah.
Right. That's my impression, because basically, right, they're just walking vaguely in your direction, and then they'll teleport to be on the edge of wherever you are right now. And Kumo just teleports all the goddamn time.
Kumo can also climb all the way up on the mountains too.
Yeah.
As we will probably see before
easy.
long.
Don't worry, chat. Chat keeps being worried. He does not kill Ravioli, which is the name of our bird.
This kills the
yes.
ravioli.
It does not kill the ravioli. Oh, thank you,
You cook it
Anonymous.
past the al dente and you kill the ravioli. Can't be doing that in my house. Get out.
It does not kill the ravioli. Ravioli is fine.
This is
Ravioli just
proper
needs a
stamp.
little pep.
Leave the God Slayer. Take the ravioli.
He's
Oh,
on
thank
fire
you,
though.
Commander
I mean,
schedules.
get the Cheeto dust off.
Yeah, see? Bullshit like that. He's up on the side of the mountain. Douchebag.
Wait, sorry. Has the character's hair been getting longer, or was I just not paying attention at the beginning?
You might just not have been paying
Is there
attention.
It's really hard
It's
to get
straight
a
up.
I
hair
thought that was a
when-
scarf or
at the end of the
something.
day, you know, like when you're running out there trying to avoid giant lizards and stuff, you don't have a lot of time to stop
Thank
in.
you,
to get
Anonymous. We've been having a lot of anonymous $20 donations. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh, and Ryan
Yeah.
Bronner with $50. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. I like these ones because they just give you like talismans that just yeet you up into the sky.
Yeah.
Very useful, and they lock on instantly. Super helpful.
Perfect.
Except
So
it takes
fun.
slightly longer to. Oh, because that one wasn't a. Right. They lock on
Almost
instantly.
look like-
Misses.
Ugh.
Alright, what do we got
Almost
here?
look like biblically accurate angels.
Yeah, with all the eyes. Even as a newborn,
Little
Kuma
bit.
was large and powerful. He was rambunctious and liked nothing better than to wrestle.
Yeah.
But it was
I
no fun
freaking
wrestling
love
his
this
siblings.
folk story.
Ceranos was shy, Nimue haughty, and Sorrow fought too hard. Kumo loved to wrestle the animals of the land, but he quickly grew much larger than even the biggest animals, and he had nobody with which to play. Whomst shall Kumo play with? Eagle Mother wished to alleviate her son's loneliness, so she grew many animals of the plateau, grew them well beyond their normal stature, so that Kumo would have friends with whom he could wrestle. And that is why today we encounter so many great bones among the plateaus. So, like, literally, like, mammoths and fucking dinosaurs are in this world because Kumo needed wrestling buddies.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Kumo really said, "Yo, get over here and get wrecked. We're friends
Yup.
now. Welcome to the
Hey.
Yeah.
world."
And see,
I
Kumo
love
does
it.
bullshit like this. What's up?
Quick question
Yeah.
from the chat, Blue. Do you know if there's a way for people to donate without a credit or debit card, or is it only credit or debit? I think it might just be credit or debit, but
YouTube Giving has options sometimes, but it is dependent on what the charity chooses to set up. So if you can't donate with credit or debit through this, and there's no obvious answer, then I don't think there's a way to do it. You might be able to check on their specific website and donate, but I'm not sure. There we go. Thank God, that one takes me forever. But I'm unfortunately not sure.
There might be a way to do it with PayPal, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah, it would have to be something that UNICEF
I
set
clicked
up
through it.
deliberately.
It looks like I can do it with Google Pay, but it seems like you can only use a credit or a debit card.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I am sorry, friends. I think that is just based on what they have set up with YouTube Giving. It's not something that we can control. I'm very sorry.
You know, there's something with this. We've seen this earlier. We saw this down in the first area with Ceranos. I don't actually know what's going on here.
But I do
I don't
want to
know.
just thank Cosmos and Anonymous and Marie Adele Drake and Gnome Knight and Speak to the Miserable all for their
Look-
donations.
Blue, if you walk around on the stones, it's just a little path for you to find to get shinies.
Oh, really? Too late.
Yeah. Yep. It is basically just a Korok puzzle, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Kumo's just like hanging out there on the outside of the mountain, clipping uncomfortably out of bounds. It's very
Yep.
disconcerting.
Yep. There is no map over there.
No, there's nothing. He's just like barely with like a pinky toe on the edge of the level geometry.
Also, can we just admire that this character has done like the famous Odysseus trick at least like 50 times now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's old hat. Those
Yeah.
suitors would have been absolute toast.
It's like an Archer Shonen anime where in the original season that was the ultimate trick you could do, but now we're in like season 5 and everyone can do it once they're 5.
Power creep. Oh my god, yes.
Fool Kumo once, shame on Kumo. No, wait, I messed that up already. Oh no!
Won't get Kumo'd again.
Oh, I got Kumo'd, guys.
Share this to
Thanks,
Kumo, your
Bumble.
friends.
Thanks for your donation, Bumble. I'm just thanking everyone.
Oh,
now.
Bumble.
First time I played this game, Kumo like came up here and was like
Oh,
literally
God.
up on the eagle chasing me. I'm like, go away.
Did you open the chest right there?
Absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ain't that fun and funky?
No.
No, bad.
Distinctly and specifically not. We're having fun.
Boring and in
Someone
a
said,
very
"Isn't
normal
Kumo
time
that
signature.
governor?"
Not anymore.
Hey! No!
Hey, holding powerful people to account. Love that.
Hey, ow.
Okay. Now we go
Okay.
down. Where are we going?
Not into Kumo. My Kumo
Trying to
dolences.
avoid Kumo at all costs.
I stole that from chat.
Okay. Do I want to jump down there and get that puzzle?
Buck Stolfler.
Oh, I kind of no. I'm just gonna go for it.
Kumo and the 20,000 arrows.
Ooh.
Thank you, Emily.
Aw. Oh, we're at 17k, only 3k
Whoa.
away.
Oh.
Unleashing the bard.
You're
very
3k away from Bardsmiss.
Bardsmiss, merry Bardsmiss, everybody. I'm not playing a bard and rolling with difficulty, which is a first. Not a first for me. I've played a lot of D&D in my life, but I almost always play bards, and for some reason, despite this being the one campaign we're playing in public, I was like, no. We don't need to play the familiar.
It seems something completely new and crazy.
Yes, unusual.
Yeah,
something with big gun.
Blue, Red, and I are about to start a new campaign with a friend of ours, and I just built a new character who is a druid. I've never played a druid.
Druids are so good. Druids are so fun.
I am too dumb to ever want to prepare spells, which is what prevents me from playing druid a lot of the time. But it is a very fun class.
You just go on a theme, and then you just prepare things on the theme, and you don't have to think about it.
That's just what I'm doing for my artificer. Is I'm just picking spells as though I was picking spells when I leveled up, and I'm just never going to bother preparing spells otherwise. Yeah. That's just my spell list now.
Thank you, Palavi. Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. I really am sorry.
It's also kind of cool that the Eagles kind of got like a weird, like, Holy Roman, like, Byzantine, Imperial Russian vibe now that it's like a double-headed eagle.
Nice.
I don't know what's up with that, but I do absolutely fuck with that aesthetic.
Incredible.
Okay, so this is the House of the Oracle. In this world, maybe the Oracle gets blasted on Scythian hashish and spouts weird nonsense, or maybe they just read some books and know what's up. Last time I was playing, I wasn't focusing too much on that.
Alternatively, are just lying liars who lie.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, Tommy.
I think there's a corpse in the river underneath.
Yeah, there's this guy who's like, I'm not an oracle. No one can tell people how to live their life. And then over here, it's like, hi, I'm the oracle. These guys are all idiots. I am who they call the oracle. I can see beyond what most could, but even those who see as I do cannot provide every person with guidance. There's no single path that everyone should live.
Nice.
Oh, I wonder what the message of the game is.
If you had to pretend to be an oracle, and like you have to convince everyone that you have prophetic powers, but you just have your regular mind, what's the strat there? You know, what kind of prophecies do you give out?
Just ask them questions and
maintain
then give very vague prophecies. Also, thanks,
Natalie.
the strat there.
Prophecies.
Thanks, Natalie.
Thank you. Yeah, the strat there is just cold reading. You know, you just you talk to them, you figure out what they want to hear, and you tell it to them, and then they're like, "Wow,
what are you here to ask about today?"
Like you're a stand-up comic, you know, like you're giving out prophecies, but you're doing it in the format of like a comedy club. So you're up on stage, and you're like, you know, and you just you're approaching everyone in the audience because they always heckle people who heckle them back, and then in the process of heckling them, you give them a little prophecy that you've created, you concocted based on that read on them.
Little existential terror to get them back.
Okay, I need a location and a fate worse than death. Go.
What is the deal with these Achaemenid Persians? I swear, one of these days they are gonna like lose a battle, like a marathon or something. Am I right? The prophecy is spoken.
The person in the chat pointing out that that's the plot of Psych. You are correct. We just made Psych again.
Dang it! Not again.
What a great show. I watch a lot of procedurals, and Psych is one of the ones that is consistently fun to go back to.
Psych is
it's a fun show.
Psych is good.
Yeah.
It's never too
Ravioli,
intense
ravioli,
either,
give
which is
me
Yeah.
ravioli.
It's a nice, light, like, easy breezy watch. Like, you can get through a couple episodes in the background, and then when
Yeah.
you do it in, the jokes are funny, and the characters have a fun dynamic. But, like, if you zone out a little bit, you're not missing anything.
Right. Lord knows a lot of crime procedurals these days, or I guess most of them these
Yeah.
days are just on the horrifically intense side of things. I don't know.
Yeah, I watch a lot of procedurals because they're good background noise, and to sort of peel back the curtain, I have a day job. I'm a contract editor for a very corporate client, so 9 to 5 I'm doing some like very rote editing work, and I have a lot of procedurals on in the background because I can kind of like watch them while I'm editing, which
There
is
you
how
go.
I got through like 13 seasons of NCIS, which is just fine. And it's interesting to see like procedurals that were created in the 80s and 90s and how different they are from procedurals that are much more recent. Because like you said, they get way more intense with time, but intense in almost a campier way. It's a very interesting like combo of techniques that go into it.
Yeah, let's see if I can do this one before Kuma comes to rustle me down and steal my lunch money. The answer is no, but I can't can't avoid trying.
You gotta pull that over and hit that one first.
Yeah. Okay, where's the lit torch?
Right
there.
And pull
So
that one
you
over
come,
and
yeah,
hit that one.
yeah.
Like I just said.
Yes,
Mirror
it's all
image.
coming together.
Oh, coming along.
Oh yeah. This is all coming together.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So we are 2,850 away.
Nice.
I figured
Very
out that if I
manageable.
close out live chat on mobile, I can see the full amount.
Oh,
Nice.
Amazing.
Cool.
huh.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So,
Incredible.
come on, friends, unleash the bard if you're able to donate.
Oh.
Bring out the
It's for a
bardsmiths.
good cause.
Bring out your
Bring out
bards.
your ball.
Bring out your
Bring out
Hey,
Yeah.
good to know we're all the same person.
Yeah.
Yay!
Sweet, man.
It's all coming together.
The way the brainwaves have synced up.
Thanks, Carlin.
Where's I need a heavy thing to put down on here. Heck,
Fly up
where
and see if you
is-
can find it.
Yeah,
It's probably
Yeah,
up there
where's
somewhere.
the golden thing
It's
that like
probably on
floats
the,
it down or
the
something?
top thing. Yeah, over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Check in one of those little
Yeah.
fencey boys.
Mm-hmm.
Go down there and go inside. Yeah.
If we leave our one remaining brain cell on the pressure plate, then I think we
Oh.
can get us to open the door.
Thank you, Anonymous, who donated $20, $20, and $23.
Wow.
Ooh.
Yeah. Making it rain.
Nice. Nice.
You? No. Oh, yes. I mean, no, but yes. I'll take it. But like, no.
What's happening?
Shiny.
I just heard a lot
I
of
found a
yeses
different
and nos.
secret.
Oh, good. Okay.
Oopsies.
Someone was like, if you can't donate, remember to like and share. I'm like...
Ring that
Remember to like
bell.
and subscribe.
I'm like, they're just doing the promo for you guys.
We have the best audience. They do our jobs
Yeah.
for us.
You guys have a great audience.
They do. They do.
Yeah, you guys
Nuts.
are great.
Oh,
Oh, thank you. Guys.
thank you, V Duji. I'm sorry if I can't say your name. I do try.
Yeah, I feel for you, Sion, because I read the Discord names of everyone who asks questions on the
Yes.
OS pod, and you know, in hindsight, when I wrote the pitch for this show, I should have anticipated that maybe people might make their Discord names things that they're never gonna say out loud, so they might be hard to pronounce. But now I'm committed to just being terrible at it. Because baseline, I'm not great at reading things phonetically anyway. So we're just adding a whole other layer of issues when I'm trying to read people's Discord names on the podcast. And so I have a blanket apology that if I mispronounce your name from Discord, that's my bad. I can't do anything about it, but it's my bad.
Look,
So I feel for
I
you reading all these donation names.
am a Twitch streamer. I feel it like very
Yeah.
hard.
And there's not like nothing they can do about it.
Is that supposed to be
I'm just-
a name? M Sesh Fortune donated. Thank you.
M's Aged Fortune.
I also think it's really
M's
cool
Aged
that
Fortune.
that this
M's Aged Fortune. Thank you.
that the Godslayer built a forge here, and this guy died trying to melt down the Lightstone. That's pretty cool.
Oh.
But where the
Nice.
oh
What,
there
what did
it
it
is.
do to him?
Duh.
Much apologies to the poor Dutch people who have been trying to donate. Apparently, it doesn't take Dutch credit cards.
Oh no.
Aw.
Dutch money
Oh,
fake
man.
question mark? More at 11.
I've been seeing this
Oh,
in
boy.
the chat, and I just want you to know we see you trying, and I'm really sorry.
I mean, the Dutch use the
We
euro, so I'm not sure what I'm
appreciate
talking
the
about.
Yeah.
Thanks, Anonymous, for the $20 donation.
Mhm.
I just wanted to put that shout out there
Oh,
to the
jeez.
people who are trying to donate and are struggling because of PayPal issues or currency issues. Like, we appreciate your attempts. We don't want you to
Yes.
feel bad that like you are physically prohibited from donating. We are just trying to encourage people, if they haven't thought about donating and can, to please donate, because it's a really good cause, and we would like to encourage people who can donate to donate. If you literally cannot,
Because
we understand.
we've learned firsthand how much of a difference vaccines can make, and that is
Yeah.
true for a lot of other places in the world as well, where the diseases are a lot more fearsome than even COVID. So
Yeah.
yeah, nuts.
And if you are not vaccinated and boosted, and you are able to get vaccinated and or boosted, please do so. It really is the best way to protect yourself and your loved ones. I very recently had a close friend get COVID who I had spent time around, and we are both vaccinated. She had a very mild breakthrough case. She had like a light cold. But because I was vaccinated, even though I was exposed, I did not end up testing positive for COVID. So that's
good.
It works.
Yeah.
It is the best way to help yourself and your loved ones, and by donating, you can help us spread that vaccine to those who need it in and outside of the U.S.
We unfortunately weren't able to go see my parents this year because my youngest sister, Sister C, if anyone follows my Instagram, unfortunately got sick as well. She has since recovered, and thankfully no one else in my family got sick because she was able to isolate, and also thankfully it was very mild because she has been vaccinated and boosted. So they work, friends. Please,
Yeah.
if you're able to, we would encourage it. Obviously, talk to
Yes.
your doctor. We're not your doctor. We're not your medical provider. Speak with them. But
Do the do.
I mean,
Get
has
your
everyone
vaccine.
seen that article from the New York Times or something like yesterday with the chart of the COVID cases they're mapping in New York, and how the massive spike is like there's a little spike in vaccinated people, and the vast majority of it is in unvaccinated people. So like, get vaxxed, get boosted if you haven't already. Like, Omicron is no joke. So
Nope.
Correct.
also,
As a current resident of New York, it's not great here right now. Please, please, protect yourself and others. Get vaccinated, get boosted.
thank you.
Especially because
on-
there are 10 more letters of the Greek alphabet.
No.
Yes.
Thank you.
On that note, thank you to Grandpa Sun
I
for
was
the
gonna say,
$5.
yeah,
To Vito
shout out.
G for $5.
Again.
Zuko's Redemption Arc for £5. Anonymous $5 donation. And an anonymous $40 donation. 427 underscore for 21 New Zealand dollars. And a $20 anonymous, £20 anonymous donation.
And another $5 anonymous donation.
Another
that
5-1
just came
justice.
in.
Just to screw me over when I finish doing the thing.
I think we also missed another $20 anonymous donation from right after we started as well. Oh, and another $5 Canadian anonymous donation.
Nice.
Thank you, friends. We really
And Pile of
appreciate it.
I wonder where they got Californian dollars in Canada.
Hey.
Oof. But yeah, we really appreciate it. The money will go to UNICEF, and as I've mentioned several times on the stream, and those who have been here for several hours are going to get really sick of hearing me say this, that UNICEF, in part, will donate money to COVAX because they're a partial sponsor of COVAX, in addition to all their other many sponsors. But they also help bring other vaccines to many parts of the world, because just because COVID is a huge pandemic that is on everyone's mind right now doesn't mean other pandemics and epidemics go away. So, in addition to helping fund COVID vaccines and getting those to all the countries that really need them, they will also help get other vaccines where they need to be as well. So, it's a very good charity, and we really appreciate you helping to support it. And if we hit 20K, as you've definitely heard, we'll release the bards.
Hear ye,
Yes.
hear ye. Shalt we reach 20K in donations for Kovacs, we shall unleash ye olden speech of... I've lost this train of thought already. We're gonna read some Shakespeare in nonsense voices, so that should be fun.
Yeah.
I have to pull up
eat my
the
sandwich
books.
It's a
to prepare.
good cause and a questionable reward. Hopefully you would enjoy it as much as
Reason
we
number 4. William
Totally
Shakespeare
works.
has been reanimated from the dead, and he's coming for you.
Also, you said we'd get tired of hearing this, but over the pandemic, I've gotten so used to just marathoning podcasts. I'm used to hearing the same 5 sponsorships so many times in one day.
Yes.
Raid Shadow Legends!
Oh my
It's
God.
you
Oh,
again!
God.
Blue Apron.
I'm really enjoying the turf war between
Skillshare.
Nord and Surfshark.
Hmm.
Oh boy.
Yes,
Okay, guys,
so-
I should head off into the world. I
Oh.
still got a couple things to do before hanging out with a friend for New Year's.
Fantastic.
But this has been so much fun. Seriously, thank you
has
guys
been
so much for
wonderful.
having me on.
Thank you
Oh
for
my
dropping
God.
in,
thanks
and
for
again,
coming on.
thank you
for joining us.
for all the wonderful things you've done in the process of helping us get going with this amazing Sun Wukong toy.
Thank you.
Guys,
Yeah.
oh my God, of
Yeah.
course.
Not to-
I'm so excited.
Not to cross the
Seriously.
promotional
Once we-
streams too much, but like donate to
Right,
this now,
right.
but then like tomorrow, like check out the Sun Wukong toy.
There you
Yeah.
go.
We'll,
Yeah.
More,
And
more
as-
I'll have a
pressure.
link for you all in the
charities and
descriptions and
causes
stuff.
for now.
Yeah. As a reminder, check out Doomco Designs' Instagram and General Coolness. We'll add various links to the description after we're done with the stream, I think.
Yeah.
If that's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
at Doomco Designs as well. But
Uh-huh.
yeah, more importantly, keep on giving. Yeah, this is a great cause, and like you guys and everyone has been saying, get vaccinated, get boosted if you can.
Woo!
Yeah, thanks so much again, guys.
Thanks so much. Well, thank you, Kent. Enjoy.
for joining.
Yeah,
enjoy
I'll
your happy
thanks
New
for
Year.
being here.
soon.
Talk to you
Right,
soon.
right back at you. Happy New Year, guys.
Bye.
Yeah.
Here.
Happy New
Bye.
Year. Incredible.
Spencer
this entire
donated
stream-
$50. Sorry.
Hell yeah.
Please go.
Oh, no, that's
Nice.
fine. So this entire stream, my boyfriend has basically been like fanboying in my Discord, and when someone mentioned like the problem with the Dutch currency, he just went on this rant about how apparently it's hard for him to get reenactment supplies from the Netherlands, and that he's always had trouble with Dutch currency.
Oh.
Huh.
Huh.
But
Interesting.
don't they just use euros?
I don't
I
know.
don't know. Do they? They maybe. No. Oh.
Maybe not.
Oh, more donations.
Durowski.
Dorowski donated 50, and Pyrotech Nick donated $5.
That's a great screen name.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I love that one, yeah.
Excellent use of the capital letters to differentiate the words so it doesn't all blend together.
Thank you.
Also,
Um,
I would like to
really
stress, like,
fantastic.
these are just straight up Tory gates. These are straight up 100% Tory gates. But somehow it works.
Dutch
Yeah.
kroner.
I don't get it.
Do they use the kroner?
No, that's only Scandinavians.
I don't know.
Could you imagine if the
or
Dutch
the-
launched a kroner just to fuck
Someone
with
put
everyone
it in
else?
question marks. I'm like, is that a thing? I've been.
Czechia uses koruna.
Yeah.
Also, I think I just figured out why the Tory gates work in this game, which is that they are just Tory if you look at them from a distance, but if you get up close, you're like, oh, they've got the exact same blockage metric architecture as the rest of it. They've got the same
yeah.
ander patterns. So they don't just look like the red gates that you see in Japan. They look, you know, they're evocative of it. They're evoking that image.
Yeah.
But if you actually look at it, you're like, no, this is more like someone took like an almost Greek archway and reshaped it into a Japanese Torii gate.
Wow.
And that produces
Okay, yeah.
more sort of
Cool.
Heck
Yeah.
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 Now
That's how you make a
architecture.
blended aesthetic, guys.
It's the
A-
service
a,
they use to
uh,
process them, not the
Oh,
currency itself.
gotcha.
That is the
A
part.
Tory de triomphe, if you will.
Boo. Oh, that's good. But boo.
Thank you
Do
to
'em the right.
thank you Ignacio and Kian. Sorry if I'm saying your names wrong. I'm really trying. And I feel bad.
Tallest one.
But I'm operating on no sleep at all.
Me too.
Oh, and And Daquan Lewis.
Thank
And
you.
Nizzle.
Incredible. Truly, you guys are so generous. By estimate, how many aces collectively are on the stream? Ask the chat. I think we got 3.
At least 3.
Minimal 3.
Minimum
Yep.
3.
Okay.
Nice.
Cool. 3.
You know,
I think we're at 3.
Cool. Yeah, we almost have a full deck of cards. We're getting there.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, we like draw from the pile. We're like, "Can we get another one?" No. Next time. Oh.
Question for the podcast: which one of you is the ace of spades?
We actually have had that question, but it means something else, actually.
Yeah, this might be not the time for this conversation, maybe?
I'm out of the loop, but that's okay.
We haven't gotten this
It's not like
deep
a
with
bad
Blue.
thing.
Yeah,
It's
no,
just,
I know.
There used to be a thing where people would like subdivide by like romantic orientation or stuff like that with like card suits. It's not really a thing anymore. Also, there's a bit of a Homestuck association now, so like, I'm just not touching it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway.
Yes.
Cool. Anyway.
Let's head over to this tower.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's just it can get complicated depending on which connotation you're using, and we haven't gotten that far with you.
I've not.
We're
gotten
working
that
on
far
ace education.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Nice.
But you
Yeah,
do
no
have your
worries.
ace
I'm bi,
surplus.
so I can relate really hard to that.
Yeah.
I have a
That's-
stuffed octopus, a little crochet ace flag octopus. It's great.
I got it for your first Pride Week.
Yeah.
Adorable.
Yeah. I have a little 3D printed octopus, so this must be a trend.
It's a
Yeah.
Pride thing. Thank you to Anonymous for the $20 donation.
Woo!
Oh, someone misheard something in the stream and yelled at Ravioli in the chat and named the bird. Yeah, okay.
You named the bird.
Yeah, the bird is named Ravioli. If that is well.
Yep.
The bird is indeed named Ravioli. Did we play Hades? We played Hades on stream.
We played Hades,
Yeah,
much to
it was fun.
my dismay. I wanted to like it,
was
and I did not.
I love Hades. That game slaps so much.
It's a good game. It's not for me, and I can recognize that there is a difference, and that's okay.
I was genuinely surprised by how much I liked it, because I'm not usually a big roguelite fan, but something about the gameplay of Hades was just so smooth, and that the story is so engaging that I managed to power through it. I usually try to play the games that we're going to stream ahead of time, so that if I'm moderating the chat, for example, like, you know, I know how to answer questions and things. Didn't do it for this one. Whoops.
It's
I
okay.
I did finish
Oh, that's
Hades
fine.
while we were streaming it.
3 anonymous
It's fun.
donations.
Oh,
A
thanks,
2,
guys.
a 20, and a 50.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Nice.
And Jink Markia, sorry, donated $4. Thank you.
Yay!
Nice.
Aw.
Yeah.
Hades is a game where I don't know if I ever really want to play it, but I really like its whole vibe and that it exists.
I'm
Hades
glad that
has
it got
a-
like a whole generation of people into mythology, because like
Yeah.
the last bus was Percy Jackson, and I think Hades is the next bus.
The next gen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take it. I will take it. Hades does it
Yeah.
really
Oh, yeah.
well.
Yeah. Yeah. I think part of the reason I like Hades so much because I was a big Castlevania fan as a kid, and Castlevania and Hades have very similar character design thoughts, which is, oops, everyone should be hot. And I appreciate that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
was like, okay, I see you, Hades. I respect this choice.
It's definitely a game I would never play, but I always enjoy watching people play.
Mhm.
Yes.
The
Yeah.
thing that's fun about Hades to me is that there's now a whole bunch of knockoff Hadeses
Yeah.
that are
Yes.
all doing different cultures and doing them far less well.
I just want
Yeah.
I want
Really?
a redo of Hades, but just with all the women in Greek mythology called ladies.
Ah. Sorry, I actually didn't know that they were making Hades knockoffs already. I mean, it doesn't
Oh,
surprise
yeah.
me.
Oh
It
yeah,
happens
there's
every time
so
there's
many.
a popular game.
Thanks,
Are there
Uncle
any
Larry.
good ones?
There's a quote-unquote Celtic one called Gods Will Fall that I'll be streaming next week on my Spaces.
If you want to know more about these, check out Ludo History.
But no, it's also the free game on the Epic Game Store next week.
Nice.
So, it is very, very vaguely Celtic, in that it uses Gaulish gods, but also emperors.
Also, we are now in a fully Gothic fortress palace, which is fucking wild. So let's go through this and see what we find in here. And this is the culmination of the Pathfinder / Godslayers vibe, which is like, okay, I kind of had this like a Caymanid thing going on. Now that I am fully evil and I'm building a castle on a mountaintop, Gothic.
Gothic.
I want the soundtrack to be like The Cure, but in Gregorian chant.
Well, it's kind of like The Cure, but it's like Mongolian throat singing.
Even better.
So good.
Pop donated 40. Thank you.
Nice.
Thanks, guys.
Sorry, my brain
Reminder.
just like had a momentary like brain fart. I'm like, what currency is that?
Just 40. 40.
Well,
It's
no,
40.
but
It's
it's
40.
Oh, no,
It's
you're
40.
busy.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, sorry, I'm busy.
I think it's euro.
It's
right?
Euro.
Yeah, no, I know it's you.
good.
That's why. No, that's why it was funny that my brain blanked. It's not. Like, it's a currency that like I should know.
It's that weird Netherlands currency. I don't know the one.
Those Dutch kroner.
Yeah.
The Dragon Knight with 5. Thank you. I'm just gonna start saying numbers, then I never have to get the currency.
Yeah.
There you go.
Is it the euro? No, euros are Greek. It's gotta be something else.
I do use the euro.
Oh god, that's funny. That's that was good, Tigers. that one tickled me.
When I was a kid, I thought it was pronounced gyro, like gyroscope.
I mean,
to be like, oh, I want some gyros. Some
Dude,
what?
there are
A
people
lot of
I know
people
who
that
say
do
it like
say
that.
A lot of people do say that. It's
I went out for gyros with a friend who was like, "Oh man, I love gyros," and I was like, "You're kidding me, right?" And then like we ran into another person on the same trip who was like, "Oh yeah, your gyros are ready." And I was like, "Motherfucker, the East Coast man."
I'm just imagining like a situation in ancient Greece where like before they really figured out like metal coinage, they're just like trading euros back and forth. Like, I've got a really great sandwich for you right here.
It just became New Year's in some parts of the world.
Oh.
Hey, Happy New Year!
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I guess that would have been a while ago.
I don't know. That's what someone said in
Nope.
the chat.
Yeah, 7 hours. That's right.
Yeah. Which time zone just clocks New Year's? Is it
Greece? It looks like.
Yeah, Eastern European time zone. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Nice.
Yeah.
Happy New Year!
Yeah, 2 more hours. Call them Greek burritos.
Absolutely not.
Oh Jesus.
No.
No.
Uh-oh.
No.
As
We
you
have
can see,
invented a burrito.
Sorrow is
What's a
about to fuck us up because he climbs to the top of this mountain like a douchebag, and I hope he can hear me saying that. All right, let's fight.
Thanks, Jocelyn.
Hey.
Thanks, Jashays.
Did I say
Nice.
Sorrow? I meant Kumo.
Hey, nice, J-Shays. J-Shays.
Are you saying words that are those words in English?
That was their
They
name.
donated $69. I want to represent him right.
Oh, it's a name. I was like, what is Red trying to communicate? Am I just not processing information anymore?
Is this stream
No,
going to
no,
be
no.
released as a video? I mean, you'll probably upload it in the OSPlays.
It'll be a VOD like almost immediately.
Yeah, it just automatically saves
with
like
the
that. It's
VODs,
gonna stay up
It takes
after
like a couple hours depending on the length of the stream.
And
This
South
one's longer.
Africa.
And South Africa, nice.
Nice.
Yeah, depending on the length of the stream, it takes a little
And the
while
Middle
for
East.
all of the chat to process. But in like a few hours after the stream's done, you should be able to watch back with live chat.
Yeah.
But immediately after the stream's done, it won't have any live chat.
Yeah.
But it'll come back.
Yes.
And you will be able to donate after the stream. But if we donate before the stream is over, you'll get a fun shout out because now I'm just shouting at everyone. Such as
And if
Kestrel,
we get
H. Colleen, and oh no, that's not a chat. That's just me reopening the chat. So when you reopen the
Nice.
chat, it gives every single time it gives you the like welcome to live chat. Remember to abide by our community guidelines thing. And since I keep closing it to check the number, it keeps giving it to me. And if we get another 2,120 roughly.
Ooh.
We
I'm
will.
screwed.
You're
God
you're
damn it.
screwed. You're
Damn
gonna
it.
get smushed.
Kumo, you ass!
We will
If
get
we
to
get to
unleash the
20K.
bards.
Yes, we will do readings of classic Shakespeare monologues and maybe some group parts in voices ill-suited to such an endeavor. So if you are as excited for that as I am, please, and you are able, of course, please consider donating. Thank you to Kale, Kobar, Goblin Queen, and Twilly Alchemist, who all just donated $5.
And Mary Jo Thaler.
Ooh,
Yeah.
your
Donated 20.
contributions are beloved. What is the word I'm looking for? Appreciated. Thank you. very
Zuko's
much.
redemption arc again with the $5. I've seen you in here before.
That's pounds,
Hey.
right?
That is pounds.
Again, I'm just gonna start saying the numbers, and then I don't have to deal with the currency.
5.
Yeah, this
Zuko's
is
redemption arc
cool
is
because the
good.
Godslayer's like, okay, now that I've become all powerful, I'm just gonna vibe out right here with
I need
with like
all of the purchases.
gargoyles for no reason. Oh, it's great.
And it's kind of more radially symmetrical than most Gothic architecture tends
Yes,
to be.
Gothic architecture is almost always like, if it's a church, it's it's cruciform. But this is kind of like a Gothic castle style dealio. So it is much more like fortress tower martial shaped and styled.
Yeah.
So like those crenellations over there are not strictly Gothic. That's just like very European castle.
Sorry,
What's up,
got
Simon?
a name correction. Collie, thank you for your donation.
Ah. Lady Bats, thank you for your donation as well.
Oh, the music in this part of the game is so good. God, Austin, you bastard.
True.
Austin Wintory, to be clear, composer,
I
not
was
the guy who
gonna
was
say
on the
we
stream with
did
us
have
earlier.
Bass
Austin on
harmonica.
earlier, the DM of rolling
Bass
with
kazoo.
difficulty.
Kazoo, damn.
Which is
Bass
somehow the
kazoo.
funnier instrument.
Bass kazoo. I don't know how
I
you would
can't
make
believe
a
there's different
harmonica
varieties of kazoos.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I assumed it was just, here is a kazoo. It is a cursed enough instrument as it is. Why are we
Nope.
making other varieties of it?
Thank you,
Nope.
Evan, for the 5 and Jamie for the 20.
It does look like Saruman should be pondering his orb in this
It
castle,
does.
doesn't it?
It does.
Yes.
God, it's such a good castle.
It's a good cast.
Yeah. I love it because it uses cathedral features, right? Flying buttresses,
Yeah.
gargoyles. But it's a castle.
But it's a castle.
It's clearly a castle.
It's great. Also,
It's
there's
got a
one
central
of,
cape.
one of a couple of Kumo's wrestling buddies over there.
Yeah.
So for Christmas, my dad got me and himself these lamps that, like, if one of us touches them, both of them light up, right? They're little, like, desk lamps. And immediately I was like, oh, this is like the beacon that you would light when Gondor's calling for aid, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's immediately
So,
where my brain goes.
Yeah, exactly. So I said this out loud, and he was like, oh, that's not, I thought this was much sweeter than the Lord of the Rings reference. And I'm like, no.
No, this is a good
Oh
compliment.
god, this is very sweet. But also, you know, if you call for aid, I'll know because the beacon will be lit. It's important.
Demon of Rome with a nice number, and S1KOT1K with 20.
Thanks, guys.
And
Yep.
Miko with 50.
Oh. We're at 18K. With Leave
Oh,
to
yeah, we are at
18K.
Yeah.
We unleashed the Shakespeare.
Yeah.
You can tell we're all starting to fade just a little bit.
Yeah, we're doing
I've
good.
I've
We
been
are
waiting for
on
that.
hour
fade.
6.
We are on hour 6. Let's
The
let's
energy is gonna be picked back up. You know what?
All right.
Let's pick this energy back up. All right, let's
Oh, no.
figure this out. What is? I used to be a camp counselor, so I'm gonna bring that energy to us here.
no.
I think maybe we could do like a call and response situation, or perhaps another icebreaker of sorts.
So
Do you have any preferences, group?
the way I usually bring my energy up is with a very specific song.
Interesting.
I'm worried.
It's one of the finest Brian David Gilbert songs.
Ah.
Yes.
Not technically appropriate for today, it would be tomorrow, but it's Saturday Shorts.
Oh, Saturday Shorts. Yeah, classic.
Saturday shorts.
Yeah.
First, just a real quick thank yous to Eccentric Villain, Zarktic, and EJ Firefang. And for any of you that don't know Saturday Shorts, it goes,
Go check it out.
I've got my Saturday shorts on a Saturday night. Got my Saturday shorts on and I'm feeling alright. Haters try to hate me and I say no way. Got my Saturday shorts on Saturday. Saturday shorts
And then
on.
it repeats.
And you
And
just
then
keep going.
the end of the video is him like, I'm gonna delete this. And then he puts it into a folder called Too Pure for Human Ears.
Yes. So what we'll sometimes do is we'll put that on, like there's a long loop version of it, and we'll just put that on loop and just dance around, and that's how we get our energy up. That's not necessarily helpful for now, but it was a good topic change.
I do that with the Mortal Kombat theme song sometime, to the point where now I listen to it so frequently just walking the streets of New York that it's become a bit of an issue. It like auto plays in my head now when I leave my apartment. But if anyone ever asked me to name the original Mortal Kombat characters, I got it on lock, baby.
You were the one who showed me that with Gilbert Gottfried reading all the names, right?
A metal band used Cameo to get Gilbert Gottfried to read all of the names of the Mortal Kombat characters and all of the vocal lines in that theme, and then covered it, and it does indeed slap.
Okay.
We're getting a little $5 train again.
Yeah.
Christian and Isabel, thank you both so much.
Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat.
So yeah, what's everyone else's hype songs?
I still have to go with that epic swing metal cover of the Final Countdown.
Nice.
By Connor Engstrom, the one I hyped up on the podcast a while back.
Can you sing a little bit of it?
It's just the Final Countdown. Really, what makes it work is that the instrumentation is really good, and the guy singing is like really into it.
Nice. $20 from Anonymous. Thank you very much.
Amazing.
Thank you.
A video that never fails to make me laugh, and I honestly don't know where on the internet this exists anymore, but I'm sure if you were to put into YouTube neon air horn Evangelion, you could find it.
Oh no.
That's pretty
Someone
funny.
made a cover of the Neon Genesis Evangelion opening with MS Paint drawings replacing like 90% of the animation from the intro, and it is air horns instead of the regular horns in the song. And even just thinking of it right now, I'm trying really hard not to start laughing.
Okay, so real quick, we're gonna pivot off to some hot lore right here. So this is hold on. So this is a big old tower and a statue of the God Slayer with his big old sword. It says,
Nice.
"My friends, I owe everything to you. When I was in prison, you freed me. When I was besieged by the ignorant old guard, you fought with me. When I needed you to pass deadly trials to gain the Mask of the Ancients, you helped me forward by getting in the way of those arrows. Thank you. And now, when I required entry to the spirit realm to acquire this sun sword, you cleared me a path. It is time that I return that in kind. I must deliver us to the one true path, but to do that, I must tell you what I saw when I wore the Mask of the Ancients. When I saw as the Tall Ones see. I saw the terrible chaos of this world. It is born of chaos. Forged of it. Modeled it by it. Ruled by the fickle gods of it. Bane voice, every boy in 2017. I swore that I would find you a path, but the mask revealed to me that this world has none. So we have no choice but to remake it. This world must end, and a new one must be born in its place. A world built around the one true path." Again.
What it's like to be taller than 5'4"?
Oh, God.
I've always wondered that. Is it like a whole different perspective up there?
Guys who are 6'2" be like, with this mask and this sword, I now have the power I need to create a new world. But first, this world must end, and one cannot end a world whose gods still live. That's actually metal as hell. You have long known me as the Pathfinder, but that can no longer be my title. I must now become a God Slayer. There will be pain, great pain, but it will be worth it. The two French guys in the audience are like, "What, bread? Oh shit, no, damn it. You have given me your time, your sweat, your belief. I must now ask for your blood. This mask and this sword make me godly, but they do not make me stronger than the Tall Ones. If you sacrifice yourselves in my name, you will give me the power I need to rise high above these gods of chaos. You will give me the strength I require to become the God Slayer. So lay yourselves down upon this holy ground and close your eyes. When you open them again, you will do so on the one true path." And then we have a bunch of dead people like, "Yeah, let's go kill ourselves." Cult!
Thank you.
Lou, I hope you realize that by doing the Bane voice even briefly, you've locked that in as a voice you will have to attempt for the Shakespeare read should we reach 20k.
Oh, I mean, that one's
not even
easy.
a fun one, though.
That one's
Yeah.
easy.
I'm thinking like maybe the like et tu Brutus bit, but
Okay.
in the Bane voice.
That's fair.
You know?
It's actually not a long speech. It's like 3 lines.
That's the point.
And Tu Brutus, so fall Caesar. That's it. I'll do that right now.
At Tu Brutus, then fall Caesar.
That's it. That's the line. That's it.
Okay.
You guys, sorry, real quick. You guys have seen the 4 Kids Neon Genesis Evangelion thing, right?
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
All right.
Donations. Quinoa. I'm sorry if I say your name's wrong. Anonymous. Adipose. I love that you have the little Doctor Who thing. Thank you.
Aw.
Anonymous. Thank you all so much for your donations.
Thank you, friends.
And
And
Joe.
Oh.
And Joe.
Thanks, gang. We're a little under 2K away from our probably last stretch goal for this stream, which is the Shakespeare reads in inappropriate voices for Shakespeare reads. But
Extremely appropriate voices for Shakespeare.
extremely appropriate. You know what? You're correct. This is what the bard would have wanted. Extremely appropriate reads for Shakespeare. And also, you know, all of the money goes to a really, really excellent cause, as Cyan has been one to remind us through her very well-organized speech. So I will turn the mic over to Cyan because she is much better at this bit than I am.
Oh, I thought you were gonna take it. I just ate a piece of cheese.
Excellent, excellent. I, as I mentioned a few hours ago, had some leftover mapo tofu for lunch, and the spice is gathering in my throat.
Yeah.
So we're gonna cross that bridge when we get to it.
Real quick, I wanna highlight what's going on here architecturally. The Godslayer has taken the most, like, one of the most holy spaces in the world, the abode of the Sun Sword, one of the 2 most powerful weapons in the realm of man, only matched by the Moon Bow, and has basically turned it into his sacrifice ground, which is pretty metal. But also there's some cool kind of I don't even know what it's like, kind of some like Islamic stalactite vaulting. Adam, don't say what you're gonna say. We'll save it for later. And that's just let's just recognize this architecture. Wow, cool.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
say
very
what
pretty.
you're gonna say. We're gonna save it for later.
Don't worry, I know what's up.
Thank you to Anonymous and Mortar Soul Stealer for their donations as well. And yes, cheese.
Gang.
And yes, it is a dome.
So I have to confess, this entire time I've been trying to think on what my hype song would be, but
Come up with it.
it's like I listen to so much like 80s thrash metal that every time I think of one, I'm like, well, that's a song about like murdering a whole bunch of people. I can't. Is that really a hype song?
I mean, my hype song is about shorts. Oh, there's something on your left.
I feel like if the Mortal Kombat theme can be a hype song, then we're probably opening it up to a more violent area.
You know what? That's fair. I guess Metallica's Battery then.
I really like, for a long time, the song that got me like ready to go for fencing tournaments was fucking Gas Gas Gas.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah.
Forgot about that.
So that was one of the only things I knew about you most of the first year we knew each other.
Yeah, that and that I'm
we
really
had
bad
in
at building
our
shelves.
Yes,
Core
that and
memory unlocked.
when I first met Blue, I fenced a little bit in high school, and so when I went to walk on to our college fencing team, I had equipment to go put in the equipment locker, and I was led back there by the lovely Cyan to drop my bag of stuff, and where the bags were dropped was a big tall locker in which Blue was attempting to use very thin wooden dowels to construct a shelf, and it was not going great. And that was the first time I'd ever met Blue, so it's like, well, I don't want to say to this guy, there's no way this thing is gonna work. I mean, and I admired his hope and his dedication to the craft.
Craft was a strong word for what was going on.
His dedication
craft
to
was
the
certainly
attempt.
attempted. Yes, dedication to the attempt. And unfortunately, the shelf did not survive long into the year, but it was a valid.
It didn't survive the day.
Yeah, it didn't survive the
It
day.
did
We came
survive
back the
the
next
day.
day and it was completely flat.
Mhm.
Everything had tumbled.
And the shelf was a good idea because we definitely needed said
We
shelf.
definitely
but,
needed a shelf, but it wasn't going to be that one.
a shelf.
Thank you, Zarptic and Cannon Fodder.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Oh, also Anonymous and Martos, they're Soul Stealer.
I did those two, but yes.
Did you?
Yes.
I thought you stopped at Joe.
Nope. Did those two after
Okay.
Joe.
Got it.
Thanks, gang.
Thank you. I should probably not eat this cheese. This cheese is hard.
Maybe, oh yeah, maybe not.
These have been out for several hours. I should probably just not eat any of them at this point.
Sorry, dear.
It's okay. There is more cheese in the fridge.
Yeah.
There's also dinner. I made dinner before we started. Slow cookers.
That was good call.
Very excited for that after we're done with the stream.
Yes.
I am supposed to go over a friend's apartment after the stream for a New Year's event, and I very much would like to just go to bed. But also, it's the one day of the year that you're supposed to stay up, so it feels like it would be quitting to go to sleep.
You can stay up just at your house.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm definitely taking a nap when we're off the stream, so like, if I sleep through it, so be it.
I got dressed though.
Oh.
Feels like I should at least go walk around the block.
Just do the Nikola Tesla sleep schedule where every 4 hours you sleep 20 minutes and you'll be
Oh
fine.
jeez. Oh no.
Uh.
I have a pretty trash sleep schedule on the regular anyway, so I think it can't get much worse than my average amount of sleep.
I always get a good number of hours of sleep, but when I get those hours of sleep, just slowly rotates through the 24 hours of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You're diurnal under duress.
Yeah, I find that like if I have to get all the sleep in one go, because if I try to take any small amounts of sleep throughout the day, it just ends up being worse overall. Like any amount of napping is just, oof, not gonna end well for dear old Indigo.
Yeah.
But it also means that I'm always awake for the after darks that Red sometimes too.
True.
I'm excited
Trade
for
offs.
more of those because I just get to watch them later, and I don't have
Exactly.
to worry about doing anything.
Oh yeah. They're super fun. It's just, you know, we've had a lot of other stuff going on this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a few things.
Adam, are there any like big locations here in Kumo's domain that I'm missing?
I mean, the whole town?
Oh, the town.
With-
Yeah, where the hell is the town? Over there.
It's on the other side of the volcano.
Is it? I think it's right here.
The big red thing?
I mean, they're all kind of big red things.
The one on the left?
Not
No.
this one.
Bigger, redder thing.
Yeah, it is. It is the one on the left.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi,
Cool,
Cleo.
Can you see the giant statue
I'm just
of the God Slayer with the sword?
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yellow.
Can I get out of your way?
Adam, you're on you're on donation duty. Everyone donated a bunch to make Yellow say your names instead of me.
Okay. This town is so good though.
Yeah.
It's just a whole built right into the side of the cliff.
Some real
And
like
it has just so much
Cappadocia
fun
vibes
stuff in it.
almost.
A little bit. Somewhere between that, like Mesa Verde, and Petra.
Oh
Mason Verde.
yeah,
So
Petra. Duh, I didn't even think of that. Another Levantine adjacent town. All right. Last eyes I will see my brothers up in the prison. It was a blessing. I've spent my life worshiping the great Kumo. I will not betray him. I know he will rise again, and I with him. And looking in my brother's eyes, I die now, but I die in peace. So let's see. What are we looking at here? This is a town that is very obviously Cleo, not the keyboard. I need that.
Keep your cat from shutting down
It
the
is
stream.
wild that everyone in this entire town and mountain and frankly island is straight up dead. Like not running into a single living person.
Yeah, just everyone's dead.
So we've got this Cleo. No, not the jam. That is not for you. Try and focus here. We've got this town carved into the side of the wall with all this like stuff hanging on it. We got some banners, but they're pretty bleached white.
Yep.
We've got some old looking stuff here, some old statues of pre-God Slayer stuff. And what's this say? Above this village, the God Slayer rests, and in it, so may his followers. So this seems to have been added later. Because above us is his castle. So they went through the effort of destroying one of the statues, but not both. A lot of these old banners are white. We've got some new... Do we have any new banners in here? I don't see any right now.
Yeah, there's some lower down on the cliff.
Okay.
Right at the entrance to where you can actually get the big shiny.
Look at that.
You got those two gorgeous Achaemenid styled ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, some Godslayer
the
banners.
meantime.
So this used to be something regular old village, and now it's some Godslayer bullshit. Oh, this puzzle takes forever. Ugh, no, that one sucks.
Yeah.
Okay, we're just gonna ignore that. We don't need to bother with that. The town's the more important part.
I like the mine, but
Yeah.
in the meantime, also Joya Williams and It's Jesus. Thank you for the $5 each.
Alright, where are you? There it is.
We are raising money for UNICEF to help with both COVID and other vaccination relief across the world. All of your donations are incredibly appreciated. You guys have been so incredibly generous both with your money and your time today. Our last remaining stretch goal for this stream is to get to 20k, and if we do, we will be reading some famous Shakespearean speeches in questionable voices. So if you are at all interested in that nonsense and unleashing the bard, please, if you are able, consider donating. Thank you to Wolfsification, who just donated $20 US.
Canadian dollars.
Canadian dollars? Is that what the CA means?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
No,
I
it's
thought it was just me.
Yeah.
And BT
The
with an
joke is
additional
California
$5.
dollars, but yeah. So this person says, Drill Hall was once a library that armors bakery. It closed my eyes in a village and awoke in a war zone. So this place was taken over as part of the Godslayer's ascension. So he kind of showed up, did his like blood sacrifices over there when he got the sword, and is like, all right, we are taking over. And then he built this sick-looking statue on the side of the mountain as a little compliment to, or wherever his castle is, the base of his like super uber gothic castle.
Yeah. Also, he ritualistically decapitated the statues of all the tall ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where was that?
Right at the Godslayer's statue's feet.
Oh, yup. Uh-oh.
It's my headcanon until proven otherwise that the tall ones are the tallest from Invader Zim.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a pretty clear visual image of like the tall ones. They have been ganked by my big ass sword. It's a pretty cool looking sword, all things considered. Like it's easy to make fantasy swords look like kind of dumb as shit, but like that one's actually really cool.
Yeah.
Because it still like looks like a sword and would function as a sword. It's not ridiculously like over-hilted with nonsense that would make you like cut your own hand off if you actually try to turn it. But it still looks like super edgy, which is definitely what is desired.
Yes.
God, I love ridiculously like over-designed fantasy swords that have like 8 different spikes, and the best thing about them is that some places actually sell them, and some people actually buy them. And
Yes.
It's like, guys, more points does not mean better self-defense.
It adds to the danger.
I love the anime swords that are always like really big, but then the character that uses them just casually just holds it over their shoulder.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can say Buster Sword, it's okay.
You could also say anything from Bleach, half the things from Inuyasha.
Naruto.
Anything from like the first
they had
couple
swords in Naruto?
Yeah.
Yeah, remember there was the like the first villain had a big sword.
Oh, the
and then-
guy! Yeah, him.
And
yeah,
then the shark guy also had a
Mhm.
sword.
So many shark guys. So I pulled up a list of icebreakers for the office.
Oh no.
There we go.
So let's see what we got here. I'm going to randomly generate one. The button says clickety click. Have you ever told someone Santa is not real?
Constantly in middle school, but like, I was pretty insufferable, so. There were no other Jewish kids in my class, so like, I was the only one who knew the truth.
You have the forbidden knowledge.
Nobody told me I wasn't supposed to tell them.
You to them were the Godslayer.
So I was 9 years old, and I had a younger brother who was 5. And there was a Power Rangers Ninja Storm video game for the Game Boy Advanced that I loved playing. and I was so close to beating the whole game, but then my 5-year-old brother put it in his glass of Kool-Aid and ruined the game.
Oh no.
So in response, I said, "Santa's not real," and I got him to cry.
Oh.
Oh my god.
That's
Wow.
terrible. I love that story.
Sweet vengeance.
Oh boy.
Yes.
How we doing? Did we get all the donations?
We missed one donation, which is
The
actually
Anonymous?
we've missed two, Michael Swanson and Anonymous, for the $5 apiece.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, gang.
Yeah, your mom just texted me reminding me of your Christmas. You are finding out there's no Santa on Christmas
Oh,
Day.
Mom, you gotta let that go. It's really okay. It's not
Oh,
not that
no.
bad. It wasn't that bad. I turned out just fine.
Oh, somehow the vagueness makes that so much funnier to hear.
I asked for lightsabers and was surprised when I did not get real lightsabers. I'm like, Santa can do anything, because I was old enough to have doubts, so I was like, I'll test this. I'll be scientific. So I'm like, can Santa give me a lightsaber? And the answer was no.
Turns out no.
Aww.
But Twilight Alchemist can give $5.
Oh, nice.
Hey.
Twilio Alchemist.
Kumo
you
goes
also
fast.
asked for jewels.
Oh yeah, I
This
asked
is-
for, because in the Dragonology book it was like, if you have these certain gemstones you can summon dragons. I'm like,
Oh
fuck
my
yeah,
God.
I want to summon dragons.
Oh my god.
Yes.
I had the exact same
Same.
problem.
Yes.
Yeah, everyone's like, oh, people can distinguish between fiction and reality. And I'm like, yeah, but if you're in 6th grade and Dragonology is the coolest thing you've ever read, and it's constantly talking about how dragons are actually real and hidden, it's like, you can forgive a kid for being like, what if this book isn't lying to me?
Yeah. The ology books were so important to me.
Yeah.
Those were
Same.
sacred tomes to me as a child.
I love how they would have little packets of glitter and little sculpted
Be like,
plastic
it's
sheets
very
scales and be like dragon scale, and I'm like, wow, dragon scales.
There was one
It
that
was
was
one of those things
where
where it's
biology,
if it's
which
true,
had
the world would be a lot more interesting, but the world isn't
Yeah.
like that, and that's a bummer.
So we make them ourselves. That's what storytelling is,
Yes.
kids.
Come on, biologists, engineer me a dragon already.
No, you don't want that.
You don't.
I don't
do
care
not want
about
that.
the consequences.
Haven't you seen the documentary Jurassic
Michael
Park?
Crichton is screaming at you right now. He has been trying for years to warn us of one thing, and that is the danger of science going too far.
Well, that just makes me the problem you'll all have to deal with later.
No!
At least I'll have created a more interesting biosphere.
Once read, the
So I've been-
Pathfinder fulfills her destiny as Dragon Queen.
I mean, there is always the chance that James Gurney actually has the right of it, and we'll just have Dinotopia with both dragons.
True. It's possible. Of course, we could always get a Jurassic Park situation
Sign,
with
you okay?
dragons.
We're not engineering dragons.
Well, you
Please?
don't have to. Someone will.
No.
Thank you, Tamron.
Kickstarter, genetically engineer real dragons.
Thank
Stretch
you.
goal, bigger dragons.
Thanks, Tamron and Anonymous with 20 apiece.
Additional stretch goal, smaller dragons.
Here's
Oh,
my problem
is this a boss
with it.
arena? How could
Oh?
this be anything other than the
Okay,
bossiest boss arena ever?
Here's my problem with the dragon engineering. If we make big dragons, we got a Jurassic Park situation on our hands. But, as someone who really likes Lockheed in the X-Men comics, I desperately want a little Lockheed flying around. But would one not lead to the other? Can you have Tiny Dragon and not inevitably have someone say, what if big? This feels like... And then what if you go in the other direction? Then you can start getting tiny dragons like the dogs that got genetically engineered and now they can't breathe right out of their own faces. I don't want that for them
Well,
either.
yeah.
And
I mean, look,
what
I don't
if-
subscribe to slippery slope theory, so
And what if
I
they
think-
start to continue to evolve on their own? And what if...
Then we get
There's
more
no
dragons.
chance of that happening.
Did we just reverse engineer the plot of Children of Time? I don't know a lot about that book.
Thanks, Hannah Choi, for the 5.
Who is everyone's favorite X-Men character? Asked chat. Obviously it's Nightcrawler. Kurt Wagner.
Yeah, of
all
course
the way,
it's
baby.
Nightcrawler. There's
Of course
no
it's
other
Nightcrawler.
choice.
Who else could it be? I mean, honorable mention to somebody. The X-Men might be my favorite Marvel team, but you gotta go for Kurt. He's just him and Nightwing are just the same character in different universes. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
The
They're
reason
the
they're both
same character.
Sorry, I'm a very basic man and just pick Wolverine.
Oh,
it's
that's
acceptable. Okay. Wolverine is a fun character.
Granted, it's mostly the history stuff. Like, oh, he fought in the Civil War. He's instantly my favorite.
Yeah, when I was young and first saw
side he
X-Men
was on.
Origins Wolverine and didn't understand that he was immortal, I'm like, these guns are upgrading real quick. What's going on here? And I was like, Blue, you dumbass. He's like 100 years old.
Thanks, Paul, for the 20. Nisquist for the 20. I appreciate you all.
We've got to be creeping up on that 19K real soon here.
Sort of.
Getting close to the real
we
Shakespeare.
are at 18.4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chat, that's only like $1,600 to make us do Shakespeare in questionable voices.
Don't tell me that last time someone just dropped that anonymous.
Exactly.
Yeah. Watch Mojo Lady read the intro to Romeo and Juliet. Kronk doing whatever Kronk wanted to do. I don't remember what speech we landed on for that one.
I know one of Shakespeare's sonnets by heart.
Incredible.
It's the My Mistress' Eyes Are Nothing Like the Sun one.
Okay.
I had to play Pyramus in the play within a play from Midsummer's Night's Dream in the 6th grade, so I know a lot of those lines.
We also have a lot of Shakespeare just like on our shelf.
On the dome.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have a very complete. I've been trying to complete the Shakespeare collection over time and picking up all the like Folgers editions.
Like,
and
yeah,
stuff.
the colorful ones.
Folgers editions kick so much ass.
That's what we have.
Because with the one Shakespeare class I took in college, those were the editions we used, so now I'm just filling them out with the rest of them. So I have a heavily notated copy of Coriolanus, Henry V, The Tempest, A Midsummer's Night's Dream, and which one is that? I can't read the title over here. And another one. I think it's As You Like It. So those are my
Yeah, we just have been collecting a lot of them from used bookstores. Oh, you blast it with the good blue blasty.
Eat shit,
Yes.
Kumo.
Got him.
Yeah.
You big multi-armed douche.
Someone said Kronk should be Mercutio.
Ooh.
I was gonna do to be or not to be as Kronk, but I guess we could do like a Queen Mab speech or something.
Oh, that could be fun.
I feel like Mercutio's A Plague on Both Your Houses bit has to happen in some capacity, but I'm trying to decide what the funniest possible voice someone could do with that.
Bane would be in character, but I don't know if that's funny.
I could try to do it in a semi-Valley Girl generic high-pitched voice. It's just about the only voice I could do if I like dig deep into my growing up in New Jersey heritage.
Alright, we have
I've just lived in the Northeast.
We
for
have
too
brought
long
the
at this
sun
point.
back to the frozen tundra.
The sun is back.
I can do
boy.
Point Crow's Toad.
Oh god.
Not real Toad, just Point Crow's
Point Crows.
Toad.
I can also do Pete Holmes as Batman.
Nice.
I mean, so can everyone if you just gargle on your own throat.
Sure, I compare the to a summer's day.
I got
Let's see,
Danny's
it's,
voice from Rolling with Difficulty. That's just like a raccoon that we found in the garage.
Alright, real quick. This was the last of the bosses, right? We're on to the
Yes,
flying
we
island.
are. We are coming up on.
Alright.
So this last section, Adam, is like what, like 40 minutes long?
Well,
Yeah,
Anonymous
like-
just donated $20.
Okay.
Thanks, Anonymous.
So.
I mean, you better milk it because we've got more than.
Exactly. We got like 30 or
got-
40 minutes game left.
And we've got about an hour and 20 minutes left, so that's actually not too bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we stop to do some Shakespeare reading, quote,
Exactly.
Okay.
Giggle,
If we
giggle,
get to 20K.
then yeah, you can just go.
Trying to think if there's any other like cool parts of the map that we
Another
should look at that we
Anonymous
haven't
with
seen
20.
so far, but we've seen a lot of the ones here.
I think we've seen if you've
I guess we can go back and
already
look at like, because everything's like this fun orange color now, so we can just like go back and see what's going
It's true.
on.
It's all real pretty.
Yeah.
Well, if we're gonna do that, I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick.
Cool.
Yeah.
Everyone have fun and behave while I'm not here. Everyone do their best Red impressions.
So yeah.
Watch Reboot.
Okay. So, yes. Okay. No, hold on.
Yes.
No, hold on.
Yes. No.
Hold on.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, but Okay, no. Yeah, that's my red impression.
Signed R.
Either
only
that
line
or
that
just like
autofills-
a very spicy tweet, like.
Yes. I like autofill one line for Red in my head every single time we jump on the stream, and it's of course her iconic "What's crackin', Big Smackin'?" So that is all that I can think of when I think of her. A person who I listen to talk almost more than any other human being thanks to the podcast.
Yeah.
Thank you,
That's fair.
I or A. I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce
Thanks,
your
guys.
name. But thank you for the 20.
Yeah, let's go
Yep.
back down to the other part and see what we can find in the rest
Oh,
of
my
the
other
world.
red impression is ooh, murder.
Ooh, murder.
I don't think that's a quote. I just think that's like
That's just something
interpolating
she
a
would
vibe.
say.
Yes.
I really
Vibes
want to
are
ask
valid. Yeah.
like, back to Shakespeare. Have you read like the Star Wars Shakespeare adaptation books?
So someone just suggested we read that as a charity stream. I have not read them, but you own one.
I own the the Jedi Code book, but that's at my mom's house.
You own the Shakespeare.
Oh, I own the Clone Army Attacketh. That one. Yeah, sorry. So I was too confused by the fact that we can change the time of day, apparently. That's pretty fun.
Oh, truly a victory of the forces of justice.
Yeah.
Truly a victory for the forces of justice.
That's
no,
right.
she's not that.
Cool.
She's not that jumpy
Alright,
with
let's
her
turn
voice.
this back
Though. It's more
again.
of like a. She's such a good shonen protagonist.
They're really good books, though, and the author has also done Shakespeare versions about Christmas Carol and Frankenstein.
Ah, that's fun.
Very fun.
Oh.
Nice. I love a good adaptation of Shakespeare into a fun other genre or flavor. It's, it's what the bard would have wanted. Oh, good. Red's back. I'm gonna dip because I also need to take a 5 real quick.
That's fair.
Yep.
Whoop. I like
We're
how
just
you
gonna
guys
be-
are announcing it. Meanwhile, I just disappear and then come back later.
I was announcing it too.
Yeah.
I don't. But then
Yeah,
again, you don't need
Blue, you kind of have to announce it because otherwise you're just like, why the hell did you just stop moving?
As I'm making tea, I'll just hold the forward button to be running into a wall for 10 minutes. You okay?
Yep. That's everyone's cyan impression. It's just dropping stuff.
Yeah, man, the tower looks really cool.
Thank you, Anonymous, for the 20.
Super aggressive looking.
Excuse me.
That is like 50% of my day-to-day communication is just me running into something going heck.
This is really random, but when I saw that your avatar was Beauregard Q Kazoo, I always go back to the scene where the police are trying to find him, but then they're arguing over what shade of blue he is.
Oh my god. He looks more indigo. Yeah, that's the funniest scene.
No, man, I was an art major. That's clearly cerulean.
I think it's established in OSP canon that my last name is Cerulean, but I don't
Is it
I don't
really?
know.
Oh.
I'd have to
Well,
find the
that's the one that
receipts for
people
that.
But that would mean my name is Science Cerulean. I don't like that. We're changing our last name now that we're
Okay.
married.
Asia.
I don't know what we're changing it to, but I've decided we're changing
Something
our
else.
canonical last name. Oh, okay. I'll be back.
Okay.
Oh, see ya.
I'm just enjoying flying around.
I know. There's
Yeah, I
nothing
like
in
it.
this game.
Yeah.
I like that there's no stamina bar, so you can just kind of keep going. You don't eventually fall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I lied. I didn't leave.
There is nothing I like more than just jumping off the highest point and seeing how far you get.
Pretty much.
That's not ominous.
I mean, I jumped off the highest point, and I'm pretty much gonna be able to make it to the very first section if we go here. Gosh, oh, you can see the antlers in the distance. God, the tall ones were huge.
Yeah.
Our new last name could be Beauregard.
Ah.
Beauregard.
Like Beauregard? What did I miss?
We're deciding Blue's new canonical last name.
I don't think we need to figure it out here.
So now the question is, how are we going to get onto the flying island thingy?
We have to go. See that tower up there? We have to go up there, and it just kind of yeets us on for the final encounter.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just want to I want to see some stuff. So we'll go back down to the bottom, work our way through, kind of trace where we've been, and then we'll go in. And I think that'll be good. And if we end a little bit early, I think that is okay. I'm kind of tired.
Reasonable.
Yep.
This is definitely not just stalling, so chat has a chance to get all their donations
Yeah,
in.
come on, chat.
Reminder, all donations go to UNICEF in order to
We
help
are less
their
than
donations.
1,500 away from our goal.
From questionable Shakespeare
From questionable
interpretation.
Shakespeare, you guys can do it. I believe in you. You
love-
have an hour 15 left.
I love how there are the statues of the tall ones just on the edge of the plateau, all right, whose land you're muscling into now. It's very cool.
Yeah.
Oh, we lost the thing. Oh, it's just fully daytime now in here. Oh,
hey.
Yeah.
Wow.
I guess there's a day-night cycle.
There's no red. There's no evil orange sky.
I missed the anonymous $20 donation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I confused it with the other anonymous $20 donation. So thank you.
And the third $20 anonymous donation.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Those who
Anonymous
wear masks
$20
may commune with the
donation,
dead. I
Joey.
wore one for a time, and the ancient thoughts I heard linger with me still. Perhaps someday after I'm gone, a hunter will commune with me.
Nice.
It me.
It you.
It you.
Nice.
Also, yeah, I love how just generic armor that dude's helmet is.
Yeah.
Someone said
He's
you
got
can
a
look for
European-style
seashells.
visor.
Is that really a thing you can do in this game?
You can what?
Look for seashells?
Maybe.
Potentially.
I haven't seen any. That's like a little samurai looking, kinda.
Yeah.
Sorta.
Exactly.
But not though. Also
like not.
Yeah. It's
Also
just
not.
blending. It's just blending styles.
But the style blending is what really makes this game feel not
Yeah.
just a real world culture, but sort of twisted around it. It
Yeah.
feels a lot more like a fantasy environment meant purposefully to invoke
Right.
stuff from the real world.
It feels a lot like its own thing as opposed to just a pastiche of other cooler ideas.
We just got
Yeah.
another anonymous $20 donation.
Nice.
Thanks, Anonymous.
Yeah.
Happens to the sky.
Thank you
Just
guys
turn
for
that
all
to
the
mine.
anonymous
Money.
$20 donations.
That's pretty.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same
Yeah.
color as it was before.
You guys have been very generous with your time and your money.
And we really appreciate it. As I've said time and 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 time again, all of the money that we are collecting here today goes directly to UNICEF. And that's really great because in addition to the fact that the main reason we chose UNICEF is because they are one of the sponsors of COVAX, and if you don't know about COVAX, which I hope you do by now, because again, I've said it a billion times, they help get COVID vaccines to where they need to be because we are all based in the US, and thankfully we have ready access to COVID vaccines where we are, for the most part, all vaccinated, and many of us are boosted at this point. But there are many places in this world who do not have access to vaccine, and COVAX works really hard to get those vaccines to where they need to be. In addition, they also help get other vaccines where they need to be, because although the COVID pandemic is the one most on our minds at this moment, just because it's the one most on our minds does not mean that other viruses, other epidemics, and other pandemics have gone away. So UNICEF also helps to make sure that those other vaccines that are so needed still are getting where they need to go as well. So if you have any money that you can spare to donate, please help us out by donating. If we do hit 20K, we'll be reading fun Shakespeare in fun voices. So release the bards, get us to 20K, and
Indeed.
stick around.
And on that way, we have Anonymous with a Canadian $10 donation, Sam Dermody with a €20 donation, Erica Norman with $5, Pat MC96 with €5, Anonymous with 50 Canadian, and Fist of the Snack Bar with $20.
Thank
oh,
you
that's
all
funny,
so much.
and I like that the icon is appropriate too. For
Right,
those of you
yeah.
unaware, that is the protagonist of Fist of the North Star holding a full-size Snickers bar.
That's
I like it. I like it a lot.
I love
Excellent.
Oh, and Lloyd Hewitt with $5. Thank
I do
you
feel
all
bad that
so much.
Max's internet just fully crapped out.
Yeah, I'm not quite
I
sure
feel bad. I want to talk more with
what
Max.
happened.
We can message him later.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll just have to get him back on the podcast at
Max
some
Miller,
point.
if you're out there,
Yeah.
thank you for your time.
I picked the chat to say that we're in the last hour or so of the stream, so last couple to pop in. So but it's been a long day. A lot of people have a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah. Because like most people
busy night.
have like some obligation or another.
Some people have to work.
Some people have to work.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you to Hoarding Books for the 5. Much obliged.
Oh, thank God it's a weekend starting tomorrow. Holy crap.
I know, right?
I am so tired.
Oh, mercies, man.
People are like, this is still going? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, baby.
It is.
Welcome in.
Welcome
Still
into
going,
the
and we are
long stream.
close to the Shakespeare.
Who dat? Who dat?
So even where the Godslayer laid his curse, even now, so many years later, it poisons me. This is a power too strong for our realm. So I guess it took a while for this curse thing to take hold, because there's like the Pathfinder being put in jail for like being the Pathfinder. Then he got broken out. He like started a coup. He found the mask. He got the sword. He became the Godslayer. He started poisoning the gods with his curse, and then he started like picking out the last little pockets of anti-Godslayer resistance until eventually he just destroyed everybody.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hi, Cleo.
Seems like at this point he has nobody still on his side because literally everyone is dead.
Yeah, they're all dead waiting for him in the next world.
Oh
Yeah.
Is he sticking around?
Because
What's
he
cool
hasn't
with
killed
this-
he hasn't killed the last god yet. He's
Yeah.
not yet all powerful.
Oh, was that the deal with the Eagle Mother?
The
that
Eagle
he
Mother is
hadn't
not
killed
yet dead. Yeah.
Oh. The other guys weren't dead. They were walking around causing problems.
But they're also skeletons.
Yeah, because they were skeletons, so they were killed and he corrupted their souls. The Eagle Mother's
Oh.
spirit is uncorrupted. It was wounded from battle, because when we saw the Eagle Mother, she was like all like weird and like kind of like red and stuff. So she was like
Yeah.
wounded and clearly like not doing the best, but was still like herself. Yeah, no eagle bones that we have seen so far. But yeah, so he has yet to fully consume the Eagle Mother, which is why he's not all the way to like doing whatever the hell he's trying to do yet. Man, this game is pretty.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And one of the things I love about this game is, right, it's so easy to see all the layers of all this time passing. Because, right, you guys actually kind of accidentally did this with your Breath of the Wild video of, like, just doing archaeology. There's a whole academic field that is doing archaeology in and around games.
Yeah.
So,
It's
accidentally did
extremely
that. But, right, since things don't decay in digital media, not in the same way, you can just, like, stack all the layers so that they're nice and easy and able to be understood. But also very legit archaeological analysis.
Yeah, it's super cool because the methodologies are like, you know, it's not so much like you have to go like digging stuff up because it's a game world. It's all presented for you. It's all on a visible surface layer, so you don't have to worry about like, you know, knocking things over to go find something. You just get to like, okay, take everything that's here as like, okay, here's what we got, and then
I think it's somewhere up here. There's right like an eagle head in a field of stones. That was one of the shinies. If we see it, I'll.
This area, but
Yeah.
to see. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere.
It doesn't matter. The point is, right, that puzzle just like has one of the eye sockets is just like fallen off.
Oh,
so you have to shoot a different one.
Yeah.
But right, that means after it fell off, someone put a new one up. Right? Someone had to change that so it can, even though they can't continue maintaining the site, they keep using the site and just kind of adapt the ritual in order to still work. And that's super cool.
That's super cool. And this game does a really good job of like showing you everything, so you can really like, if we had a lot more time and I had a lot more knowledge of world architecture, like we could go through and like systematically, I don't know what the first word I was looking for was, but like systematically like figure out like what's happening in every little different piece of the strata and piece together not only a chronology but an understanding of each of the different pieces in the world, which is sick as hell.
Quick shout outs. John Cox with 20, Anonymous with 20, Steven Prendergast with 20, Eric Knapp with 20. B Reynolds 376 with 20. Anonymous with 5. Anonymous with 5. And Friendly Gamer with 10. Thank you all so much.
Thanks so much, gang.
Also, kind of forgot earlier, I meant to mention it, but it's Kwanzaa. So if you celebrate Kwanzaa, joyous Kwanzaa to you. And just wanted to mention that because it's a big holiday that is happening right now as well as New Year's. So if any of you out there in the chat celebrate, hope you're having a good holiday. But yeah. Also, if you're in, I think, Germany and associated time zone, it's about to be your New Year's.
Yeah, Central Europe is getting on it.
About to have a New Year.
Angry boy.
Oh man.
Kumo, not Germany. Sorry, that might not have been clear.
It's so pretty. The snow environment is so pretty here.
Yeah, the snow is really great. I love that tree just sticking out off the edge of the cliff. And then the super, like, just gratuitously evil as hell Gothic castle over there is so great. The crazy Godslayer statue just out in the middle. Oh man, it's great. The frozen tundra is definitely the star of the game world.
Yeah. I mean, we know that this studio is really rendering sand and snow, so not too surprising.
Yeah, last game of theirs was all water. It was Abzu. I mean, they had a lot of tangential experience from those of the team who did work on Journey, but a lot of the staff on this game specifically was brand new hires because the team that made Abzu was, I want to say like a couple dozen people, like 45 or something. And I think the team now is like 150 or 200. I don't know that for a fact. I'm just remembering old figures because the Journey team was like 12 people. It was a really small team. But this one had a lot more people in it to create a much bigger world, because the idea of an indie studio able to make a fully open world game is ridiculous, and it's incredibly cool that that's actually possible now, because that, like, even as little as 3 years ago, like, get out, no way. So it's neat. The art director, Matt Nava, who is the director of Giant Squid, was the art director on Journey, so he has a lot of experience with sand and stuff and those kinds of mountainous environments. But a lot of the team that came off of Abzu was working with pretty much just like, okay, we were underwater, now we're in a forest.
Yep. Anastasia, thank you for the 20. Darth T Commando for the 5. And George, thank you for the 20. And Anonymous for the 5.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Ludo History is here as well.
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
And Emperor Tiger Star.
Yes, and Emperor Tiger Star. They're both here. Someone was asking, they were like, is that Ludo History? I'm like, yes.
Yes. As you can see, by the Discord overlay that has my name.
Which, thanks Cyan for getting the overlay to work. I was like, oh no, nothing ever works on Mac. It's all just PC stuff. Cyan's like, oh wait, look at this article. It says you can actually like kind of do it. I was like, oh, nuts. So we tried it out a little bit before we got on the stream, and we're like, oh wait, this works. Cool.
Yeah.
And then we got it going.
Oh, and Michael Swanson with the 6, and Totally Alchemist again with the 5. Thank you guys. Wow. We are at 18,900, so just 1,100 left for the for unleashing the bards, our very tired bards.
Yeah, but you I'm getting my like third win at this point.
$1,100 collectively.
Two roads diverged in a something or other. Who gives a fuck?
That's Robert Frost's attitude towards that poem too.
Less traveled. I think I'm getting my like third or fourth wind at this point. I really think I'm picking back up.
You
I
got
put a
a
face
second?
mask on like 10 minutes ago. Wait, here I've been up since 5 a.m. today because I woke up and I went to help my old roommate move out of our previous apartment that I no longer live in. And then I came back and I worked on OSP stuff, and then the stream started, and I've been here ever since, and I've just been powering through, and it's been coming and going in waves. but I put a face mask on. We're refreshing. I think it's time to get back at it, baby. Let's keep the energy high for the last hour of the stream.
Well, I mean,
Indeed.
speaking of refreshing, EJ Firefang and I both
I
back
digress.
again.
Yeah.
Whoa!
What?
Wow.
EJ with 5 and I with
nice.
50. Just
Indeed.
both coming.
Also,
We're getting a
Sorry.
sudden burst of New Year's wishes from Central
Indeed.
Europe.
Yeah,
Hey,
and Anonymous
Happy
with
New
50.
Year.
Happy New Year, Central Year.
19K. We just hit 19K.
19K! Woo!
Woo!
Yes,
Thanks,
we are
guys.
1
Really, we
hour
do
away
appreciate it
from,
all. 1
GMT.
hour and $1,000 away
1
from
hour
the
and
world's most
$1,000.
questionable Shakespeare
Can
performances.
we do it? 1 hour to do $1,000, friends. Happy New Year.
Yes.
Oh, somebody else donated.
New Year. £5.
Guys, you're gonna make me. You make me sound like I didn't know who you were. I do.
I'll admit I was confused until it popped up on my chat.
I'm gonna admit I'm kind of confused.
Their
right
name
now.
is somebody else.
Oh.
Anonymous with $20. Woo!
Somebody.
Somebody, somebody.
Oh God.
I do think it's cool that like the style of this tower is like it's a little God Slayer like mask thing, and then the iconography of, in this case, Kumo, that like he has to build the tower to imprison his soul or something. I don't really know what's going on with that, but there's clearly like some actual connection to Kumo's spirit, because when we cleansed him, the tower opened up. So
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like he has to build a vessel or
Oh.
something.
Anonymous with 100. Thank you.
Heyo.
Anonymous? $900 away.
All right,
from questionable Shakespeare.
we're getting into it now, gang.
Oh
Here we
boy.
go.
Yeah.
Who's
Every-
ready?
We're in the end game now.
God, this looks so cool.
Every minute we stray closer and closer to Shakespeare.
Anonymous with 20. Mr. Forager
The-
3 with 20.
I am so excited for the potential for us.
We're about 800 away.
If we get there, we're gonna want to wait until after we're done,
yes,
because the
we-
last bit
we
of this
will
game is
wait till
actually
actually
kind
we're
of
done.
intense and cool, and like
Fist
I
of
want to
the
be able to
snack bar
appreciate
with
this collectively.
5. If we do get it, we will wait till midnight GMT, and then
So
we
we-
finish the game, whichever comes first.
Yeah, so we might put a pause on reading names once we get into the thick of this here, because
Yes.
it gets pretty like
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Cool.
Yeah, it does.
Let's
God,
do
I'm
it.
so hyped. This is the best part of the game.
I will try
Ugh.
to screenshot
I am excited
them.
for you to beat this guy up. He's pretty annoying.
So do you want me to pause the names?
No, we're good
Okay.
for right now, but like after the next cutscene, we're gonna be in
Okay.
a good place to.
Matt Merlin with 5.
Yeah, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Matt.
Anonymous with
Whoa!
500.
Whoops.
Whoa! Anonymous!
This anonymous
Hell
guy's
yeah,
really been showing up for us
baby.
today.
Also, anyone who has a question, Adam in the chat is Ludo History.
Is me.
It's-
I just don't have fancy mod powers on the Ludo History
We,
account.
we should probably.
we did.
We'll fix that
Nice.
for the next stream.
I could have
Well,
sworn
start
we
it out
did.
later.
I'll go back and check after the
We'll
stream.
fix that for the next stream.
Bonk.
But,
Okay,
yeah.
here we go. We're in it now.
Yeah.
Here we
Baby.
go.
Okay, guys. By the
Buckle
end
up.
of this fight, I want to see $300 more
see that
dollars in the
20K.
chat, please.
Can I get a 300? Can I get a 4? $500?
Here we go.
Oh no, my hubris.
Also,
Not the mentor.
Yeah, so this is what he was lacking, was the final power of the last tall one. And then
Ravioli. No!
Ravioli.
so cool. God. Oh, this rules.
Actually, that is pretty cool.
Yeah.
God, it's so
It
cool.
slaps.
Oh, I was worried he was just gonna kill her, but instead he just made her evil.
God, I would love to show like this 10 seconds of gameplay to any Byzantine emperor like this. This is everything that you are channeling in your vibe. It's that,
So that does-
fucking giant red eagle.
That does make the two-headed eagle iconography more interesting, because she obviously didn't take that form before. So, like, how did they know?
There's a chance that when the eagle was more powerful, it looked like that, but in blue. That's a good question.
20K.
I actually don't know. Oh, yo!
Can
All
I do a minute
right.
to just thank the last couple
Yeah,
comments?
let's go through that, and then
okay.
we'll
So
pause
I
it.
just wanted to, real quick, thank the last couple people who really just helped us cross that line. Anonymous with 50, Theodore Wright with 200 Canadian, thank you. David Andrews with 20, EJ Firefang again with 100, Anonymous with 20, Michael Swanson again with 48, Anonymous with 5. Thank you guys all so much for helping us reach our goal, our stretch goal.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
A truly staggering amount of money has been raised for UNICEF today.
Oh, and KR Dragon 6 just came in with 1,000 as well, bringing us to 21K. Thank you, friends.
Nice.
Holy crap!
Real quick, I have to go open up the door in case Cleo needs to use the restroom.
And Anonymous with 5. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. We really appreciate all of you guys and all the work that you guys have done to, like,
cool.
raise this money for UNICEF. Sorry, I'm a little shocked.
It's okay.
It's all right.
It's a lot.
All right.
Your watch
now
has
we just
ended.
Gotta find our,
you have read the names.
We just gotta find our Shakespeare monologues.
Yeah, I'm already on the Shakespeare's monologue repository. Red, you and I will sidebar. We'll pull some monologues while Blue.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Can you pull to be or not to be for Kronk?
Yes,
I can
absolutely.
also. Is there any good one for Bane? Because I feel like Kronk and Bane is good. Other than that, it'll be
I
pushing
would
it.
like to posit for Bane, Juliet's Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? I think.
Yes.
Okay, I got you.
Yes.
Nope.
I
don't
want to
worry.
do the
I'm on
I want to
it.
do the tomorrow thing in my best shonen protagonist friendship speech voice.
Absolutely.
I've talked
Brutus
about
walks up
today,
to Caesar.
so I'm
Do
gonna
you
do
feel
the
in
one I
charge?
have from
Oh, no,
memory
we're screwed.
in a Valley Girl voice.
We accidentally got to the end of the level. Whoops. Came to attack us.
Oops.
We were cutting too hard to the right. That's actually a big problem in Phalanx Warfare. I might be absolutely screwed because I think I might have gotten too out in the open to actually like come back. That was a problem in Phalanx Warfare, is because the shields are on your left side. Okay, cool. We're good. Nice. The shields are on your left side, so as a line of soldiers, your tendency will be to march towards the right, so that the shield is between you and the enemy. So what happened on a couple of occasions is that two lines of hoplite phalanxes would march towards each other, but they just kind of like slowly shuffle to the right, and they'd eventually completely miss each other by the time they met. Absolutely hilarious.
So the phalanx got flanked.
Yeah, they mutually outflanked each other. Yeah, the cycles on this eagle are really confusing because you can't exactly tell. Yeah, so that one is going around, and sometimes it turns around and tries to actually get you, which is what happened to me earlier. So I think I'm actually going to get got right here, unless it does another cycle around the tower. I think I am almost completely effed. If anything short of a miracle happens... Nope. I'm boned.
Rip.
Oh.
Rip.
Yeah, the cycles are not very clear. That's okay.
You were so close too.
I was. And if it goes again right now, I am well and truly beefed.
Uh-oh.
You might be okay.
Nah, yeah, we made it. Only
Yep.
barely though. Oh no, it did a loop around. Yeah, it's tough to tell what's actually the pathing process here.
There's a very excited Greek in the chat, and I just need you to know that.
Yes, My brain was like, say welcome in Greek, and my brain is like, benvenuto. Fuck!
Yeah.
Not helping.
I've had the same problem.
Yeah, that's the funny thing that happened when I tried to learn Italian, is that my like kitchen Greek was getting in the way. So whenever I was like trying to learn new things, my brain would default to old stuff
That you knew in Greek.
that I knew in Greek. And then by the time the Italian was actually like pretty firmly wedged in there,
You had to learn
I had to pivot like on a dime to doing ancient Greek for my degree. Oh man, that's so cool. God, that rules. And then I was like doing Greek, and then it's like the Italian's like, non possiamo parlare greca. Like, damn it,
That's a really
pick.
interesting and like common experience for third language learners is that if you already know a second language, your brain autofills that one rather than your native language. Because I know I had a friend I was in Shanghai with, and she was working on her Mandarin, but she already spoke Spanish, and she's like, every time I can't think of a word, my brain autofills it in Spanish, which is the least helpful way for this to be working out, as opposed to trying to figure out my actual Chinese translations.
That's been my problem, is if I don't know a word in any new language I'm trying to learn, my brain autofills French. Because
mine does Spanish.
Yeah, so that's part of the reason why I can't learn Spanish at all, is because they're way too similar. And so I don't even always know, like, I don't even know if I'm like filling the wrong word, so to speak.
Although, real quick, let's take a moment to just recognize the architecture we got going on here. We got all 5 of the tall ones here, and a fun, like, very ancient Bronze Age style brick. There's a term for it.
Big old flatstones. Yeah.
Flatstones. But we are now going to walk inside here and see what happens. How can we be helped to face the unfathomable might of the God Slayer?
I wonder if they're gonna give you that moonbow thing they mentioned earlier.
It's Abzu! Boom!
Yeah!
Is so cool. It's just literally the fucking spirit world in Abzu in the Pathless. The world building lore implications are fucking massive. What?
Wow. Damn.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
The shared universe. The giant squid universe is getting complex by the
God,
day.
and they're playing the music from Abzu, which like they have the rights to. It's their own game.
Of course.
Cool. So
cool.
Yeah.
Well, that's very fun.
It rules. Yeah, because in Abzu you go into the spirit worlds to like cleanse the world itself of like evil things with the power of like blue water magic, whatever. And you go to this little like temple area, this like very like Islamic stalactite Muqarnas vaulting dealio going on with these ceilings and the columns and stuff. And now it's just like boom, here it is. And it's got like kind of like a choral look to it.
Yeah, it's like a combination of choral and like sort of I want to say like I've seen this kind of dome pattern before, but not fractalized.
Yeah.
So that's what makes it look like choral.
Yeah, that's Arabic geometry for you.
Yeah. It's, I agree. It's mostly Muqarnas.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh god, it's so cool. They got all the tall ones here,
hey,
just like
that
our
moonbow thing.
All our boys. That's the moonbow, yeah.
I knew it. I
Yep.
knew it. They're like, the sun sword is only equaled by the moonbow, and I was like, what a coincidence. We happen to be good with bows.
Oh.
The sun sword can only be bested by the moon Gatling gun. Hunter's like, okay, I guess I can adapt.
It's a ranged weapon. It can't be that hard.
Quick thank you to Anonymous and also to scrolling back, Lizzie Rose for 50. Your donations are still much appreciated, even though we have reached our goal. And I just want you to know that I still appreciate you.
By the way, it's actually explicit reference to Japanese mythology because an alternate spelling of Tsukuyomi is Tsukuyumi, i.e. moonbow.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I believe the sun sword is also supposed to be a reference there.
Big
kind of.
fighty boy.
It would be a reference to
Grass cutter?
Kusanagi no Tsurugi.
Yeah.
It even kind of looks like the design.
God, it's so cool.
Yeah.
Oh man, like their first game was like, oh, like we're gonna do like a chill kind of game with Abzu. It's just like underwater exploration, and then they just went so hard with the boss fights in this one. Like they showed up like out of nowhere, and they're like, yeah, we can do kick-ass boss fights.
I've been pulling the monologues that we've been selecting for our voices.
Amazing.
Are there Red, I know you had some requests for them, and you mentioned one for your shonen voice, and it went in one
I've
ear,
got
not
it
the
loaded
other.
up, don't worry.
Okay, great.
It's all good.
Everyone got their stuff locked and loaded.
Yeah.
I don't.
Potentially.
Blue, I pulled yours for
not
you.
Blue.
Yes.
You're good.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
am-
you're good.
My infinite power.
I do not know that I have a good voice lined up for this.
That's okay.
Okay. It's all about the fun.
It's okay. You survived.
God, the eagle's so cool.
No, we have not done the Watch Mojo voice yet, chat. Fear not. We will be doing that.
Voices will be at the end. Don't worry.
Death toll for the game.
I like that it has little crescent moons whenever you like get them good with
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I made the smart choice to grab my office chair and bring it into the living room instead of sitting on the couch all day, because if I sat on the couch all day, my back would be absolutely destroyed. And my back's not doing great right now, but it's better than it would have been.
Oh no.
Hey, the Spanish Inquisition donated $12.
You never expect the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah.
What are we? I.
What a show. Here we
Here's to get me to a nunnery speech. Alas, poor Yorick.
Oh, you just got yoked, my dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a couple hits off.
Yeah, sorry, we're a little behind still.
It's okay.
I saw the levels invisible walls working desperately overtime to try and keep you from fully flying down the mountain.
Yeah, the hunter got hit into the backboard with that one.
Yeah, bong.
That one's tough because it's 2 hits.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thanks for the animal people art, Emperor Tiger Star.
I was not gonna bring it up, and I was just gonna DM it, but okay.
It just got posted on Twitter, so.
Oh, I meant like in here. I'm just like, no, I'm not gonna hijack the stream. I'll just post the tweet in here. It's like, damn, they beat me to it.
Stealth tweeting.
Yes.
Patch yourself. Sign.
I'm never on Twitter.
That's fair.
But yes, that's why I asked what your favorite animals were like a week ago.
Ah.
Because I just do that now when I'm in an art mood.
Nice.
Hey, if it works.
Adorable.
Scratches the itch.
Are you a cat?
Oh, okay.
I can't see it because I'm fighting the eagle mother.
Yeah.
Mama.
It's not a phase, Mom.
Okay, so now he's gonna try to become a tall one.
Okay.
But it's still for the sake of destroying the world, he promises.
Yes.
Yeah. See, I'm telling you, man, I feel like it would be ridiculous if there was no awareness of the pretty obvious, I don't know, parallels you could easily draw. Like, oh, I'm gonna kill all the old gods and become the only god, and everyone should follow me. It's like, oh, geez, in some sort of crusade, you could say.
Oh,
I'm
there's
just
almost definitely
saying.
awareness of it. I just don't think it's the most interesting reading available of what he's trying to do.
It doesn't mean it's not in the text.
No, I mean it's there for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just minor comparatively. Let's just talk about this self-healing floor, though.
What?
The self-healing
yeah.
floor.
Old tall one technology. He must destroy.
But then it just like fixes itself. It's like dope.
Yeah.
Damn it, if I jump too early, he gets me.
If you jump too late, he also gets you.
Got that sweet spot.
Thanks, Jose. For the $20.
Yeah.
Much obliged. Trying to be calm and chill with my shoutouts.
Chilling? No. We gotta keep that energy up.
Well, I don't
Almost
want to
Shakespeare.
distract you from fighting the big boss.
Yeah, just a smidge busy.
So, I'm not trying to
Oh, what, you out there saving the universe?
Just kill vibes in this exact
Get him! Get him!
Some target.
Yeah.
Boy,
Three.
the god wanna be
For a split
accidentally
second,
get
there's the meme
wrecked.
of his eyes doing the anime thing.
Ding.
And this is
Behold,
just
as I become
absolutely cool as fuck.
Yeah.
He's definitely the ugliest tall one I've seen.
Yeah. He's a tall one, not a pretty one.
Pretty boy?
Ooh.
Now we're in like a stormy version of the Abzu spirit world.
Oh, is it time for a battle in the center of the mind?
Kinda.
Oh.
It is cool because what's going on musically here is that it's the melodies from Pathless, but orchestrated like it is in Abzu with chorus and harps and all of the same like instrumentation from the last game to represent the spirit world, but now done in here with all of the musical like motifs and like stylings that have now, by the point of the player getting this far, become like very identifiable as like Pathless music. It's super cool, and will surely be a detailed diatribe at some point, but I need a lot more notes first.
Yeah, we'll get there. Oh.
I do like that it's still distinctly like the storm from the corrupted gods,
Yeah.
rather than just like an empty, like, oh, there it is. Oh, that's so far away.
Run, run, run.
The Red Sea.
Yeah, kind of.
By definition, I guess.
I appreciate the polite chuckle.
Alright. Yeah, that was a long way to go.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, jeez. These memories are so inconveniently located.
That's cool. It's funny how much of a jock Kumo looks like in this one.
Just
Charnos
an
looks
absolute
so
giga
cool.
Chad.
Stronger.
I don't know which one is my favorite. I think Nimue as a Hydra is pretty badass. Even though I still think like the stag like antlers aesthetic is so just much of a raw like ethos of just like I don't even know, the words are not there, but like it's cool. The antler look is cool.
It's shiny.
I had to walk slightly in.
Yeah, you got it. And mash your face in it.
Godslayer, where are your legs? Tall one propaganda, I got rid of them.
You think just because I don't have legs, I can't be tall?
I am the Godslayer, I will also accept Short King.
She'll ever know me as Manlet again. From this day forward.
How did we manage to circle back around to Manlet?
We always circle back to Manlets.
Oh. They're popular. Manlets.
He is not manlet, he is man big.
Top 10 reasons the tall ones don't get legs.
Top 10 reasons the tall ones don't get legs.
Oh god.
I've been
Number 10, one of them is a snake.
Ignore the hands.
Number 9, Kumo's hoarding all the legs for himself.
Kumo did
Can't
not
take
skip
an
leg
arrow
day,
to
he
the knee
confiscated
if you
leg
don't
day.
have any knee.
Yeah.
Found your path.
Oh, it's like a bird's nest. Oh, I
Yeah.
get it.
Ah.
Combining the
I see
iconography
what
of
they're doing.
Bird's Nest within the Abzu Spirit World Temple. Extremely cool.
Ravioli!
Wait, how did you get ravioli back? I'm confused.
Ravioli, baby! You're back!
Aw, family reunion.
Aw,
Oh, the little
ravioli.
snake leg. Aw, aw.
Ah.
Very wholesome. Now let's go beat the shit out of Troy Baker, right?
Oh, what a nice little breather that was. Okay.
Whew.
Oh, controller battery level's low. All right, gang,
No.
pressure's
Oh,
on.
no.
Oh!
It's okay, I plugged it in.
Attack on Titan pose. Ding.
Yeah.
Pathfinder's like the one true Formioli will be mine.
I learned the dark secret. There is no Formioli.
Maybe the true Formioli was the friends we made along the way.
Since I have the stream muted, just in my head, I'm playing the music from those Chef Boyardee ravioli commercials. Where like the can is trying to roll its way home.
Yes.
Ah, yeah.
Or had Chef Boyardee.
The eagle's curse. No mortal is able to withstand that.
But maybe since it's a boss battle, just pretend it's in like minor key instead of major.
Ah, yes.
Right.
It's still Saturday Shorts. That always is playing in the background of my head for the most part.
Mortal Kombat's still working here for some reason.
Yo, Shinji, the robot. You did look, so you can the robot.
And no!
Serious
moment.
Serious moment
Now
on
I'm
an
hearing
OSP
that
stream?
robot.
No.
Fucking robot.
I can't take that show seriously ever. I know it's supposed to be like a work of art or whatever, but I've heard too many of the memes before I watched it. Now I'm like, get robot.
No, I'm in the same boat. I can't.
Yeah,
It's too
I
goofy.
can't. Nonsense. It's good nonsense, but it's nonsense nonetheless.
I think the game might be a little bit loud. Hold on.
Well, I missed a $5 donation
We can't
from
tell.
Ace. So
Exactly.
Aw,
Thank you,
sorry,
Ace.
Ace.
Because, like, I can hear it, and the game's been pretty quiet on our TV this whole time.
Oh, man.
He's really asking for trouble by giving himself this many eyes.
Yeah.
Isn't he a cardinal rule of video game weak points?
I mean, I don't think he gave himself anything. Because, like, if
I
you
mean, I
can
guess.
pick your god form, is this really the form you would pick?
He would.
No.
Yeah.
I don't
He
Yeah.
would, though.
so.
He seems like
Yeah.
the type. He doesn't seem miffed that he turned into, like, Skeletor, but
He
pointier.
doesn't
I mean,
exactly have a mirror. I don't know if he knows what he
I feel
looks
like he
I feel like context
Oh, I thought
clues
he
from
could
the
see
arms would
everything.
do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I'm sure that the rest of me looks totally sexy. Let's see, alright, everything I can see of myself looks like it was scripted from Twizzlers, but, you know, I'm pretty sure the
Body
face
shame.
is still okay.
The evil.
I mean,
evil
the
god
three
over
eyes
here.
obviously makes sense because, like, that was kind
Yeah,
of his whole
the mask.
shtick.
He's both a hunter and prey.
Hunter
Oh.
and
Well,
gatherer.
I do like that he has the same, like, weird, like, ribcage circle gap that the other tall ones do.
Yeah.
But
And then
he
again,
is
like the
a
tail
fire
from the very
laser.
beginning, he's got the same tail as the tall
Yeah.
ones that he probably got from, like, absorbing their curses and junk.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
Eagle.
Yeah!
Can't see anything.
There
Bright
it is.
Queens. Ayo.
Oh.
Pull out.
Good.
Oh, he really
Eyes,
doesn't
sir.
have any legs. That's sad.
No legs for you.
He's so small. Oh my god.
How are you so small?
I like that his mouth lights up.
His
when he
big
speaks.
googly eyes not helping either.
His mouth lights up when he speaks, like he's a character in like a ride.
Or a Discord bubble.
Our Lord and Savior Discord Bubble, informing us that we are still heard on stream.
Good.
Hallowed be thy name.
No path will come.
Swift.
Oh god.
The truth is a pathless land.
This has gotten the
That's
bird
good.
seal of approval.
Well, no, the bird cursed the main character to die, so.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Thanks, bird.
Ah, ravioli!
It wasn't
It
Ravioli's
wasn't Ravioli's fault. It was Troy Baker's fault.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks.
When in doubt.
I mean, he clearly did a great job because I had no idea until I saw the credits. I'm like, Troy? Yo!
Roy!
My boy, Troy?
It's a T for Troy.
No. It's a T for traitor.
Oof.
You're alive. Not for long.
Aww.
Yeah.
Bird is like, huzzah! Wait, I feel like I'm forgetting something.
At least they let you die off screen.
Thanks, Eagle
And
Mother.
Ravioli flies off into the sunset.
Oh, you really did me a solid.
The Pathless.
Well,
We unfortunately will not get the secret ending because we didn't get all the stuff, but like that. Hey, we got to leave something for
That's
the
an
players at home to find out for
Exactly.
themselves.
so yeah, there's a secret ending. Finish
All
the
right.
game yourself and get all the things. Well, thank you to
Yeah, that's what
NoCan
happened.
for giving us another donation, and with that, our current donation count is $21,210, which puts us well into Bard territory.
Yep, and with
Although,
our,
sure
with our
does.
OSP matching, that gets us to 31.
31,000.
Yes.
Please keep your donations coming, but Bards, prepare your offerings.
All right, I don't know like
Yes.
which one of like
Oh,
7 group
God.
chats this is in. Hold on.
I don't
I
know about
posted
you,
all
but I think we
monologues
can get
in
to
the
22.
Discord.
I think we could get to 22 if we work hard.
That could be nice.
Okay, so to run down what people have signed up for in terms of speaking, Red, I believe you have a shonen protagonist monologue prepared. Blue, you've got some Kronk coming at us, and potentially a Bane Romeo and Juliet moment.
Yeah, do I have to find the speeches myself?
I put them in the
Seems like you
Discord,
went
so
through it.
please
Oh,
go
okay.
look there. Yes, I have on lock for the Watch Mojo prologue of Romeo and Juliet. I can also do a bit of the witches if needed, and what else?
I've
do people
got
wanna
I've got
do?
Queen Mab as a very old person.
I've got
Excellent.
Sonnet 130 in my best high-pitched semi-Valley Girl impression.
Okay, here we
Someone
go.
recommended Kyber from Yu-Gi-Oh! Who here can do a good Kyber?
Not me.
I don't even know
Not
who
me.
that is right now. I'm too
Confused.
tired.
What?
I do know who that is, but my point is I'm
Ah.
tired.
I'm trying to
I can
remember
do
what
one
Kaiba
sonnet
actually
in
sounds
one
like.
voice. Yeah, that's
Exactly.
kind of what I meant. Is
What does he actually sound like, as opposed to what does the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged version of
Abridged.
Kaiba
Yep.
sound like?
Yep.
It's shockingly similar.
Shut up. No, it's you.
All right, who's going first?
I could kick us off. I could do the Watch Mojo lady.
Okay.
Get this one out of the way.
All right, chat. This is what you
This is
you
what you
asked
funded.
for.
This is what we funded. The prologue to Romeo and Juliet. Two houses both alike in dignity. In fair Verona, where we lay our scene. From ancient grudge break to new mutiny, where civil blood makes civil hands unclean. From forth the fatal loins of these two foes, a pair of star-crossed lovers take their life.
Real quick,
whose
Ulster Wintry
misadventure-
bass kazoo. Okay, sorry, carry on.
whose misadventured, piteous overthrows do with their death bury their parents' strife. The fearful passage of their death-marked love, and the continuance of their parents' rage, which but their children's end naught could remove. It is now the 2 hours traffic of our stage, to which if you with patient ears attend, what here shall miss, our toil shall strive to mend.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank
Beautiful.
you.
Bravo.
All right, that was fantastic. I can imagine someone in medieval England like, this isn't exactly filmy with optimism about the quality of this play. All right, next one.
Soft and tragic young lives lost. All right.
All right, me next.
Go for it.
All right.
Go for it.
Sure.
Shakespeare's monologue specifically designed to be written by Shakespeare. That monologue got you covered. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing ends them. To die? To sleep, no more. And by sleep to say we end the heartache. 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is here too. Those 1,000 natural shocks? Those shocks. 'Tis a... notifications, get out of here. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die. To sleep. To sleep. Perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause. There's the respect that makes the calamity of so long life. Yep, that was the word. It was a word from the speech. That speech. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, to proud man's contumely? I don't know what that word is, but I'm just gonna keep on going. The pangs of despised love, the laws of delay, the insolence of offense, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make with a bare godkin. Who would these fardels bear? What the fuck am I reading? Good God, I'm gonna tell you guys, I'm really getting lost here. All right, that's the halfway point of the speech. I'm stuck. That's that.
Awesome.
All right.
Okay.
Who's next?
Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day, to the last syllable of recorded time, and all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle! Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his door upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, sound and fury, signifying nothing. Friendship.
Okay.
Amazing.
Thank you. Somebody else go.
All right.
I'm about to cringe into a black hole if somebody doesn't.
Let's try this.
All right. Keep the train moving.
My mistress's eyes are nothing like the sun. Coral be far more red than her lips red. If snow be white, why then her breasts are dun. If hair be wise, black wires grow on her head. I've seen roses damask, red and white, but no such roses see I in her cheeks. And in some perfumes is there more delight than in this breath than from my mistress reeks. I love to hear her speak, yet well I know that music hath a far more pleasing sound. I grant I never saw a goddess go. My mistress when she walks treads on the ground. Yet by heaven I think my love is rare, as any she belies a forest compare.
Incredible.
Nice.
A very southern belle.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly what I was going for, but once I started and it came out as that, I was like, gotta keep going.
Gotta keep going.
Gotta finish this.
You
Gotta
gotta
finish
let
this
the
the
spirit of
same
the
voice.
theater flow through you.
My mistress's eyes are nothing like the sun.
Oh, bless my mistress's heart. Yeah. All right. Shall we have Bane next?
Unless Yellow wants
I think
to go.
it's my
Oh
turn.
yeah. Sorry. I cut you off.
Yeah, let's circle up.
Oh, then I see Queen Mab hath been with you. She is the fairy's midwife, and she comes in shape no bigger than an agate stone on the forefinger of an alderman, drawn with a team of little atomies athwart men's noses as they lie asleep. Her wagon spokes made of long spinner's legs, the cover of the wings of grasshoppers, the traces of the smallest spider's web. The colors of the moon shines watery beams, her whip of cricket's bone, the lash of film, her wagoner a small grey-coated gnat, not so big as a round little worm, pricked from the lazy finger of a maid. Her chariot is an empty hazelnut made by the joiner squirrel or old grub, time out of mind the fairy's coachman, and in this state she gallops night by night through lovers' brains, and then they dream of love.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Oh God.
All right, one more with
Sure.
Bane.
Well, we do have a little extra time.
I mean the
I got a few more in
the
me if
Romeo
we're-
Romeo.
if we're
This is
trying
the
to
last
have
one
this out.
I'll go for.
Okay. Because
Alright.
I was gonna say you and I could do the thumb biting one if you can.
Oh no!
Okay.
Too many bad memories of the time I actually had to do that speech in a theater production I did not want to be a part of. But let's get into it.
Do
With
you
this
bite
one.
your thumb at us, sir? I do my thumb, sir.
I'll do it with some.
I got you, girl. We got this.
Okay.
We go on our side if I say
wherefore art thou? Thou knowest the mask of night is on my face, as well as this other mask that no one cared who I was until I put on. The clock struck 9 when I did send the nurse. Gallop apace, you fiery-footed steeds. Shall I speak ill of him that is my husband? Is there no sitting in the clouds? Tell me not, friar, that thou hearest of this. Farewell. God knows when we shall meet again.
Ta-da.
Incredible.
The trick is just to have a mug. Just have a mug and then it's done. The voice makes itself.
Mugs make Bane voice so easy.
I got a decent witches one if we want to do a little bit of the Scottish play up in here.
Sure.
Oh boy.
All right.
Killing
This one has
time.
to have, multiple
for it.
people,
And we don't need to make it all the way to the end, because like I'm starting to flag you guys. I don't know.
But you know.
Let's go for it. Let's go for a couple more then.
Yeah. It's the branded cat hath mewed thrice, and once the hedge pig whined. Harpier cries, 'tis time, 'tis time. Round about the cauldron go, in the poisoned entrails throw. Toad and under that cold stone, days and nights as 31. Sweltered the venom sleeping got, boiled out first I charmed the pot. Double, double toil and trouble, fire, bird, and cauldron bubble. Thank you.
There you go.
Yay!
Top 5 reasons
Patting out
Sherwood
for time.
Forest will come to Dunsinane. Number 1, Macduff was not of woman born.
Oh god.
Good. Good.
Top 5
Incredible.
reasons why Macbeth's reign will never come to an end. Number 5, prophesied that no man of woman born could ever defeat him.
Well.
Oh god.
Some say he is unstoppable, but these witches 3.
Beg to differ.
Evil kings hate him. One weird man discovers crazy
Two out
tricks
of-
to thwart prophecy.
2 out of 3 witches agree.
Duncan hates him. See how the Thane of Cawdor became king with one weird trick.
Oh man.
Ugh.
Incredible. Incredible.
My sons won't be king, not clickbait.
Just imagine like Macbeth making an apology video for killing the king. It's like,
I'm so
sorry, didn't want to make this video.
Macbeth's problematic, actually.
Oh no, we said no Scottish.
I mean, that was it. That was where it starts and ends.
Okay.
I want a modern version where the king is Ozzy Osbourne and the lady is Sharon Osbourne, and they have a reality TV show.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
One weird
Wow.
trick, murder. Yeah, thanks, chat.
It is a weird trick.
It's
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
So what was that final count? I don't think we quite hit 22K.
That's okay.
No, we've got $21,524, which is very impressive.
Very
I
good.
think we did well today. We
Still really
played
Yeah,
a lot of game.
absolutely.
We raised a ton of money. We had a bunch of wonderful guests on, and I mean I guess we can kill 20 minutes, but do we need to? It's
I
midnight.
don't think we need
I
it.
think we're okay.
It's just shy of midnight GMT. I think we can let imagination do the rest.
Yeah, I mean it's not
Yeah.
for all of us. We've all got a little bit
Oh my
longer to
God.
go, or a lot a bit longer to go. God, we have 5 more hours.
Indigo, please tell me we don't have a podcast on Sunday. We don't, right?
We don't. I
Thank
mean,
God.
we have an
Okay.
upload.
In our OSP calendar, it's still on the podcast. I'm like,
did
wait, I
a
thought we got rid of it.
podcast last week.
I know, that's why I was worried.
Secret podcast.
Oh, Anonymous donated 100 to UNICEF. Thank
yeah.
you.
Oh, thanks, Anonymous.
Thank you.
All right, well we're here.
Thank
Let's
you.
let's run through everything we learned today.
Here's the top 10 things we learned during the Pathless.
Number 5.
Yeah. So
Number 10.
in addition to all of the number 5 reasons, 6 through 10 were not good enough, so we're starting at 5. In addition to all of the charity stuff that we are doing, this fundraiser will stay open for another 2 weeks. So if you are watching the VOD, there is still time to donate. That's cool. Have fun.
Yeah.
Please do.
Additionally, after you either do or don't choose to donate, we still got our Sun Wukong toy available in pre-order. It'll be around for another month or so. Worry about that tomorrow, but also so you know, so we're talking about it right now. Cool. Also, next up tomorrow we'll have a New Year's bonus podcast going up on the channel, as well as all the regular podcast platforms of choice. So that'll be fun. We go over a lot of our end of year favorite videos of the year and stuff like that, similar to the one we did last year. That was a good time. We'll also have a special New Year's seasonal update Patreon post. So if you are a patron, hop over to patreon.com/OSP tomorrow and take a look at the update. You might get email notifications for it as well. Put a lot of effort into this one, so read it to see what's coming up and what's next. If you are a patron, all tiers can access the seasonal updates and vote on some of the stuff you'd like to see us do next. Red, is there anything else that I am forgetting?
I don't think so. I think we're taking January slow for a reason.
Yeah, we're chilling. We still got videos every Friday, but they're not going to be blockbusters like some of the ones we've put out these past 2 months because we have really like turned on the gas for great videos in October, November, and December.
Maybe a special thanks to all the guests who have joined us.
Yeah, special thanks to everybody who has popped in today. Let's see if I can remember this in order. I won't. But Austin, Tirzu, we've got Joe Cat, we've got Apocalypse, we've got Max Miller, we've got Kent with Doomco Designs. And then we've
Dominic
got
Noble.
Adam and Emperor Tiger Star right here. Unless I have...
Dominic Noble.
Dominic
Also
Noble.
Dominic
Damn it,
Noble.
Dominic. I knew I was missing one. Dominic, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So close.
So close.
Yeah, so thank you to everyone who was in here today. And for all of you for watching. This was...
Especially those of you who donated, especially those of you who donated multiple times. I saw some of your names pop up multiple times.
Yeah,
and for
wow.
anyone who was around for like a lot of today's stream, like
Yeah.
this is a long VOD. I appreciate your your endurance. I mean, I'm flagging too, but like yikes.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you for watching. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for making this a great 2021 for OSP. Please have a happy new year, and we will see you in the next one.
Bye, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Bye.